And we're here. Look, we did it.
We're dancing.
We definitely
We
did
did
it.
the thing.
We're like progressing in our tech. It's great.
Right,
It is.
right,
It's very
right,
good.
right. I mean, we could have done it the whole time, but why?
Oh,
And look who's back from the
Look who's
dead.
back from the dead. It's Anna. Yay!
Actually, I'm undead because I
Goodness.
did a LARP last night and I ended up as a
It
vampire.
fits so well. Yesterday during the stream,
Oh.
everyone kept being very sad that you had passed away, even though it hadn't happened.
Yeah. That's not true. They didn't say that. We just said that.
She's never there, obviously,
I know.
for when that topic comes up, because that's
true.
when she's not there. But every time it does, everyone, not everyone, but it just appears that you're dead for some reason. So
Well, what was it? When I
continues.
wasn't there for Vegas and you guys were
Yeah.
like, Anna's not with us.
She's not with us
I'm like,
anymore.
Yeah.
Someone's like, she's not with us. And I was like,
I
but
think
she's
I-
alive. Like, she's definitely
Yeah.
alive.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I think in all fairness, we probably started that with our wording of Anna not
Oh.
being with us. That's
Yes,
that's on
absolutely,
us.
yes. Yeah, it was
Yeah.
like she's no longer with us or something. I was like, okay, but she's not definitely not dead. So now we have to always talk about it. But hello and welcome.
Hi.
Welcome.
Hello out there. For those of you who are joining us for the first time ever somehow, we are
We
on the
appreciate
second
you being
day of
here.
the convention. We do appreciate it. But we are Lambda Quadrant, and we go around doing nerdy queer stuff, including this, apparently. And we didn't do intros yesterday until well into this thing. So I'm starting it off today at the very tippy
How
top.
we do it. That's how we do it.
We absolutely forgot completely to do intros. My name is Randy. If you're new, if you're not, it's still that. That's weird. That's how names work, I guess. Who knew? But yeah. So that's me. I'm that. That's the weird person I am.
My name is in My name is in Cali.
What is it then? Apparently, it's not how names work. Oh my god!
Wait.
Sentences are hard, y'all.
We're learning words
Uh,
today.
My name, in most circumstances, is Callie. That's what I was going for.
Right there.
My Klingon name, that will be relevant later, is Shong, and my Derby name, for anyone who's interested in that information, is Ursa Mamer. So those are the many names of
Roller
me.
derby. Gay.
Extraordinarily, yes, absolutely correct.
What clued you in? There
Yeah.
may have been a couple of other hints along the way.
The rainbow logo we have, or the fact that we were like, we do queer things.
Right.
And this little guy having
Oh,
feelings
no.
behind me is Wedge.
Wedge!
Oh,
Oh,
I
he
didn't
is
even
guarding.
Oh my
He's
God.
like on guard
He's
right
guarding.
now.
He's guarding.
Yeah.
Yeah. There may have been a walk around.
All you see
Yeah,
is
somebody's
just his
walking
little
down the
tail.
street, and how dare they?
How dare they? Yeah.
All right, I'm Anna. She, her pronouns. As we see, we always put our pronouns up because that should be the norm. It's really not that hard.
Not that hard.
Anyway,
Or scary. It's not
it's really
scary.
scary. It's really easy. And I am bi and ace. Well, I'm demi, but ace spectrum. It's easier to say that. And also, I know, yeah, Randy's just gay.
Randy's
So
just-
boring. And also, my other name potentially, if you're joining from the LARP that I was at last night, Nancy Schaefer. So
Bless.
anyone gets
That's
that
such a good
reference-
LARP.
I don't
I don't get the reference, but
No,
I
it
think it's a
was-
wonderful name.
Betty Schaefer is the screenwriter in Sunset Boulevard, and I
Oh.
didn't want to just use her full name. So
I'm really disappointed that you didn't use a fake name.
Stacey fake name or Joanna fake
Or
name.
Joanna. Or any of the fake name sisters. We don't even know them all potentially. If anyone gets that, congratulations, and I'm sorry.
But anyways. Hi, I'm Nikki. I am Pan, and I don't really have any other names I go by. I mean, I have a full legal name, but I don't ever use it. So I go by
Get your
Nikki.
life together.
Right? I
You
know.
have
I,
more fake
This is
names.
not
have
how
a lot of-
names work.
it's not how names work. I have people that call me different nicknames, right? Like, and only certain people can call me those nicknames. Like, if
Oh,
anybody
yeah.
else does, that doesn't work. So
Yep.
It's true. It's fair.
there we go. That's it. Yeah, I'm not cool like the rest of you. So sorry.
You're
You're
super
very
cool. You're just maybe cool in slightly different ways,
Right.
which are no less valid.
I
Yeah.
appreciate that.
There's lots of ways to be cool. I think we know all of them, and we are all of them amongst us.
That's true. That's true.
Yes.
Well, we talk
Obviously.
about
Because all we have to mention is
Plucky Ducky.
And you'll know immediately how cool we are.
Did I tell you all that I have a
Without
Plucky
alienating
Ducky
our
story now?
audience, yes.
Oh, what? No, wait. Everyone be quiet for the Plucky Ducky story.
Okay, so I'll do a quick throwback to the cruise recap stream. I did not go on the cruise,
Right.
and they told a story about this game Plucky Ducky. It's a vending machine that you get ducks from, and I recognized this machine when I went to Minneapolis to see Death Cab for Cutie and the Postal Service, one of the best shows I've ever seen in my life. But I just like went to this gay bar to hang out, to just like meet and hang out with folks, and they had one of those machines there. I don't even know if it was called Plucky Ducky, but like I recognized the pictures and stuff as the same thing. And there was a guy there, bless his heart, who had a lot invested in being very good at this game.
Well,
and
that's what
It's
happens when
addicting.
you play Plucky Ducky.
It's addicting.
the background to this game is that it is a game that you kind of can't lose. Like it lets you
Yeah.
keep playing until you
Correct.
win. And this guy spent a lot of time, like at length, talking about how good he was at this game and how much he loved getting these little rubber duckies for his friends.
Yeah, honestly though, same.
Yeah, and it was great. It was
Right.
very good, very wholesome. He had like a stack of ducks on the table in front of him, and he was giving them away. And I got a very cute silver sparkly duck.
Yeah.
Well, we're
And then,
sparkly duck, we know it well.
And then I got to witness someone explaining to him that this game was in fact play to win, and that like you are so sweet, you're like the nicest person ever, but like just it's
Literally everyone.
you play until you win. Yeah. And there was a bit of an existential crisis that happened with my friend. I'm glad I was there to support him through it, frankly.
Oh, wow. Is it like when I found out that old Greg and what's his name were the same people?
Oh, right.
Great British
It broke
Bake Off.
my brain, yes.
Yeah.
That's a good Las Vegas story for anyone. Just we were not fully sober.
Are we ever?
Randy certainly was. And-
Yeah, I don't drink alcohol anymore. That does not mean that I am sober, to be clear. Just very other ways.
There it is. I was just getting ready to look for it. I was like, where's that
and
banner?
I was, and I just said some. Well, and then I tried to. I was like, the guy, Noel Field, or no, not even that. I was like the guy, the crow guy, and everyone was like, I don't know who you are talking about. And then I was like, do you know who old Greg is? And then they're like, yeah, old Greg, I know who that guy. And well, after like 10 minutes of me not being able to figure out who this person was, and you guys
Right.
being like, no one knows who this is, Hannah.
Right.
And then I was like, old Greg, it's, and then you were like, I don't know who old Greg is. Old Greg is old Greg. You were like, you were almost like, there's no actor, that's a real character.
I just assumed
Never
that
thought.
after you do something like that, you just fade into obscurity forever.
I mean, in fairness, that is what happens most of the time.
Right?
Like,
Yeah.
let's just be
Yeah.
real. Like
I
you
just
were
assumed.
not wrong for thinking that. Like that is how
Right,
it goes.
Thank you.
And
Yeah.
yeah.
Hey, Sarah.
Hi, Sarah.
Yeah, and then
Sarah's
I was like,
fabulous, by
"Have
the
you
way.
seen Great British Bake Off?" And you were like, "Yeah," and I was just like, "Noel Fielding," and then you just started crying.
The vampire from the IT crowd in the
Yes,
closet
the
is the
IT
same
crowd.
thing as old Greg. Yes. Yeah, my brain broke.
You literally
it
looked
was-
at me. We were holding both hands. You had tears in your eyes. You go, "He
No.
can't be old Greg." It's so good.
This is what happens behind closed doors. You thought it's weird when we're on camera. It's even more weird.
Oh gosh, yeah, that's a whole thing.
What did we say yesterday? Why do these things keep happening to us?
Why do they?
We don't know.
Why
Ask
do they?
Yvette. She's been trying to figure it out
I
forever.
know.
She doesn't know. She asked us. We don't know.
She's in good company because neither do we.
That's fair. That's fair. So, hi and welcome, friends.
Hi, welcome, friends.
You wouldn't believe it, but we do charity work.
That's a great segue. That's an amazing
Isn't
segue.
it, though?
baby. Yeah, it's so
And as
good.
a matter of fact,
As a matter of fact.
this weekend we're just trying to give a push to this fabulous charity. We just want you to go directly to them and give them money, so there's no weird thing about giving it to us and where did it go and all those things. Just give it directly to them and they'll do the awesome stuff with it. So we're just trying to funnel and raise awareness for other people who like take the money and do the stuff with it. It's just
Right.
easy.
Which, if you don't know what the organization does, if you were in Vegas, Wilson Cruz did a whole panel about it, which was amazing. because he's on the board. So GLSEN actually helps with LGBTQ community within the schools, right? So to try to make schools safer against bullying and hate, and so they actually, that's why we focus on giving money to the actual organizations that go out and do the things. So that's the short summary of what they do.
One,
But
for
definitely check 'em
example,
out.
one big, like, really cool project that they do that often, like, reveals not great things, but it's very important work, is they do, I think they used to call it the Safe Schools Report. I don't know if they call it that anymore, but they
Oh,
just collect
that's cool.
massive amounts of data about, like, what it's like to live your life as an LGBTQ student in public schools. And I remember it's been a while since I've, like, looked through the documents to see, like, what all the information is. But it's, like, it's crucial because obviously you can't know even what problems specifically to solve until you gather that data. And that's, like,
Right.
GLSEN being a slightly bigger nonprofit, that's a work that that's the kind of work that they're in a position to do. So
Yep.
yeah, good stuff.
Yeah, good stuff. We always try and pick some. It's tough to vet one too,
Yeah.
but this was a great choice. I know that we've picked other ones in the past, and pulled them up, and we've had to, like, go through and try and vet. Like, it's really hard to know for sure what's a good one and what's not, just by looking at, like, online presence or whatever. So this was an easy choice. So we're very happy to
Yeah.
send
And
happiness their way.
and I know that sometimes we do try to find local things, even if it's local to a specific state, because that's always important as well, with all the legislation that is attacking the LGBTQ community. It's ridiculous.
Right. So good stuff. And then our other fun thing for the weekend is that we're selling merch. I'm shutting it down at the end of the night tonight. So if you want to grab, we don't.
Yeah,
want
we're selling our pins.
no merch
We're selling our lovely little
Oh, there's our
pins.
pin. There it is.
Right, there's the pin and the rainbow horgon, which is right there. And then I don't have the rainbow candle.
Oh,
I
really?
think I have one.
Oh,
I
well,
have, like, the
you
little
should-
one.
You should have grabbed one. Okay. then.
I know.
Yeah.
That's shame on me.
Yeah. Well, when I make them for the merch, I'll make you an extra one.
No rainbow candle, only one name.
I know.
Nice.
You're worse than Stacy Fake Name. No one knows.
I love that Callie and Nikki don't.
I know.
Where that reference is
Nope.
from.
No,
But
well,
she
no,
has to make
I
so
got
many jokes about it.
no, I have enough context to know where the reference is from, but I have not watched through it, so I don't know any of the specifics.
But that every time we say it, you still burst out laughing.
It's still
Like,
funny.
it's so good.
Still
It's
just
funny.
regardless.
It's so good.
That's how it caught me.
My name
It's
is
good.
Stacy's
Awesome.
nickname.
Should we, like, start our actual programming?
Sure, let's do that. So up first, if you were here yesterday, you heard all three of us talk about our true Trek story, which is just something about Star Trek in our lives that has changed it and affected it in some way, right? And so since Anna wasn't here because she was dead, she's going to do hers now. And then following that, we're going to have Jin Molly on, and they will be here to have a chat with us. So.
Yes. And also, we want to encourage anyone who's in the chat, please feel free to share your true Trek story. We will be sharing those. And as we go on, if we have additional time, we'll talk about either more stories individually from us as a group, or we have friends that have some amazing stories as well. So, but please do share them in the chat as well. We would love to hear your stories.
Yep.
Anna, we want to hear your story right now, though.
My story?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so basically the way we've been doing these True Trek stories is just something about Star Trek that has basically kind of just added something to your life, and what being a Trekkie, what being a fan has done for you. And I have to say, like, I've been a huge nerd my whole life and been in fandom basically my whole life. I've been a cosplayer. Like, I think my first convention that I cosplayed at technically was when I was 12. And I apologize to everyone that I was 12 once. It's a hard age.
Last year.
No, but just like being in middle school is so tough. Like, you're so insecure.
Sure.
You're
It's
so like, just everything's changing, and you hate every part of it. You also want more independence and things like that. And fandom was always nice for me in that sense, but also, like, people thought it was very cringy to be a cosplayer, and it was like, oh, you're weird for doing this. But also, just middle schoolers especially, because they're so insecure, they like to kind of bully you for having any sort of original thought or passion, because that's where you're weak. That's something you like, and that's being vulnerable, saying, I like this thing. And then that person knows, okay, so if I hate on that thing, that's a personal attack. And it's all because everyone's so insecure with themselves. And one thing I really learned through fandom is I started to develop this philosophy my junior year of high school. I'd gone through like the worst depression of my life at that time, and things got hairy. And eventually, I saw some quote that was like, "Don't take life so seriously. It's not like any of us are gonna get out alive." And I was like, "Solid quote." And I started thinking more and more about just like, don't worry too much about like, oh, but what if I make this joke kind of thing, like, or if I just like do a silly bit, like people are gonna judge me. And that started to help my philosophy. And I'd been a huge Star Trek fan. I've been raised on it, but then middle school is actually where I like started really watching the original series. And when I finished the original series, my dad's like, and now it's time for next gen. And my sister and I were like, actually, it's time for the animated series. So we watched the animated
Yes,
series
correct.
first, and then we watched Next Gen,
Nice.
and then DS9.
I know you're raring to get to Sub Rosa, but you're gonna have to wait.
My dad did not remember Sub Rosa at all. When we watched that episode together, he was like, "What is happening?"
Oh, so
Um,
good.
and so yeah, and so we just like, that was huge. But then I really found like, as I go, because I go to general cons and general nerdy things. I was a freaking LARP last night. I found that I just like being a Trekkie, and especially being this hardcore of a Trekkie, where I've gone on the cruise, where I go to all these conventions, where I cosplay, where all this stuff. It's so like affirming to be like, yeah, I'm being cringe, I'm being all those things, but I'm also in a room full of people doing the same thing, and everyone loves it. And like when I made a whole salt vampire costume, everyone was like, now you're the coolest person in the room, kind of thing, versus like if I'd done that elsewhere, people were like, why do you make those choices with your life? Like, but it's like, in finding out, like, it really, to me, really puts perspective on what is normal, what is good, what is cool, and all this stuff is entirely societal. And it was so affirming. And it was huge for my own anxiety, because I take anxiety meds and all that. I'm very open about it. And as Marquis has said, I am cringe, but I am free, and it's 100% true. That is my sibling. So
Oh,
yeah, like, he's watching from the other room.
love it, love it,
And
love it.
it's exactly true. It's like, yeah, I'm cringe, but I'm free. And Star Trek's been huge for that. I was at the greatest Halloween party I've ever been to, which was hosted by a work friend last Saturday, and I ended up mentioning Star Trek, and I was like, I'm a huge Star Trek fan. Someone was like, oh, I like Star Trek too, and they're like, I haven't seen all of it. I'm like, I don't gatekeep fandom. Did you like it? Great, you're a fan. Like, congratulations. And then I was
How
talking about
easy
how
is
I'd been on
that?
the cruise, and then them and another person was like, oh my god, do we want to go on the Star Trek cruise? That sounds fun. We should do that. And then another one of my another one of the people I work with, a doctor, because I work in a doctor's office. She goes, "Oh, I go to Trek Condoroga every single year." And she's like, "The sets are amazing. Have they finished the next gen sets yet?" And we were just talking about Star Trek forever. And then I
Nice.
had other people be like, I had another friend who was like, I've been enjoying Star like I grew up watching Star Trek. Is Lower Decks good? I've heard Lower Decks. I was realizing like, and I'm like, yes, it is. And I'm like,
Yes, 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 yes,
okay,
yes, 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 yes,
there's
yes, yes.
so many. When you say you're a Trekkie, that is the easiest like fandom thing of like, I'm this, and people are like, I know at
Yeah.
least something about it.
Right. That's
And then
true.
it's interesting how like you can become an authority on that by just people being like, I defer to you, bigger Star Trek nerd. And it's so funny because to me, I'm just like, listen, I ain't the biggest one. I go to these events and I meet people who know more about
There's
certain aspects
always
of it.
it's always
Cool.
someone else.
And I just live my life and I have so much fun. It's so freeing of my anxiety to live this way. And, like last night, I went to a LARP. I did a vampire LARP in a historic home, which was really gorgeous. And we dressed up like we were at a 1930s movie premiere. And we all had connections to each other. A bunch of people I had not met before. Some people I did, but it was my first LARP ever. bunch of people I haven't met before, and we're going up to people and being like, "Hey, you screwed me out of that big picture," kind of thing. And then you hold up your fingers crossed when you're like being out of character and before you do anything crazy, and you'll be like, "Negotiate violence," and the other person's like, "Negotiate violence." It's like, "I'm gonna slap you across the face." The other person goes, "Yeah, I'm okay with that," and then you do like a fake slap, and then everyone around you goes, like they hadn't expected that because they hadn't seen you just
already sitting there doing it, right?
And
I'm free.
and we just are losing our minds with just how much fun we're having. And if I used to be in that mindset before I just fully embraced like I'm a nerd and I love that, and like I'm going to pursue joy and kindness. Joy, kindness, empathy. That's really what I love to pursue in life. I had and I'm bringing this up because we got tarot reading coming later. But we had we had a person who was a fortune teller at this premiere event, and like this is vampires and stuff, so magic was very much real. And they obviously know certain things about our character. They were fed some things by the game master, and they're reading a tarot read. And I'm like, my brain was like, this isn't about me, but this is about my character. And so my character's being like, wait a minute, this like the inverted lovers, that could mean I'm falling out of love with my passion for screenwriting, and like all these, and we're going into it, we're having such a good time. And the next thing I know, I got vampire blood put in my drink, and I was turned into a ghoul. And then I decided that being a vampire.
Wait, is that how that works?
I don't know, but I don't know way
in
believe it.
Vampire the Masquerade, that's how that works.
Oh, okay, I gotcha.
Ghouls have to do what their vampire told them to. But also, again, in the world of LARP, it's entirely consensual, so it's
right,
like
you have
to actually ask. And then, but as a ghoul, you do get some powers, and the power I got was dominate, so I could go over to people and be like, "You really want to dance in the middle of this party?" And
amazing.
Depending on their resistance level, they could resist it, but most people just have to be like, "Okay." But if I'd been a vampire, I would have been able to say, "You really, really want to dance," and then they have to do it. But really they're like, I'm kind of feeling the vibe, I might just move around a little bit. But really it's like boom time and things like that. The entire time I only used it to help people. I was like, there was two characters that my character was close to were having like panic attacks, and I was like, I really need you to know you're safe, or like I really also that's also consent thing first too. You have to like.
Can I just say that's the least surprising information that I have learned about this LARP is that Anna had a special power and used it to help someone. I always think about that Tumblr screenshot that went around. People were talking about how you can choose to do all the evil things in video games, but like you can't do it because it makes you feel bad.
I really have a lot of trouble doing like evil runs.
Yeah, like my no consequences power fantasy is being nice.
I just have to be sweet to people.
Because you are.
Well, in the game too, they also react. They're like, "Why would you do that?" I'm like, "Oh God, I'm real sorry."
Right.
Yeah. React. It might be different, but they don't.
Also,
they do.
If you're a gamer, another great thing about LARPs is that if a prop is like something you can interact with, they put little stars. At least the ones when they put little star stickers on it in like blue or silver.
Oh, that's good.
So it was like being a gamer of like, oh, that's a shiny. I can interact with that. What's this?
Right. Oh, that's fun. Oh,
it was a lot of fun. And there was a briefcase that was actually not locked, but my sibling and I couldn't open it because we overcomplicated it, and you just had to push on two things at once. And we were like, why won't it open? Until we went over to the fixer vampire, and we were like, this sketchy grief. And he just opens it immediately, sees a clue that's really important, and before we can grab it, he just takes it, pockets it, and says, you don't need to have seen anything, and leaves. And we're like, no.
I mean, that's what you get.
But it was so good for the narrative. And we were like, okay, for the narrative, that thing was locked, and he just forced it open because he's so strong with his vampire strength. Because we don't want to admit that we were just bad at this.
Love it.
I think that kind of stuff is really important because there's so much joy that comes from things like that in theory, like if we take society's advice, like you leave that kind of stuff behind when you grow up, right? Like part of growing up is you stop being silly like that, you stop pretending like that. And and I mean LARPing is just like the biggest middle finger to that concept. Like, no, I'm gonna play adult pretend, and because I have a job and have money, I can I'm like better equipped to play adult
Yeah.
attempt
We're gonna
adult
do it in a
pretend.
historic home that was rented.
Right.
And, and we're gonna take a bunch of pictures of us in our costumes, and there was a
Or I'm gonna
hired
be an actor
professional
and get paid to do
photographer.
that.
Yeah.
Like,
There you go.
yeah, it's true. Like, and it was, but also like we're gonna make sure that there's really good consent and everything, and
Mhm.
my friend and I, who going in, our characters knew each other because of communist meetings. And so we, before going in, had made up code words to say whether or not someone had communist leanings or whether or not do not talk to them about communist stuff. And we had code words. And at one point, the cop, we saw him like eavesdropping, but it's better for the story if you kind of let people eavesdrop every once in a while, so you kind of don't necessarily call them out until you like it makes more sense.
Right.
But I was looking at I talked to her later out of character, and I was like, he didn't understand anything because we were just like, oh, is he a friend of Larry, and like little things. And
I was just about to say, is he a friend of Carl?
there was one vampire who was like muscle, who fully was just wearing a bunch of like hammer and sickle things and running around and trying to get everyone to like unionize and overthrow the government. And,
Amazing.
and so
That's
one
my best friend. I don't know who that is, but they're my best friend.
so he was like, so my friend just goes like, so this guy is a friend of Larry. And I'm like, what's his name? And then she described him, and I said, he's the lover of Larry. Like, I was just like, and we were like, God, I hope the cop has a bunch of notes about who's Larry. Like, who's this Larry fellow? But it was great. I talked to him later, and he was like, yep, had no idea there was a communist plot. I mean, he's like, I saw the obvious communism.
Communism is just a red herring.
So I know Jen is probably going to be joining us here in a couple of minutes, but I am curious, Anna. So like you've told us a bunch of these like super joyous things, and I think it's important to say that if those things are like just for play, just for fun, and they don't have a greater role in your life, that is okay. But also, I know you, and I would love to hear like how do you take that out into just like general life outside of that, like that helps you.
So sometimes I just tell other people that I'm like, embrace this like you should try this kind of thing. It might not be the best thing for you, but if you're not terrified of it, this can make you more joyful. And I try and, because unfortunately some people are very resistant to going to therapy, and I'm like, all right, well, maybe before getting them into therapy, I can get them to do a LARP or play D&D or like, something a little, so that way they can just kind of shed a little bit of that, of like everyone's judging me for what I do. It's like, no. In this situation, it's very open or whatever, and teaching people that just like open and honest communication, which like D&D is very much that of like the best D&D games are when you're fully discussing ahead of time, like what are people's triggers, what are things, so that way everyone is having the most fun possible. And then you end up creating like a story that you and your friends together made that was like tailor made for you guys.
Right.
And what's like, who isn't obsessed with that? Like, and then LARPing like that, it's very, very fun in that way too. I mean, and one of the things I really like about the like negotiate violence and things like that, they're like, theoretically, my character didn't ever get violent because it wouldn't fit for a character, but like I could have played one of the characters that was the muscle, or like there was a foreign film actress who had actually come from a long line of vampire hunters, and she was trying to leave the business, but she ended up at a party with a bunch of vampires. What's she gonna do? Not pull out the stake? And
Can I also say, like, the thing that, and I've seen you do this, right? Like to Callie's question, and I've seen you do this in person. I saw you specifically on the cruise do it. You're very, very good at recognizing other people that have similar types of social anxiety or just anxiety in general, or just a struggle of like joining in, and you're very inviting and you're very open, and like you said, like you almost take a person by the hand and you're like, no, come join, like this is a safe space, like, and you talk to them, right? You talk to them about your own experience, you talk to them and tell them about how like, no, I actually do understand how you're feeling inside, because I feel the same way. These are the things that I've done in my life to try to help with.
Yeah.
And then you
I-
let them
I have
talk.
found-
Like, I've seen it. It's amazing. You're
I
so
have
good at it.
found that the best thing, truly the most rewarding thing I've ever done in truly done in my life is whenever I've gotten someone to start therapy. And it's happened a few times. And so just and the first time it happened, it was with a family member who I just kind of caught crying privately. And at the time I was in high school, and I had been homesick from school, but also because I wasn't that sick. I was concerned about this family member who is in the house and staying with us for a short amount of time, and I wanted to check in. And I was also writing a paper and things, but I was just kind of like, hey, hi. And I kind of saw them crying, and I was like, what's going on? And they kind of gave me a oh, well, I kind of miss some people, but it was it wouldn't necessarily constitute crying in private. And after talking to a bit with this family member, I realized it was there's no real specific thing. It's depression. And at the time, I had started therapy. I started in high school. And I was just so here are some resources and this person was very resistant at first, but they did end up going, and it ended up helping. And after that I was it can just be one conversation. And I sometimes my anxiety got me a little too hyper aware of that, and I was always making sure everyone was doing great, and that to the point where if I couldn't help them, it ruined my life a little bit of can't relax until I know that this person's okay. And then and now as I work more on my mental health journey and stuff, I'm able to be okay, I'm here if you need me.
Right.
But
yeah, you can only do so much, right?
And learning that it's not fully, it's not my responsibility to save everybody.
It's not fully, but not at all, right?
But
and it was if they're not ready to receive it or not ready to be there or go there or whatever.
One person at the LARP who I'd not known before, who was playing a character named Ren, and oh my god, they were just an incredible actor, and their character was very anxious, and the way my character wasn't a jaded person, but was a little bit cynical about the industry. And the way my character had been from being kind of oh yeah, I've got a couple of friends here, and be yeah, this person's the gopher on set, to suddenly I had a conversation, was kind of hey, you tampered with this potion. They what's going on? To suddenly be I don't know what's out. They were just such a good actor. I did a little turn, are you actually okay? I'm sorry, was I too intense? And then they just go, oh no, I'm fine, I'm just acting. And they were just that good of an actor. And then I was okay. And then I go back right into it, and they're just and they were I genuinely, I thought they were gonna have a panic attack, and that's why I checked in, and they were fine. And then my character immediately was I literally put my was I'm going to keep your secret no matter what. And I just and after that it was we ended up having this found family trope of production crew people at the end being if you're becoming a vampire, I'm becoming a vampire, and I'm gonna stay with you, and we're gonna survive. If you choose death, I choose death. It was so intense. And it was and so no, I thank you for noticing that, Nikki. That's very sweet. But that is it does come from my own mental health struggles, and also fandom, and Star Trek's my biggest fandom that I'm into. And I love, and I do think Star Trek teaches that about us, of to take care of one another. At the very core of it, the Federation is supposed to just take care of one another and have empathy.
As long as you've achieved warp drive.
Oh, yeah. We learned that yesterday. Yep.
We learned that yesterday.
Otherwise, you can just die.
Yep.
That's right.
In fairness, that's a Vulcan thing.
Okay. We're very excited. So, friends, thank you, Anna. That's amazing, and you're just a light to us all. We love you so much, so much, so much. And for everyone watching, our special guest for today has arrived, and we're going to introduce them now. So, I think they are ready. Are they ready? Nod. Yeah. Nope. Okay, here we are. All right, we're just gonna pull them on in. There they are. There's
Hello.
Hello, and welcome.
Thank you so much.
Oh,
You okay?
oh, yeah, the audio. Oh,
You
wow,
have a wonderful mic. Yeah, that's so good. I'm an audio engineer for a living, so this is a very happy place for me to be.
My partner is a musician, a lot of gear. So.
Oh, there you go.
Amazing.
There you go. Well, welcome in. Welcome.
Kyle's, oh my gosh, so good to see you, Kyle. Kyle is one of my. Did that just pop up on the screen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's
Oh.
us. We can pop in
We
comments.
do that.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
we can do it.
Yay! Oh my gosh, that's so cool. Kyle is a musician and a tarot person, a tarot. So
Oh, cool.
calls me a tarot with Jen.
That's awesome. Yeah, and so
I love
talk
tarot
about
shit.
that, right? Like, I haven't gotten to participate. Nikki has, but tell us about that. Tell everyone about that. We want to hear.
I mean, I didn't have anything to do with this. I was like, let's get into some weird stuff.
I love it. It's that or sourdough.
Is that or what?
Sourdough.
Yeah.
There are only two things, and those are them.
Exactly. Yeah. Tarot or sourdough, and I chose tarot because I like witchy. I've always a tarot, but I was like I'm such a nerd. I was like, let's do a tarot certification. So I did certification. And
Oh, wow.
I just got rid of it and was posting every day. Yeah, now I'm giving reads and it's just been great. I'm really into this queer tarot now. Y'all will love this because normally,
queer?
it's queer. It's queer AF. Like normally, this is like traditional Rider Waite tarot deck that
Right,
most people
right.
are familiar with. You're like,
I brought my homework.
oh my
Yeah. Just normal right away.
Okay. Y'all are probably into as well, so I'm like telling you stuff.
No, but like it's just for everyone watching. Please keep going. Yes.
I feel like there are queer people exceptionally into tarot and witch stuff. I feel like that's a thing. I'm looking for
That's fair.
It's
I
pretty
think that's
heavy in
fair.
the community for sure.
right. I
Yeah,
guess
definitely.
that or they're into Star Trek, and maybe you guys are in that camp.
I think we're in all those camps.
Yeah, not so much tarot witchy stuff
Yeah.
for me. The Star Trek thing is the thing
Right,
for me.
right.
Yeah. Yeah. So this is what's cool about this. First of all, it's just so colorful. But the images are based on real queer people. So they're like
Oh,
queer models that
wow.
not models, just like ordinary people.
That's cool.
It's really so. And so on these images, but it's a little bit different. Yeah.
I like it a
Awesome.
lot.
And so you do stuff on Instagram, right? Like is it live? How does that work? How does the whole thing work?
Yeah, so I do like a little reading every day that I was as a reel.
Okay.
Gosh, I'm hot, so I'm rolling in my sleeves. And
Do it
I
too.
love your ears, by the way, Randy.
Wait, what?
Your
Ears.
ears.
Oh, my ear. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, you have a property of starfish. It's so cute.
Oh yeah, it's Starlight.
I love it. But yeah, and then every Monday I do free live readings for an hour.
That's so fun.
Yeah, it's cool.
What kind
I
of?
miss being able to participate. in
Oh,
the
that's right. Yeah,
readings.
you said it's Monday. Yeah.
Yeah. So Mondays are hard for me because you had originally started on Wednesdays, which was great for me, probably not for everybody else. But I definitely loved it. And so every now and then I get a chance to be. Can you still hear me? Did you fix it? Would you fix the
Oh,
audio?
they said wait. Just wait. We'll vamp while they do that.
Yeah, we'll totally
do
vamp.
this. What I do want to say is we met Jen at STLV this year, and also their mother was there, who's just adorable and wonderful and cute, and came over to the table and said hello. Don't worry, we got you.
Yeah, take your time.
And we have a picture that was up on
Hello.
socials from that too. Hi.
There we go.
No.
No?
Oh, you can't hear us?
Oh,
Okay.
they can't hear us. That's fair.
It's okay.
All the fancy audio equipment. That's what happens. You get just the like. And I was like, it sounds like crap, but
Yeah. I will say for everyone who's watching, please definitely check out their Instagram, Tarot with Jen. And if you have a chance to do a private reading, I did get a private reading. So once Jen gets audio back, we can talk about that a little bit. But I was able to get a private reading and it was so, I mean, it was amazing. It was one of those things where and I know, Callie, we talked about this too. Like for some people are really into tarot, and some people are like, the way that I took it was just to make me think about things, right? Like think about things that are going on in my life, think about things that maybe whatever's going on immediately, maybe things that I can look forward to. But it was great. And the way that it's all set up, the way that they do it is they do the private reading and then you get a recording of it. So you can still like, you can go
that's
back
smart.
and watch.
That's so smart. That's so smart. Love that.
Yeah.
Can you hear us, darling?
Yeah.
Great. We hear
Okay,
you.
great.
Yeah, you could hear me, but I just heard Nikki.
Yeah, we were vamping. So we were like, start to start. I was just talking about how, and I was telling everybody in the audience, like if they have a chance, check out your Instagram, Tarot with Jen, but also if they have a chance to do a private reading. So that was one of the things that I had the opportunity to do. And so I'm encouraging people to go do the private reading.
That's
Thank
so
you
cool.
much. I appreciate that.
That's fun.
Do y'all know about Momentous, the
No.
company? There's this company. Anyway, there's somebody I know who does these. He works with actors who have sort of other skills or interests, like tarot or like knitting or something like that. And they basically like do a little workshop. So I think I'm going to do a tarot workshop. So
Ooh,
that's
very
fun.
good.
Is
That's
it in
exciting.
person, online? Where is it?
it's online.
Okay.
So stay tuned for that, y'all. And I think, it's kind of different. Like, I wonder if you feel this way with like Star Trek being such a huge world and there being so many things you can do within it and trying to like distinguish yourself. And I know for tarot, it's like there are people who are readers and there are people who are teachers. There's some people who do both, but I haven't really dove into the teaching realm because some people are like, crazy knowledgeable about all of this. And for me, it's like, I'm way more interested in like helping people get in touch with their inner wisdom. And I don't think that requires a really extensive knowledge of tarot. I think it's like much more intuitive than that, So I want to do some sort of like basic tarot course where people can like get a feel, but more importantly, like learn how to use it for their own personal development,
Great. Awesome. Yeah.
For folks who don't know, maybe go through like, what does the process look like if you're going to like sit down to do a reading? Like, what does that actually entail?
Do you want to do it right now?
Yeah.
Let's.
Do you want to ask a question?
Ooh.
Or the audience. Does anyone in the audience?
Does
in the
anyone
chat
in
wanna
the
ask a
audience want to
question?
ask a question?
Or a couple of questions?
Oh my goodness.
There could be more than one question. That's usually how the live tarot
really?
readings go. Yeah, like people will ask questions ahead of time or ask questions in the chat. And it can be as simple as like guidance for my outlook for the week or something.
Here we go.
Like, what
I've
should I
got
focus
one.
on?
If I can be just like painfully earnest, we'll just throw it out there. All right.
My jam.
Yeah. So I have the opportunity to go to Phoenix to hang out with my family via Christmas on Christmas this year. This year, that will entail my stepdad being there, who I do not get along with very much. And I am trying to weigh the pros and cons of spending a couple of days around a guy that I'm not the most fond of to hang out with the rest of my family, who I very much love and adore.
That's so earnest.
Need an
Kelly.
option.
It's cannabis is legalized for recreational use in Arizona. Good. Yeah, good to go.
So at least
So you're debating whether or not to go to Phoenix. You're excited about the prospect of seeing the rest of your family there, but you're not excited about seeing your dad.
My stepdad.
Your stepdad. Okay,
Yeah.
great. So yeah, let's ask for some insight from the cards. Thank you so much for this great question. Really thoughtful question.
Any question I come up with afterward is going to be so lame.
No lame questions.
No
And I
lame
would say, everybody has a different approach to tarot. I don't personally subscribe to the idea that it can tell the future, but it can just provide some insight and maybe help you sort of get a sense of some general themes. So 2 popped out, which is always fun. So we have the 3 of Pentacles here. So the 3 of Pentacles is about practical considerations and building things together, collaboration. And it sounds like this is like really what you're feeling is absent in this environment. Like there's just, you have it with your family, but like there's not this sense of harmony because there's somebody there who is disturbing your peace, right?
Right.
So it sounds like, would you say that like seeing this and seeing these people like happily working together, like that's something you want, right?
Oh yeah.
That's like a feeling that you would like to feel when you're at home. So when you see this, like, how do you feel knowing that that's kind of not there? What are your feelings about that?
I think I just remain bummed out because the bridge between he and I is a bridge that I just don't think is a thing that's going to get resolved. And frankly, I'm not sure that I want it to. I've just kind of decided that that's a relationship that's not worth my effort, and I don't bear ill will towards him. I don't hate him. We are just fundamentally very, very different people, and any attempt at us getting along is going to be kind of vapid and like, oh boy, there sure is weather outside, that kind of stuff.
Sure is.
Yeah, I mean, this part is, you have these people building a cathedral and all of them have different roles in the process. So it sounds like you really want meaningful connection, and that's just not in the picture.
Yeah.
We're just going to pull 3 cards. And then this is the Page of Swords. I love this card because it's the one that looks the most like me. Not that it's about me. It's obviously about you.
But you can insert yourself a little bit.
I'm here for it. I'm totally into this.
I mean, you are here and you are a guest, so it's a little bit about you.
Yeah.
But the Page of Swords, pages are very, they're kind of noobs, A page is somebody who's new to a process, and swords are about the world of thought and the intellect. So this, and also communication. So this makes me think that like you are a newbie perhaps at being able to have meaningful conversation. So we have like meaningful plus conversation and being a noob. You're a noob at like trying to have meaningful conversation with this person. But I'm really interested to see the 3rd card because that's kind of told us what we already know. But I want you to pick one of these and tell me what you're interested in. 1, 2, or 3.
Let's go 3.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. So this is the Star, which is wow. I'm so glad that we pulled this.
Gorgeous art.
Isn't it cool?
Yeah.
This really brings me a lot of hope for your situation, honestly, because the Star is about renewal and new beginnings and hope. And I really think that it sounds like you're pretty clear on the fact that now's not the time, right? Now's not the time, but that doesn't mean it never will be. So I think that it's like, you kind of already know the answer to your own question. And this is just saying that, you know what, at some point in the future, it's going to be time to graduate from being a page who doesn't know how to communicate with this person to being somebody who can be part of the family dynamic and have a civil relationship with this person because you want to have your family around you.
Sorry, my dog also has very strong feelings about this situation, apparently.
Valid.
Oh, yeah, that's right. And that's, it's probably a familiar thing to any queer person, any trans person, because like, you often run into people who are just like, yeah, I hate everything that you are, go die. But I think more often what you end up dealing with are people who like would never outright say things like that and maybe don't feel like that, but they just make it weird, right? And you can just like count on being dead named. You can count on being misgendered. You can count on like somebody saying some silly shit about gender, any of that sort of thing. And every single time you have a decision to make, because especially if you're the only queer person in the room, the only trans person in the room, and you speak up, people are going to look at you as if you're the problem. Right.
Yep.
I just want to say, sometimes it's fun to check out what's at the bottom of the deck. And this is the Queen of Pentacles. And, Pentacles are about care. And, we had a page, which is a noob, but like the Queen of Pentacles is a nurturer. And I wonder if there's an opportunity for you to step into your queendom and be a leader in your family. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because it sucks. And also it's like, we have to bring people in as much as we can. But I know exactly what you mean, and you have to protect yourself first. So it sounds like this is maybe a down the line thing.
Yeah.
But I know people don't say it to my face, but my partner is a cis white man, and we've stayed together as I've come out and worked it out. And he's so supportive of me, but like he looks like he looks like he could be a skinhead. I mean, he's bald. He's like, people are like, oh, you're a safe person to be like racist and transphobic.
Right.
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
Like constantly saying things to him like, oh, are you a FAG? You know, just like totally inappropriate things. He hears all of it. And Callie, you and me are not hearing any of that. But like,
Right.
Right.
you know,
Yep.
yeah.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Talk about like culture shock, I guess. Like I don't know what the term for that is, right? But you walk into something like that and it's like, what? I like you seeing the other side of it must be so eye-opening for him. Not in a good way, but just eye-opening, right? To experience that versus just kind of hearing about it or hearing other people complain about it. I can't imagine. Wow.
Well, there was a guy that I worked with that like went on at length about like making fun of his wife for being fat. And I'm just like staring at this guy and I'm like, okay, first of all, you're an awful person for doing that, period, end of story. Also, like, we're at work and you feel comfortable. Just like I had met this guy like 2 days before this. And he's like making a joke about his wife and cheeseburgers and stuff. And I'm just like, what about me gives off that this is like,
And I
we're
want
just
to hear
gonna
about that.
have a
Yeah.
laugh about this. Yeah, it is absolutely wild.
That is
Yeah. I just have so much empathy and like understanding. I mean, I'm on your side and I totally get not wanting to. And I don't want to get into too much detail, but I've had people in my family that I had to eliminate from my life for
Same. Yeah.
extended periods.
Same.
I think a lot of us probably have.
Mm-hmm.
But now they're in my life, but in a more limited way. But I'm really glad they're in my life. So
Yeah.
I think that like thinking of the long game is helpful and taking care of yourself in the meantime until you're ready to be like, I think I'm at a place now where I'm secure enough in myself that I'm going to be able to, not that you're not secure in yourself. I don't want to say that, but like, I don't know how bad it is. So I really can't say, but I just, it's a bummer that like the rest of your family's there. I just don't want you to be deprived of that connection. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, I mean, and I think the practical answer is that I'm probably going to go for Thanksgiving and maybe not for Christmas, and it'll be fine.
Fair.
But it's, you know, it's always those trade-offs that we end up having to make sometimes, and I never want to be the kind of person to burn a bridge and be like, we're done, I hate you forever. Like even with the worst people, you know, because like I wasn't born with great views about gender and race and sexuality and all of that sort of stuff. Like people who talked to me 15 years ago, like there might be people still walking around who talked to me 15 years ago who knew me then, who would think that I'm like super sexist and racist and all of those things. And I have learned and grown a lot, and I want to like give other people the ability to do that as well, like the chance to do that.
I love that. And, you know, hearing from you, I just want to add one more thing, which is, you know, the cool thing about tarot is there's so many different interpretations. And if we were to do a one-on-one session, we would like be able to have more of a dynamic and a back and forth. But, and the meanings kind of change as you like get deeper into the conversation. So this one now is really making me think, you know, I was saying like being a leader in, you know, sort of taking care of your family and like ushering them into a new age of enlightenment. But like, or your stepdad at least. But now I'm like, maybe this is really, if you're going to go for Thanksgiving, this is really about taking care of yourself.
Yeah.
You know, how can you draw healthy boundaries? You know, just having like some simple phrases like, or just like, excuse me, I'm going to use the bathroom.
Right.
For a long time, and it's gonna be real smoky when I come out for no reason.
I forgot to wash my hair. I'm gonna go do that.
Go do that immediately. And I use a smoke wash on my hair.
I had like a little spiritual book that I would like hop off and read. I was in recovery, so I was like, I am going to these meetings. That's non-negotiable. Like, I'm going to go to the gym or whatever. Like, structuring your time really specifically so you're as comfortable as possible, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's so smart. Getting away. I do that. Even like, I don't have any like problem children, quote unquote, in my family, but they're not like, no one's at PFLAG meetings. You know what I'm like? No one has a rainbow flag. No one will. There's no stickers. There's no anything. But they're there, right? And they're fine. And they ask if I'm going to bring a guy. But like, I still have to get away. Because it's not. It's a tolerating environment, but not a welcoming one. You know. And it's like, I'm definitely gonna just go to the gym because it feels weird.
Right.
So it's hard being like in that space for a long time.
There really is a difference between tolerance and like acceptance and embracing, you know?
Of course. Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm curious, without getting obviously like as much or as little detail as you're comfortable sharing, are there any like really cool things that you feel like you've uncovered about yourself? Because you talked a lot about like helping people see their own kind of inner wisdom, and I imagine there have been moments like that for you. I'm curious if there are anything like that you're interested in sharing.
Callie, I'm obsessed with the earnest questions. Like, are you kidding me?
I have a brand.
Callie's a very good interviewer too.
Yeah.
Oh, is that Callie's brand?
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
yes.
I think it's kind of my brand too. So I hear you. So you were saying like discovering my own inner wisdom. What have you experience with that? Oh my God.
There was also a question in the chat of someone saying, have you ever done a reading on yourself? If so, how would you want to go about doing that? So that might be somewhat connected.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Feels related.
Yeah. Well, okay. So let me try to answer this in two ways. First of all, just shameless plug. I am going to teach reading for yourself soon. So stay tuned for that.
Yay.
Yeah, I think it'll be really, really fun.
Send us the info and we'll send it out, of course.
Oh, thanks. I appreciate that. So yeah, that, but also, okay, let me talk about, this is accessing inner wisdom. I think for queer people, especially, I think it's so important because being gay or being trans is not something that you can medically or scientifically prove to anyone.
Right.
It can't be proven. You have to know. And I think that there's something very spiritual about being queer in that way, because it's just like, you just have to know yourself so intimately that you're willing to say, this thing is true about me, just to be able to acknowledge that when the whole society doesn't want you to acknowledge that. To even be able to hear your own voice is impressive, but then also to be able to hear your own voice and know that that voice is so strong that you're willing to go, as we say in Buddhism, against the stream and say, I'm going to live my freaking life. So to me, I think that queerness and spirituality and inner wisdom, like they're all so intermingled. And I wasn't ready to see my own non-binariness until pandemic, and it wasn't even actually from my own probing. It was revealed to me like in a moment where I was like, I'm going to be an ally and put my she her pronouns at the bottom of this email, and it just felt totally wrong. And then I wrote they them, and I kind of had a nervous breakdown.
Oh my gosh.
Deeply familiar.
Wow.
Because all my life I've had fantasies of being a man. And I actually don't think that, how far I want to go in terms of like embracing my masculinity is something I'm still playing with. But what am I trying to say? But I think that I fantasized about being a man, not because I actually am a trans man, but because I didn't know anything else. So it was like, well, I don't feel like a woman, so the only other option is this other thing.
Right, that's true, yeah.
So as much as I think of myself as being in touch with my own inner wisdom, things are revealed to you when you're ready for them. And for most of us, we're not, I don't say most of us, but especially when you have like really heavy things that you have to accept about yourself, it's really hard. So that actually doesn't really address tarot per se, but
really true nonetheless.
It seems to me like tarot is it seems to me like tarot is a medium you're using to work that process out.
yeah, I would say so. Yeah. And it's given me a lot of comfort. I would say in the beginning, I think tarot can be sort of misused, and you're kind of doing this, asking the same questions and pulling cards over and over and over again because you want a specific answer. And I would say, like, becoming more honest with myself in everything sort of also was becoming more honest with myself about my gender. Like, both of those things kind of exploded wide open at once. And now I feel like when I read for myself, I'm much more willing to hear things I don't necessarily, because this whole thing was like swept under the rug my whole life. And now it's like, okay, well, the elephant's out of the closet. Like, I can really face anything else that's here, because my marriage could have ended over this. Like, and I'm obsessed with my partner. Like, we have a great, so it's like to walk through that, it's like I can handle anything else, you know?
Yeah. I think too, for me, like one of the interesting things about it is there are places that your brain wouldn't automatically or necessarily ever go in whatever your situation is, and just to be faced with like, oh, that's an option to think about, I think even that's enough of a push sometimes to be like, okay, this is in my face now, I have no choice but to think about it because of what you're seeing, you know what I mean? But your brain wouldn't necessarily go there as an option or a path or something. And I think for me that's how it can be useful, just to be like, okay, let me think about it this way, versus having a person there to tell you that. You have like a card there to tell you that.
Yeah, totally.
I have done I have tarot cards and I've played with it. I won't say I'm exactly a believer, because I'm really not to myself, but I do agree with the finding out inner wisdom about yourself, because I have done sometimes a thing where if I'm almost like not sure how I'm feeling about something or about a decision, I'll almost do a reading, and then if the cards tell me something, it's more like, how do I feel about that outcome? Because if I'm like, no, I don't want that, boom, I've made my decision or something, and I've done
that's
it.
smart. That's really
like
smart.
like there was one time, this was like in high school, there was a guy that I really liked. Oh my god. Like, oh my god, this is before I knew I was bi and on the ace syndrome. and like when you're like,
it's okay to like men, Anna.
I know, I'm not. But it was like, I was so like, there, I did like a thing of like, how does he feel about me, which is dumb because you can't.
That's dumb, right?
But
in
it said like in it, the cards were like, he views you as like a marriage prospect, and my brain was like, no, he doesn't.
But also, do I want that?
Well, but not even that. It was just kind of like, he doesn't, and it was kind of that like, almost, it sounded dumb to be like, girl, he's just not that into you. And then I was able to like be like, move on time, like, and was able to reset my own thinking a little bit. And I do think whatever way that allows a person to sit with their thoughts and really examine what they're thinking is so, I mean, I'm always very like pro therapy and things like that. It's so huge to have those moments to check in on what, not just on like, oh, am I good right now, but also like, what am I feeling like?
Yeah, it can be tough to
I want to read from my journal right now.
Wow, what a treat.
Oh my god,
yeah,
sure.
let's go.
How many people are actually watching this?
15 at the moment.
Currently, but they're
not that big.
I wanted to read a little bit just because what you were saying, and it's like getting to know your own thoughts, and that's really the way I use it. And I did a spread for myself. This is the other thing, Callie. I just read for you, and we just pulled cards. And generally, I do kind of more unstructured stuff like that, but I'm moving more into doing more spreads where it's like, this card represents this position of like, okay, this is the past, this is the future, this is like what's underlined. So anyway, I did a Celtic cross, and I said, what is the best paradigm shift for this moment? That's the question I asked, because I'm dealing with multiple transitions or crossroads with like my gender, my financial situation, my career. Let's see, what? Oh yeah. The magician came up, and it made me realize, I have a lot of, bipolar as well. I guess I'll just say it. So,
Good for you. I literally love when people talk about their mental health.
yeah.
I'm on I'll say it right now, I'm on Prestique and I'm on Trazodone for anxiety and depression. I'm on Trazodone for PTSD and I love it.
It's the best.
I mean, I don't love my depression, anxiety, and PTSD, but I like how the meds have fixed that pretty well for me. And I'm in
Yeah.
therapy. Like, it's so good.
It's so good. And I think that, for me, there are times when I really identify with the characters in the tarot that are more internal. The high priestess, who's very sort of like an inward focus, an intuition, a connection to the subconscious, this sort of like masked. I think of sort of this energy. You know what I mean? But often I'm in that when I'm a little more depressed. And then when I'm manic, it's more like the star or the sun, and it's this like really vibrant energy. But what came up was the magician. And it's like, because my moods and my identity like fluctuate so much, the magician came up and it was like, it really is important for me to manifest what I'm sensing spiritually into stuff in the actual world. Like, I'm not the kind of person who has anxiety and depression. And like, some people are like this. I have family members like this. They have anxiety, depression, and it's like, I really just want to have like a small, peaceful life. And I don't really want to like make big shit happen. I'm not super ambitious. I'm okay with like my little piece here. And that's not me. And so it's really important. Like, I saw myself in the magician, and it's like, no, it's important for me, even when I'm depressed, to remind myself that part of my identity is consistently about making shit. I have to make shit.
Right.
Yep.
Does that make sense?
Deeply
Yeah.
same.
100%. I
Love it.
I work in a doctor's office, and I work with physicians. And I was talking to one physician about a patient, because you can really only talk to people in the office because of HIPAA about things, and you see some really can hear some upsetting things so much. But so I was talking to one of the providers, and he was talking about how like one of his patients is an artist, and I can talk about this as long as I don't give names or details. Just want to be clear.
Right. No names.
I'm not committing a crime right now.
I work in data security. You are fine as long as there's no name attached.
And it's like, basically, and how he was watching his patient, this is primary care, get less exuberant. And usually whenever he would be like, how have you been for the annual physical, this patient would be like, let me like show you this latest painting I made. And it was just, that stopped happening. And that was when he was able to be like, how is your mood? And that was when she really opened up and was able to discuss the depression. He was just kind of like, you're a creative person, you need to be creative. Did get started on medication, and he was really excited because in his last session, his last appointment with her, she'd been prescribed medication, and they did a telemed to always manage and make sure the medication's still working. And behind her was this gorgeous painting of an octopus with beautiful like depth of color. And she just said like, I just painted this like 2 days ago. And it was like, and how it's like, when you're really depressed, it's harder to be creative. And when you're a creative person who hasn't been able to be creative in a while, you get very depressed.
Yeah, totally.
And it's like, and I really hate the myth that it's like when people are like, oh, but when you're suffering, that's when you make the best art. I'm like, no, when I'm able to make art, that's when I make the best art. When I'm suffering, I can't make anything. Like, so.
Well, and Jen, you're probably I shouldn't say probably, you may be familiar with this. Like, podcasting is what I do. It started as a hobby, and now it's what I do for my day job. And so you turn this like amazing, like cool, creative, generative thing that you do, and then your bills are dependent on it, and that ends up poisoning it a little bit, makes it feel like drudgery. You like, maybe you don't fall out of love with the thing, but it's not quite as like life-giving as it once was. And that's like an extra layer of complication. But I had a friend describe tarot to me as like, it serves kind of the same function as like a journal prompt. Yeah. It's like you have a bunch of problems in your life and you have zero framework for figuring out what the answers are. And this is like a storytelling framework, because as humans, we're storytelling creatures. And this is like a frame that you can choose to put on it to help you get one place or another. So it's not just like, what the hell is going on?
Yeah.
It like lets you point yourself at different possibilities and work them out. It's not like handing you the answers. It's just kind of helping you like pick a direction to get the answers from. Does that map with your view?
Yeah, and I think that we're so starved for images and metaphors.
Mm.
You know, people used to be all, I mean, we have TV and I mean, we have Star Trek and we have, you know, Game of Thrones or whatever and all kinds of, but I don't know. There's something about, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I feel like sort of mythologizing, creating a placing yourself in sort of a narrative as the protagonist of your own story and feeding your story with all these images that sort of fuel your creativity and your imagination and ability to like see yourself in kind of an epic way, if that makes sense. There's something about the images that feels very epic, dramatic, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, it does. And Callie, it's interesting that you brought up, you know, now you actually get to do podcasting for your job, but that kind of like, not taints it, but you know, you're just like, it's a job, you know? And so this actually ties into the private reading that I had. Jenna, you've probably done a bunch since then, but I don't know if you remember. So like one of the things that I had talked about was, I'm in a transitional phase of going from one job to another. And so it was like, but I want to be doing all these other creative things, but I need a job that pays the bills clearly. Right. And so to your point, Jen, of like seeing yourself in the imagery, right? Like one of the things that came up was just to accept the fact that it's okay to have a job that pays the bills, to make it so that way you are free to go be creative elsewhere. Right. And that, again, that was something I already knew. Like I know that, but being able to physically see it and see the imagery of it and place myself in that position and almost own the kind of the power of it, right? For myself to go, it is okay. Like I don't necessarily have to always like it, but it is okay. And maybe there might be some day where I can have something that's super creative and it be the thing that pays the bills. But honestly, for me, I don't know if that will ever be that way, because I kind of like when I'm not getting paid for that type of stuff, right? Like doing this, like I love doing this. And so you're right. Like being able to physically see the imagery was great, because I think it helps you to pull focus, right? To pull focus and almost inward on yourself sometimes. So
yeah. And I think like TV, like you were saying, TV or movie, I think some of that's just too distracting. It's not, it doesn't give you time to like go inward a whole lot, right? Like if something's happening, something else happens, and one part of it might like strike something immediately, but then they're on to something else immediately after. So having that like static image and kind of like sitting in that, I think is way more useful than moving. I mean, for entertainment purpose, obviously like TV, but for this kind of stuff, I don't think that, the media is going to do it.
Yeah. I'm so glad that was helpful, Nikki.
Yeah.
There have been so many times when it's like I knew something and the cards just validated it. And it was like, okay, cool. And there was something else I was going to say about what you had said. I really liked what you said. Oh, y'all, I work like 20 to 30 hours at a yoga studio front desk. I'm doing that after this. Like, there's this recovery truism, you know, my partner and I are both in 12-step recovery, and I don't know what's best for me. Is like, I think that I have to be working full-time as an actor in order to be happy. And it's like, actually, I'm really happy, like being part of a community and contributing to the community and like doing something other than acting that's getting me out in the world with people. Like, and in terms of creativity, like there's the creativity of like actually making stuff. And then there's the creativity of the people who, and we all do both, I think, but like, I mean, y'all are doing this right now, of like holding space for someone else. And so to me, it's like tarot it's sort of like, it's the container versus like what's in the container, you know?
And it's the container. That's so good.
Yeah, like y'all are the container right now, you know?
Right.
Well, you're also having the conversation too. I mean, it is a back and forth, but like, you know, I'm not really asking you many questions. You're more like asking me, you know, there's like a holding.
Sure. No, that makes sense.
Yeah. And that's really good. I really like that. So I'm just like, dang, the container
This is what
biz.
happens.
They're good. They're
Monday.
good. They're good.
I mean, it's meaning making,
Mondays
right?
at noon.
That's like so much of the projects that people get involved with when you get down to it are meaning making, and there's a million different ways to do it. But the way that most people end up doing it is through storytelling of one kind or another, right? What, TV, comics, movies, music, a lot of that just ends up being storytelling because we experience the world in a series of narratives, and so we can frame our problems in that series of narratives and figure out how we move through it. Like this just feels like another way to do that.
I also feel like our brains are some of the best like editors naturally in a lot of ways for our own personal story of like when you forget things, like sometimes you forgot something very important, but often it's like you don't really remember your commute to work often.
Right.
And like things like that, like your brain
Thank God. Thank
yeah, like in such
God.
detail. And it's just like
I don't want to remember that.
right. It's like unless there was something interesting, like
Right.
I'm just like there was this insane thing, like
Right.
and but also even just like when you're recalling things like about your like my desk at work, my I recall like certain things on my desk, and then if I was like, oh, I'm gonna recreate the room, I know where like the fax machine is, I know where the this and that is, but I don't know every detail if it's not important to me, kind of thing. And
Right,
that's
sure.
almost like
Why
the
wouldn't you?
camera focus on certain
Right.
things.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
when
yeah.
it
Your
comes
brain
to
definitely just blocks out. That's like
well,
even when you're just in a room listening, like it hones in on what you're trying to listen to, even all the
and
other
why
things.
everyone's perspectives in life, even if they're at the same thing, are different. And I do think that goes into like we are so starved for images, and like we need these things because well, not everyone is able to think in images, for starters. I personally am,
Yeah, I
but
read about that and I
I know
was
it's wild.
shocked. And
But
some people like don't hear a voice in their head too. I was like, wait, like I
yeah,
had no idea that was a thing that.
yeah,
What?
I'm sorry to talk over you. Some
Oh,
people don't have a mind's eye. I know someone.
yes. Yeah.
and
And I was like,
it's
wait, what?
fascinating.
Like, it's fascinating.
And it's fascinating. And then, so when you see images, you might even be like, that looks exactly like. How many times have you been like, oh, you look like this celebrity? And then the person's like, I don't look anything like that. And you realize it's like, oh, like you have a much, like, you think they're like hotter than they are or something, or even like little things. You're just kind of like learning. It's like, and so it is like just your own, there's all kinds of things that like, you realize that your actions and things and how you're interpreting your own tarot and such is like, oh, this is what I'm thinking, this is what's going on.
Yeah, and I think that this like it's thinking in the language of images too. It's like what we're talking about, because what you said, Randy, of like we're used to TV and it's moving so fast and everything. There's also something where it's like it's not you at the center.
Right. Yeah.
And it's so funny because they say that we're so narcissistic now with social media and all this, but it's like
We've always
not really honoring
yeah.
the importance and the gravity of your life and the struggles that you're going through. It's more like how I look to other people, which is very different, I think, than like really lovingly placing yourself at the center of your life.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Absolutely. And it's also just so fake. I mean, like it can't be the real you because everything is just fake. And anyone who did put the real them out there just immediately gets like hate and horrible and like the minute you post like, oh, I'm sad today, like either like no one talks to you anymore but I mean like that's the truth of it, right? Like, and the people just don't know what to say. So yeah, it's just
I was thinking about that because like on Friday I went to a Kesha concert. Last night I did a LARP, and today I'm doing this, and I was like, this would be the only time if I posted on social media of like every single day of like I'm doing this, it'd be one of the only times that I actually did things as interesting as like social media makes people look like they're living like insane crazy life, but I'm exhausted. And also on top of that, like I didn't post that much. I posted like a picture from Kesha. I posted a picture from yesterday, and then I was like doing the. I'm sorry, guys. I did the most basic shares of like, come to HOLOCON, like because I was busy, and people who are actually like living up to things doing that, they're not. They don't.
It's also
time to
just
be posting all the
exhausting.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
well, I
yeah.
think what we're getting at is being intentional, right? Like making
Yeah.
intentional decisions. And like if it really means something to me to like share myself on social media a bunch, then I should do that. But like only if I'm actually feeling good about it and I'm actually like I feel like I'm like giving something important and giving something important like but you don't have to do that. Like I've made my life a lot smaller in that way just because like it feels bad sometimes and I celebrate the milestones like, oh, here's a cute picture of my dog. Hey, like 9 months sober today. Like, you know, that kind of stuff.
Are you not sober?
Yeah, I depending on how you count the day, it's either today or tomorrow. I gotta like nail that down for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's late.
It was a birthday party. It was like after midnight. It was like, yeah, not 100% sure how that counts, but
Love the rigorous honesty.
thank you. Yeah, it's important. Gotta, you know, the Trek fans are known for being pedants, and
Really?
I am often. Yeah, I know. This is a shock to everyone, I'm sure.
Never would have imagined or said that. So awesome. Let's wrap up there and give Jen time to do what they need to do. But I want to make sure that we thank you so much for being
Yes.
here and doing the thing.
Thank you so much.
This was super fun and interesting and
my God.
cool and
And you
chill
were
and
so
amazing.
open with us, which is
I
always
know. Thank you.
appreciated.
Thank
Yes,
And
yes.
beautiful of you.
It's wonderful to see. It's really not that we don't ever see that, but it is always wonderful to see. And we can't talk about that. So I was like, where will we see you next? We can't talk about it. So wherever it is, we'll see
Monday
you.
on Instagram. There, go plug
Monday
your
on
Instagram. Do it.
Hey, man, oh man.
Yeah, let's put the
Yeah.
Instagram handle in the chat.
Oh, that was fantastic.
I know. Yeah. 1 sec, I'll do it. Someone else say a word.
Oh, there we go.
Okay. No, word from our sponsors. No, we don't have any.
Yeah, hashtag not sponsored. Oh, okay. So here's the here is the one.
Oh,
What
You
is
need
that?
some help
You?
there, Randy?
I'm looking at their Instagram to figure out which one to post.
okay.
We're professional, deeply
so-
professional.
Yeah.
Oh.
But I don't know
Deeply.
if you
Oh, there
heard
it is.
when you came on earlier, Jim, but I had an in-character tarot reading done on me, like at the LARP last night. So it's
Oh,
like someone
cool.
was a fortune teller, but of course, like the media is always like tarot predicts the future and da 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 da. But it was the first time where that was kind of accurate because this is the person playing where it was like tarot predicts the future because the game master is feeding information to the
call
fortune
me?
teller, and it was really funny because there was a silly moment of me being like, "Oh my god!" and then I was like, Anna, first of all, you're not your character Nancy. So this isn't relevant to your future, and two, yeah, this person was told things.
You were absorbed. It's great. You were committed.
You get in it. That's what it is. That's what it's about. It's so much fun.
So at Tarot with Jin.
It might actually be alive. Like
It's Tarot with Jen. Unfortunately, there's an underscore after it.
Right. I put it. I did.
We're at that point in social media where like email addresses, you gotta often
I
if you
know,
want the
there's
thing, you just gotta
nothing-
put a
there's
symbol of
nothing
some
like
kind in
that
there.
too. Do you have any like live events coming up besides your regular Monday thing? And you said you're going to let us know about when you start the classes and stuff too, right? No,
I'll let you know about the
Wow.
class. It's probably going to happen at some point this year, and then
Okay, cool.
I would like to do something about tapping into your inner wisdom through tarot. I would like to do a more extended course. I think in January,
Cool.
maybe
Okay.
Fun.
for maybe 12 week. I don't know. Maybe we'll get really crazy. But yeah, so anyway, something like that. And then if you're in LA, you can see me a lot at Hot 8 Yoga.
There we go.
Randy, we're taking a trip. We're taking a trip.
All right. I love you, but I hate yoga so much.
My little dorky uniform.
Oh, look.
That's so good.
I love it.
But yeah, no, there's some other stuff going on that I obviously can't talk about. Oh, you know what I can
Right.
talk about is I'm doing a reading series of Richard III with Al Pacino, and it's been continuing. So
Ooh.
yeah,
How
We've done-
fun.
I don't know, 8 or something. But yeah, I think there will be more too. And we're bringing it into like high schools and stuff, which has been cool.
Oh, that's
cool.
incredible.
Awesome.
So yeah,
Great.
people who never been exposed to Shakespeare. Some of them have never seen a Shakespeare play. These kids, you
Of
know?
course, yeah, that happens a lot. I'm sure. Yeah,
I'm such a
that's
Shakespeare
awesome.
nerd.
That's awesome.
Incredible.
Not yeah, this
Oh,
one.
yeah.
No, part two. Yeah, yeah.
I really
Um,
love Shakespeare.
Jen, this was so rad. Thank you.
Yeah, this
This
was
is
so rad.
wonderful.
Yeah. You're
And I'm
so
glad to
welcome.
hear that there are things coming that you can't talk about. That's good news too.
Yes.
At least we know.
I
No,
mean,
it's good.
sort of. You can go to my IMDb at the bottom and you'll see it.
That's
But,
true. Of course, of course.
Oh, there we go.
Nice.
Thank you so much. This was amazing. I don't want to leave because y'all are so sweet.
We do this all the time. So come
I'm gonna
back
be-
anytime.
Yeah,
I'm going to be talking about queer vocab in Klingon, so you can stick around as much as as long as you
We're
want.
the spectrum. We're all over the
Yep.
place. Yeah. It's true.
Thank you so much. This was
Thank you. Thank
Yeah,
Thank you,
you.
friends.
Mwah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Until next time.
Bye.
Absolutely. Bye. We'll remove them out so they can drop grief.
Oh,
Oh,
how
what a
exciting.
blessing.
How
I
fun.
know.
How fun,
It's
fun,
it's so
fun.
good. And again, I will reiterate. So it's at Tarot with Jen _. And I
Yeah.
know people that were in the chat are already following. But again, every Monday they do a live Instagram live and they do readings, right? And so you can either ahead of time like submit a question, or you can actually just in the comments like ask a question. And so they'll go through and they do kind of like what they did with you, Callie. They'll just like pull.
Yeah.
It's like pull 3 cards kind of thing. And I will say, kind of like the chat here, where there's a lot of love and people encourage each other. That's how it is in the chat during the live.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's really nice. And there's people that like you may recognize or know. Like there's a couple people from like LA Away team that are in there constantly. So it's a great little community to kind of connect into without having to be kind of like how sometimes in the chat it's an easy way to connect within the Star Trek community or whatever community without having to really be so front and center, right? Like you can just chat away. So it's really, really nice. And then again, I want to encourage people, if you're even curious about, if you've never had a reading, to do a private reading, right? And they're very good. Like, I think they have a flat fee, but it can be negotiable, I think, and whatever else, or you can tip more if you want to pay more. And then they'll do like a longer reading, right? And they'll ask more questions of you. In fact, I think there's a questionnaire before you schedule or while you're scheduling. And then you will get a recorded video of your session with Jen, which was great and amazing. And so I just wanted to encourage people to do that as well.
Love and encouragement is good.
Yeah.
That is correct.
Thanks,
Yeah.
Mom.
Yeah.
That's my mom.
Oh, yeah, that's Mom.
Hi, Mom.
I love your mom so much.
I love it.
Yeah, I do have the greatest parents in the world. It is an undeniable fact.
So, do we want to get gay and Klingon?
Let's
We ready
do
to-
it.
ready to get started with that?
A little
Oh wait,
segue.
before we move on
Oh,
immediately,
yeah, we
Yeah.
should.
let's
was
not
gonna plug
forget
our
to
things.
mention that
Yeah.
go do the thing and donate the thing to these wonderful people if you have not already. And I pulled up the screenshot yesterday, but when you donate, there's a little box that says, "Who's this for?" If you want to put Lambda Quadrant, that would be great, just so they know that we're sending love their way. Or not, if you want to make it anonymous, that's totally cool too. And then our merch is up on Etsy for today only. The rest of it, I'll leave it up for the rest of the day, obviously, even after the convention, just to give people a chance to do it. But then I'm going to shut it down.
The joke being, maybe people don't understand, making this merch is a whole lot of work that Randy does very graciously and is rightly wants to set proper boundaries around his time and the amount of work that he spends. And we support him in doing that because boundaries are good.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Also
I love
glad.
doing it for the conventions, but it's a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. And one of the reasons why we decided to do it, just so people are aware, why we decided to do it this time for our live stream is because it has been brought up to our attention several times that there are people that are unable for whatever reason to go to a convention, right?
Yep.
Right.
And so most of the time our merch is only sold at a convention.
Right.
And so we want to try to include more people as best as we can and give them opportunities for other things as well. And so
Right.
like that's why we started doing it this time. And I'm sure and I hope like as we continue to do more structured holocons, right? Like an actual weekend thing that we do, that we would do it again, right?
Yeah,
For-
I would
for
think
that
so.
reason.
Yeah.
That's our
I
thing.
checked, and it doesn't look like it's been overwhelming, so that'll be great
Okay,
just to like
Yeah.
add that in for these things. I mean, and some of
Yeah.
it too, like we don't put everything in there, so maybe I can like rotate them out.
Yeah.
But I mean, some of our ones are exclusive to one physical convention only. So even if you can go to other conventions, if you don't make it to that one, it's just because we just made it for that. So
Yeah.
Cool.
Cool.
Now we
All
get
right.
gay and Klingon.
Now we do it.
Now we get gay and Klingon.
One thing,
I've got house
Oh,
music
oh.
playing in my
it's,
head.
it's
Oh,
relevant to
yes.
Klingons, just because I did mention that my parents are the greatest parents in the world.
They are.
They're not
Important,
Klingon.
important context is my dad's last colonoscopy. I was driving him like to and from, and when I was picking him up, he was very, very high after the procedure, and I find him explaining to the staff that because Klingons have multiple organs, they have 2 penises, and he's just so
I
high
love your
and
dad
explaining
so
that.
much.
He's
God,
just like, all right, Dad, it's time to go.
incredible, incredible.
Anyway,
Uh,
Wow.
It's called the Brock Lull, Birak Lull
Yep.
That's
in
what they call the
Klingon. No, the phenomenon
Weird.
whereby they have lots of backup organs.
That they have backups.
Oh,
We learned that in
backup.
TNG ethics. I know
Oh, we
because
do
that's
indeed.
where Dr. Crusher like
was like, no, I'm
he
not
like
killing
shows
you.
up the other doctor. What's her
Yep.
face?
Right.
All right, so I say get gay in Klingon. What I'm actually going to be talking about is how we
Sorry.
is
Not quite
how we
that.
talk about queerness
Close.
in Klingon.
Right.
And I need to name right at the top that what I am going to present here is a kind of a condensed version of a talk that a lot of people helped participate in doing for the Klingon language meeting 3 years ago. What is time? Who knows? So Vikuvmoch, that means I honor them. Kesh Archa Maitlatli Maitik Reitle Anru and Nachkun, all wonderful, wonderful Klingonists who helped compile and put together all of the information that I'm going to be putting together. And if you go to the Klingon Language Institute YouTube channel, you can see the original version of the presentation. Maitik is kind of the moderator for that one. But yeah, so we're going to talk through some of the
Wait, these are people's names.
Yes, those are the Klingon
Okay.
names. Yeah.
Look, I'm gonna be that person.
No,
on
no,
the
this is great.
channel.
I
no,
kind
this
of
is
picked
great.
that up a little bit, but then I was like,
Yeah.
no.
Because I always
Um,
room with Callie at conventions. I'm just like, yeah, that's
You just accept that it's a
I
reality.
don't know,
Yeah.
like Callie's friends that I don't personally know are always I have only Klingon names or roller derby nicknames.
Correct.
Like
Correct.
No one has a real name.
So
No, I was just confused because the way that we spell things or the way that we spell names is the first initial is always capitalized, right?
Oh,
and in
right.
that
Oh,
there was
that's
not,
why you
and
were
so
confused.
that's why I was like,
Capitalization.
Iconic.
Capitalization is not a grammar feature of Klingon, aside from that, like, for example, an uppercase Q and a lowercase q are 2 different letters. So you
Okay.
can actually form
See,
different words if you mix those up.
Okay.
So the point is, obviously, we want to learn how to say things like transgender in Klingon or say gay in Klingon. The idea being that if it is a language that is functional such that you can speak entirely in it, we should be able to talk about those pieces of ourselves and our identities without having to switch back into English, because that like kind of ruins some of the fun, right? So the first thing we got to talk about for a hot second is Klingon language and Klingon culture are very related with one another. So, for example, Klingons don't see colors very well. So the color words in Klingon are pretty limited. But
So
we have
like,
to think
I only
about...
see color.
Oh, literally.
we have to think about what Klingon gender politics might look like when we're trying to think about how they might talk about things like gender or sexuality, because we don't, until recently, we have not had canon words for a lot of these things. We have canon words for some of them now, but still not others. So, for example, the meme that everyone knows, the Curzon, my beloved old friend meme, where ostensibly, at least in terms of gender, we're a little bit progressive in one area or another. But then Gowron explicitly says women may not serve on the council, and then offers Kalar a seat on the council. And then, of course, we have 2 chancellors of the Klingon Empire who are women. So, we can call that internal inconsistency, or we can just call it Klingon politics being complicated. And I think it's probably a little bit of both.
Call it depending on who's in charge, it changes. They change the rules.
Correct.
that
Right.
too.
Correct. So going into it, we have to think about some real world concerns. We kind of classified them as in-game concerns, like strictly speaking, Klingon language, Klingon culture, the way that we conceptualize gender and sexuality. These things are cultural, right? And maybe in the 24th century, we might talk about humans as more of a monoculture than we are now, but obviously we're not, right? Human concepts of gender and sexuality are incredibly varied all on their own. And so in this universe, could we make a word that recognizably means the same thing as queer or transgender? Because what do those concepts look like on the Klingon homeworld? We don't actually know the answer to that question. The out-of-game experience, when these questions are asked of Mark Okrand, who is the extremely cool, extremely smart guy who invented the language, he's like, it's weird to try to put a word for a concept in someone else's mouth. And if I define it a certain way that doesn't resonate with them, like that could be doing more harm than good, right? And so that's kind of his hesitation in just saying like, here are these words for transgender, for gay, etc., which like makes sense, right? Because obviously, like we want to have fun, we want to be able to say as much in Klingon as possible, but we don't want to map our own biases, right? And so it can get kind of sticky. That being said, we have a couple examples in Klingon where the community has kind of adopted a colloquialism, because Klingon was invented by Mark Okrand, and he is kind of the keeper of the canon, right? Like whatever he says is what Klingon is. But sometimes if we don't have the word for a thing, the community will just make a thing up. For example, lots of Jewish folks in the Klingon-speaking community, and one of those folks, I am forgetting who it is, came up with the verb yid, which means to be Jewish.
It's very clearly based off Yiddish.
Well, right,
and also there was a popular anti-Semitic term that people would say about people who go like, "Oh, he Sid the Yid."
Interesting. But I wasn't aware of that context.
I don't know anyone who's Jewish who wouldn't be aware of that, so I'm pretty sure it was a joke more than someone just being like that.
If it's the person I'm thinking of, he might have picked it specifically because of that.
I like that.
And so, but that's a colloquialism, right? Like you won't find that word in the Klingon dictionary with that definition. It's just a word that some members of the community felt good about using to describe their experience. And if you go to a Klingon language meeting and you say that word, most people there will know and understand what you're saying, even though it's not officially part of the Klingon canon. And then we have ngor, which is a verb that means to be autistic. And so there we have a Klingon, a canon word for a thing that describes a very, very wide variety, a wide spectrum of human experience, right? Just like being queer doesn't necessarily mean any one thing, being autistic doesn't necessarily mean any one thing, right? Like there's a wide variety of experience contained in that. And as we're talking with someone and they mention that they're autistic, we have to use a lot more context given the conversation to figure out like what that means for that person's personal experience. Mm-hmm. And so we kind of felt good, like if we come up with some colloquialisms that we can use, it seems supported that's a thing that we should be able to take and run with, right? Like if we as queer folks wanted to come up with words that we could use to describe ourselves, we feel on solid ground that we can claim these things for ourselves and try to like work them into the general consciousness of the Klingon language speaking community, so we don't have to switch back into English to talk about these things. So the Klingon language has a very interesting relationship to gender. Some things are intensely gendered. So shao is a verb for to marry, but it's specifically referencing the husband bearing the wife. And nai is a verb that means to marry, but it's what the wife does to the husband. And so even a word like to be married, there's two different versions of based on who is the perspective in the story that you're telling or the sentence that you're constructing, right? So extremely gendered there.
Right.
And as a way of kind of loosening that up a little bit, in the Klingon language mailing list, we got Maltz. This is a whole, it would take way too long to describe it. Maltz is our fictional Klingon friend who is actually teaching Mark Okrand about the Klingon language. He's our Klingon representative. He lives in Mark's basement and occasionally hands out Klingon language wisdom. And so Maltz describes, so chuk is a suffix that means each other. So if you put it on a noun or a verb, it implies that whatever verb is happening, there are people doing that thing to each other, right? Okay. And so Shauchuk is men marrying each other. Naichuk is women marrying each other. So right, more progressive, but non-binary people aren't quite in there. And so we started to get some gender neutral phrases as well. So cloch is, if I'm remembering my trivia right, cloch was a noun that meant marriage, and some younger, more progressive Klingons are just using the word cloch as a gender neutral verb that means to marry, and it just removes all inference of gender on either side. And we also, at that point, got a word kaitu, which is a gender-neutral word for parent, because previously we only had words for mother and father. Mm-hmm. And these are things like the in-game, obviously, is that like we're just learning more about the complexity of the language. In the out-game is like obviously there is need for a gender-neutral version of some of these words.
So I have a question.
Yeah, let's go.
So like you have like mother and father, but was there no word for like parents together as a whole that you could like singularize? You know what I mean?
That's a good question. And off the top of my head, I don't think so. So you would say like mother and father, or you would say like mothers plural and fathers plural.
Right. Okay. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. And this is an interesting artifact of Klingon that I love telling people. So third person singular, what we say as like he or she or they, in Klingon is there's only one, and it's entirely gender neutral, and it's rach. So everyone's pronoun in Klingon is rach, and that is not, that in itself is not a nod to trans people specifically. It is that is a thing that is a characteristic of lots and lots of different languages, that the third person pronouns are not tied to a gender of one kind or another. And this was the same from the time the Klingon language was created in the late 80s. This was an artifact of that.
Japanese is like that. There's no gender.
Yeah.
The third person. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if it's like predominant, but it's like a very normal thing in
Right.
lots of different languages.
Right.
So, I just have to say, Callie did make gach earrings
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
I did.
that just had the pronoun in Klingon written, and I did buy those for my friend Dax, who is one of my oldest friends who is non-binary, and it is their birthday today. So happy birthday, Dax! I
Aw,
love
happy
you so
birthday,
much.
Dax.
Postlage judge.
What I was gonna say too.
Obviously, that's
Worth it.
may you enjoy your birthday in Klingon.
Oh, wonderful.
So if we don't have words for these kinds of things, we have to construct weird sentences like this. Lodjich edge lodrach parmakaiwit. I am a man. My partner is a man. Or you could say Lodjich et mudam ach betjich. They considered me a man. However, I am a woman. It sounds very clunky in the English translation, but I believe that is a correctly translated sentence. Some folks might roast me on this, but I'm pretty sure that's good. Because to be clear, I am not like a super studied expert. I'm an enthusiastic amateur. Like
I don't know. I've
Captain
seen
Picard.
you yell at Klingon cosplayers, right? None of them speak
I was gonna say.
Yeah.
And so this is how I would describe my gender in Klingon before we had any of these phrases. Lo jich bet edge bet jich bet. I am not a man. I am not a woman. And that's, if you say that to someone and they're at all aware of what being non-binary is like, you would get the idea of what I'm trying to say. It's kind of clunky, but it works. It
Right.
puts
It
the
kind
meaning
of
forward.
reminds me of how Adira came out to
Right.
Stamets of a little bit of just being like, I'm not a she or a he.
Yep.
And then just being like, never have been. I would prefer to go by they.
So this is our first queer word. This has been a lot of preamble to not reveal any of the words up until now. So this is one that that predated the work that the group that I was a part of did. There's a fun story behind this. So Kharengan is a word that literally means denizen of the rainbow. Khare is a noun that just means rainbow, and ngan added to the end of that means denizen of or inhabitant of. So Romulus, for example, Romulush ngan, Romulan. Volkangan, Taratngan. So Arha, one of the folks who helped with put this information together, was at a gay bar in Chicago with another just excellent, fantastic Klingonist and all-around wonderful human. His name is Deshtut. Deshtut Jak is his YouTube channel. You should look it up. All his videos are in Klingon. It's great. But they were talking in Klingon, and Arha was trying to talk about gay bars are closing down. All of the spots that queer people used to hang out with are closing down, and like we don't have these places to go to be in community with one another anymore, and that's really sad. And I don't like, I don't like that that's a thing. But he found himself, he kept having to switch back into English because we didn't have a word to say. Like a bar is a touch, but what is a gay bar in Klingon? Like there just wasn't an easy way to describe that concept, and he kept having to stop himself. And this, I believe, was in 2017, 2018, something like that. And we had just gotten the word for rainbow. So the way this works, we have the Klingon dictionary, we have Klingon for the Galactic Traveler, the base vocabulary comes from there, and roughly twice a year, we get groups of new Klingon words to fill in gaps in language for vocabulary that we don't have. And we had recently gotten the word Khare for rainbow. And if memory serves, the story back and forth is that neither Deshtu or Arha can remember who said it first, but someone said Kharengan. And what one of the kind of unofficial guidelines we were given when we were trying to make this like actually work in this, the relatively small group of Klingon speakers, is that you shouldn't have to think too hard about what it means. If you say the word and someone can give a little bit of thought and immediately get it, that's one that you can count on catching on, and it's one that you can ping as being like genuinely useful, that people will just kind of run with and not ask too many questions about. And if you're saying inhabitant of the rainbow, denizen of the rainbow, it's pretty clear what that means, right? And then if we're playing the end game, we can think about Klingons coming to Earth and seeing all of these colorful people uniting under these very colorful flags. And you might rightly see that they would get to a place where they say, oh, look, these are the rainbow people.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just
That's fair.
their
That
little
is fair.
cloaked ships swung by during Pride, and they're like,
I'm
oh my
like,
God.
oh my god.
As one does.
Dirty rainbow people.
As one does. And so if you want to say that in Klingon, you just add jich to the end of it. Kharengan jich, I am queer. And it's kind of used as a general umbrella term for queerness. It doesn't really imply anything more specific than queer, because it's kind of like a human colloquialism that we're fitting into the Klingon language.
Right.
So we also talked about some terms that folks had used to describe being trans. And that one's a little bit harder, right? Because we're still working out the language for that in English. On a large scale, I think as a community, we generally have a recognizable vocabulary that we go to, but we're still trying to like educate people and make people comfortable with that. And in Klingon, it was much the same. Like every once in a while, people would ask, and there were some things that would get thrown out pretty regularly as possible ways that someone might want to describe themselves. So dopewit is one, and that means one who is the opposite, antithetical, contradictory. And so that's not really the way that word is meant to be used. So dope is literally opposite, antithetical, contradictory, and wit is a suffix that makes it one who does, thing which does. The idea being, if you add er to fight, it's one who fights, person who fights.
Yeah.
Wit serves the same function in Klingon, one who does that which does. And so someone suggested dope wit as a word that felt good to them in describing their trans identity. And that can make sense for a lot of trans folks, right? Especially if you're assigned male at birth, you come out as a trans woman. And so at least in reference to the way society looks at gender, you've like swapped sides, right? And that's a very clunky way to describe transness, but it is a way that is generally understood to describe transness. And a lot of trans people would actually describe their identities that way, right? And so there are some folks who would use that word to describe themselves. It's not a word that I would use to describe myself, but that's the great thing about having lots and lots of options.
Right.
Another one is nwit. And this one is even more sticky. So n is a verb that just means to be not or to be a non. And this is one who is that thing. It's a weird thing. I don't honestly know how I super feel about it, but it was something that was proposed, and I could see people getting there with it, because
how would you use that first one outside of this, like one who's a not? How would you use that?
Well, so remember the one who is the suffix, right? So n is a verb that just means like to be non. So
non what like
so a really good example of the use of this word might be my favorite use of a Klingon word, actually. There is a story that I read that ends with j'enchoch, and that means I become nothing.
Okay.
So like as in like I am not a woman,
Okay.
I am not a man, I am not,
I'm not a girl.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Yeah.
So it's like non-binary. Okay.
Yeah, and so
invented Klingon.
Yeah. And so this is a thing, one of those things where we have to think about a lot of the ways that we describe queer identity are ways that we are set apart from mainstream society, right? And so it's kind of a utilitarian thing where being non-binary really doesn't describe a lot about what I am. It just says a specific thing that I'm not. But in the world that we live in, that also matters, right? And so you get into really complicated questions of how you describe identity, and is it even helpful to describe your identity entirely in terms of the dominant culture that you live in? You get into these really, really big questions because, like, obviously the words that we use to describe ourselves matter a lot. And it's a fun, nerdy thought exercise to do it about a constructed language from Star Trek. But it really kind of helps you think about the way that you perceive your identity in like the real world as well.
It's almost like the tarot thing, right? It's just giving you this other like lens or view that you hadn't necessarily thought of, and now you have to think about that because it's in your face.
Yeah. And so this one is probably my personal favorite. So nguv is a verb that means to be dyed, stained, or tinted. So you would describe it as saying like, the apple is colored red. The apple is colored green. My shirt is colored black. So that's kind of like the usage for that verb. And it occurred to, there is a fella named Alan who is an extremely skilled Klingonist, has been around kind of from the beginning, did some work on the translations for Discovery. So like a guy who knows his stuff. And he said, well, it occurs to me that gender is a spectrum, and people often will use the color wheel as a metaphor for gender because, there are like discrete points along it, but you can kind of point your finger at any individual thing and not get the same thing because it's a spectrum and it's a very personal thing that's not binary. And so if we can stretch the meaning of color to apply it to gender, then nguv as a verb, which means to be gendered or to have a gender, you can start to describe your identity in really interesting ways if you take that on as a colloquial term. Specifically, there is so there are three different ways you can negate a verb in Klingon. So like if I would say jajak, I'm speaking. Jajak bet, I am not speaking. So you can add words like that. So you can add those suffixes to the word nguv, and you can subtly put yourself in opposition to the concept of being gendered. And as a non-binary person, this is where I start to feel seen in these words. So jinguv kha, I am the opposite of gendered. And there's almost not a good way to describe what kha does in English, aside from to say that it takes the word and makes it mean its opposite. So a lot of people say mushkha is how you say you love someone, because that means the opposite of hate. Jinguv kho, I don't gender, I won't gender, I won't be gendered. And that's the phrase that I feel the most seen in, I think. And then jinguv bet, I am ungendered, I am not gendered. And so kind of similar to the first one, but it's like a less definitive, a less strong statement about that concept. And you can play with conjugating that word in different ways to describe your gender in different ways. And it occurred to me at some point as we were doing this discussion and talking about all these really neat ways to describe, like I found myself falling into the trap of thinking like, well, we got to find the word, or like the set of like 2 or 3 words. Right. And like, that is a trap set for me by the culture I live in. That is not actually the goal, right? The goal is to have an extremely expansive vocabulary that you can use to describe yourself as with like as much or as little specificity as you feel like makes sense to you. Right. And if you take this concept to its logical conclusion, it almost makes Klingon more flexible for describing gender than English, at least in terms of how you can describe it in a way that is in any way brief, if you want to have brevity at all. Right. So that's kind of where I found myself. Another good application of this word that I believe Raitle is the one who brought this up, muvkatwit, as a word for transgender person. So if we take that colloquial application of the word nguv, of having a color to having a gender, so ka is a verb suffix which means like to resume, to do again. So that implies that at one point a thing was happening, a thing has stopped, and a thing has recommenced to happening. And wit is the suffix we discussed earlier. That means like one who is, person who is. Right. And so if we accept that colloquial application of color to gender, muvkatwit could mean a person who is transgender. Because, you had a vision of yourself in terms of gender in one way, and you stopped doing that and started doing it again in a different way. So that's to me, I think it's a beautiful way to describe being trans. It can have maybe a little bit of a medicalist association in that, like it implies like a transition of some kind. And we don't do that. We don't do that trans gatekeeping in this house. But that's I can see trans people
it describes it better, right? If it happened, then you describe it.
Yeah, that's exactly it, right? It describes some people's experience very, very well,
right.
And some people's experience not at all, and that's the beauty of the discussion.
Right.
So now I'm going to talk about the 2 words that we do have, and these are very recent additions to the Klingon vocabulary. If memory serves, it was 2022 Kep-A that we got these. So still like figuring out how they fit into my language about myself. So hukam, that's a really, really difficult word to say, but it's funny. Yeah.
Let's be fair. A lot of them are really hard to say.
That's fair. I mean, not when you're like a
the
badass
entire
like
language
me.
is very hard. The amount of times I've tried to say a Klingon word that Callie has been like, "This is the word," and we'll say it, and then I think I'm saying the exact same thing, and then it's like, no, that, and it's like there was like a whole SNL.
I didn't say dick bone. I said something.
There was some SNL sketch where like Fred Armisen, where his name is like Noonie or something, and then every time somebody would be like, "Oh, it's Noonie," it's like no, Noonie, and they're like Noonie, it's like no, And I was like, that's how I feel.
That's how you
with
feel. Yes,
Klingon.
yes.
I just
Yeah.
have no head for Klingon. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Not a lot of people do. This is like a kind of a side bit of trivia. I think there's a popular conception of the size of the Klingon language speaking community that is incorrect. It is an extraordinarily small group of people.
It's
really?
always in
Oh.
sitcoms. It's always like, oh, I love Star
Yeah.
Trek, and then they just speak Klingon, and I'm like,
No.
The Kepa, the big Klingon language meeting, I think this last year was the biggest one, and I think there were 57 people, if I'm remembering right.
Oh, that is very small.
It's some of the most fun that I've ever had in my life, though. Like, it's so
Right,
if you have even a moderate interest in the language, if you don't know Klingon, it's actually still a lot of fun to go. If you don't know Klingon, highly recommended. It's usually in Indianapolis, which is like central, but not to everyone. But yeah,
It's the headquarters of Klingon.
yeah, the headquarters of Klingon. And so this is a noun, and it is the word for gender, speaking strictly in terms of how you identify yourself, right? So if I wanted to describe my own experience, I might say v'rajbet. I don't have a gender. Or you could say lod man gender, or bet woman gender, because this is another thing that it's a thing in a lot of languages. It tends to sound kind of funny when we do it in English, where you just string nouns together to describe more complicated concepts. That is a totally acceptable thing to do in Klingon. So you can just say lod so man gender, which sounds kind of clunky in English, but it's like it works that way in Klingon. Then we also have rakpe, which is biological sex. And that's an interesting conversation in English, because a lot of people will kind of repeat like, oh yeah, biological sex is binary, of course, but gender is not, and it's actually not that either.
It's not. No. How do people always forget that? Like, that's been around forever, so it makes me so annoyed.
It's I think it's one of those things where way back in the day when we decided how we were going to teach it, it's like, how do we teach this in like 7th or 8th grade science? Of course, it's going to be simplified a little bit.
Right, sure.
But then folks have like very strong political motivations to hold on to that narrow understanding of how it works. Because, human biological sex is more just like there's a grouping of characteristics that are more common that kind of looks like a binary, but it's not actually a binary. And lots of people fall at different places along it, just like they do gender. And so rakpe is the way that we describe that. That's it.
Oh, that's okay.
We are
Dropped off the ledge right at the end. Okay, great.
So Engan mach tach judge.
So I'm curious how
You're doing a great
welcome
job,
for
Randy.
that.
I love
Thank
you so much.
Thank you. I'm a professional. What am I trying to say? Like how many of those things were kind of like, I mean, obviously a large extent, but I'm trying to think of like how much current society has influenced how many of those words are created, and like, is it based off of like people using them now? And did any of those kind of surface before it was a bigger deal, or has it only been since we've, opened up? We like to think opened up as a society more into like inviting those things.
It's a little bit of both. So a thing that we make a joke about it often. I was legitimately surprised in a very good way to find out in a relatively small community like the Klingon language speaking community, there is a massive overrepresentation of queer and trans folks in that community. Just like if you like map to like, generally speaking, about 10% of the population is some flavor of queer. In the Klingon speaking community, you would think that that's maybe 2 or 3 people. Right. And it wouldn't be weird if you were to find that. Sure. But I mean, just at Kepa, in terms of the people who were out about being trans, I remember there maybe being like 6, 7, 8 of us out of like 55 people, and a whole lot more who were some flavor of queer if they weren't trans. And so those conversations have definitely been happening in the community for a while. but a lot of times those things don't come up until there's a need, right? So like,
Sure.
so for example, like there are lots of there are a fair number of trans folks in the Klingon speaking community, but until recently, most of them, if not all, have been binary gendered folks. So folks who are very comfortable just being called a man or a woman.
Right.
And of course you just like flip your vocabulary. Like yesterday you were Lode, today you're Bet. And so you're Bet, you're a woman now. And that's how we refer to you. And so that's a thing that has been going on for a while. And I'll tell you one of the cutest stories I have ever heard. So there is a word in Klingon, a verb that means to meet for the first time. Only describes meeting someone for the first time. There's a different word for like when we like meet for dinner or whatever. And I'm gonna forget the actual phrasing, but there was someone who had come to Kepa for the first time after coming out as trans, and this is publicly out, so I'm not like telling anyone's business. And I hear from behind me my wonderful friend Alan that I was talking about, who came up with the idea of mapping color to gender to describe things in Klingon. He used that word to say, "I meet you again for the first time."
Oh,
Just
That's normal.
tears.
that's
Tears,
sweet. I
right?
love that.
Was so good. And that's
like, yeah.
and it's just like it's a choice of word. Like you don't have to like spin a phrase or anything like that. And it's it's one of the fun things about Klingon is you have little artifacts like that where it's like it's easier to say that more poetically in Klingon than it is in English.
Yeah, that's true.
But for it's been the couple of years that I have been involved in one way or another. It's a thing that comes up every once in a while, and we kind of talk through all of those different options, and some of the trans folks in the community would speak up about which ones make the most sense to them, which ones they feel the best about, and it was kind of left at that, and people were kind of using their own language for it, and it was a thing that people would maybe understand or not. And a lot of this was during COVID, when a lot of in-person stuff was not happening, and that's not to say that COVID's over, because it's not, but when conventions weren't happening, and yeah.
Now we're at yellow alert.
Yeah. And so and so a lot of people would just kind of run with that language and take it, which is like that's the grand queer tradition, right? Like we're there in a space, and maybe they didn't necessarily think of us, but we're here and we do belong here, so we're going to figure out a way to make it a space that's for us. And so a lot of these things are examples of queer folks in the Klingon language speaking community just saying like I'm just gonna go ahead and do it. I'm not gonna wait. If we're handed something cool, but in the meantime we're gonna run with it. And what was really nice was to get some validation from Mark Okrand after the fact that he was okay with us.
That's what I was going to ask.
Yeah.
Like how it sounds like it's a big community effort, but then he'll kind of jump in and either just like christen it and say, that's official now, or whatever it is.
Oh, he'll never be that deliberate about it. I think
We'll have to ask about it.
Yeah, right. Oh,
Go to the
that
basement
is
later.
that is an oft used refrain, because one of the events is him doing a Q&A where people ask clarifying questions about the definition of words and stuff, and he'll just say like well, we gotta ask Malt about that one. That's a Malt question.
I love it.
I was actually
yeah.
gonna ask, like, and this kind of leads from Randy's question. So, because you had said like every couple of years you get more words, right, to fill in.
Yeah,
the
usually about
vocabulary.
twice a year.
Okay, can you like submit like, hey, so kind of like this, but I mean this was a more organic, I think, that came about through the group, right? Whereas in like there's a specific word, like say you don't have a word for, I don't know, candle. And it's like, we need this word clearly because we use it a lot, right? Yeah, there it is. So can you like submit like, hey, can you make sure that like this gets added to the dictionary?
Yeah. So there's a
Dictionaries.
thing on the Klingon language website called Chabaltat, which means a list of things desired.
Oh, nice.
And you can submit a word, and you can say like, we need a word for this concept. It's not well described in Klingon currently. Here are all of the reasons why. And there can be a back and forth about some people who think like, well, we can already describe this word this way, so we don't need to add a word for it. And I think what's cool to see is that oftentimes in those discussions, when people are like really arguing their positions, I can't think of a time in a big way where it's felt like anyone was coming from a place of like homophobia or transphobia or anything like that. It was just like strictly like, we are language nerds and we're trying to solve a language problem, and we're just gonna plow
I don't
through
care
and
what you
figure out
are.
the,
I need to work.
yeah, right, yeah.
Perfect. Love that.
And that's a cool thing to experience. Yeah.
It's funny when your interest or whatever transcends any of like all of that shit. It's like, no, we don't care about that. This is what's actually important.
Yeah,
That's
I'm
really
hyper fixated on this.
No,
right.
It's a beautiful thing to see. If you go into any of the Facebook groups or the Discord server, people will sometimes just post the absolute most unhinged stuff to be translated, and people will directly engage with it. And it's usually like, you need to make an effort to do this yourself, and I can give you some help in the translations. Or like, if this is so hopelessly bad, it would take me like 5 hours. I'm sorry, I can't help you. But it's almost never a like there's a whole Bible translation project, right? And like, as an atheist, I'm probably not going to participate in that, but I think it's cool that it's happening, right?
Yeah.
And
well, I hope
people
we take out some of the bad stuff. Since we can reinterpret it whenever we want anyway, might as well take out the bad stuff.
And there are just people engaging in that, like, completely from the sense of like, this is literature, and we want to increase the corpus of literature that is available in Klingon, so people have stuff to read. You know, there's Shakespeare. I'm looking at The Art of War, Klingon Hamlet. There's Rime of the Ancient Mariner.
Wonderful.
Yeah,
That's
it's great
cool.
stuff. So yeah, we know a little bit about how to be gay in Klingon now.
That's
Yay!
Thank you so much. So
I'm
entertaining.
never going to be able to say any of those words.
Never.
If
Maybe
you
that's
believe in
not
yourself,
true.
I think you can.
mean, maybe it's
Not with
true.
that attitude.
Right. I mean, I can do the like hacking or whatever because I took German, but the rolling of the R's and I can't. No, my tongue does not physically.
There are 3 different versions of the hacking sound.
The hack. Yeah, that's
there's those are 3 distinctly different consonants.
That gave me such a visceral laugh when you just went.
That's you know, get a little bit of After Dark. That's how you can reciprocate if someone propositions you. You can just make that the sound
I'm just
repeatedly.
gonna start going around doing that to people. They won't know what it means. It'll be fabulous.
That's great. That's great. Highly recommended.
Like get the fuck away from me.
The episode with Kamala.
I'll end with some trivia that may or may not be queer related. So we all know that in English,
because you're providing it. So
yeah, well, that's fair. That's fair. So we know in English there is a number that we are programmed to respond to in a particular way when we see it. When we see this number, we say "nice."
I do it immediately.
Klingon has a number like that, and it is not the same number we use in English.
Well, it couldn't be because there's two.
You're like,
Wait, immediately we're like, but there's
Randy just became the math equation meme for a second. That was a beautiful thing to watch.
Yeah. Because
In Klingon, that word is 90, or the number is 90.
Oh,
Hutmach.
so it's not a visual representation.
yeah. I'm like, maybe the number is different. I'm guessing
I
the
guess.
So
numbers
a lot of
Weird.
Klingon words are kind of deep cut references, or maybe even not necessarily deep cut references. Like, for example, there is a word for recreational drugs in Klingon. That word is ented. Sound familiar?
Yes, deadhead.
Oh yes.
As
Oh,
as
yes.
as in Bill and Ted. Ented.
Yeah, I was thinking Grateful Dead, but yeah.
I was thinking ants as well, but yes. Got it.
So Mark Okrand will never acknowledge these. He will always answer very coyly, and it's a very fun game to watch him play IRL. But
Oker just sounds like a fun little guy.
yeah, he legitimately is. He's a blast to hang out with.
He kind of it kind of sounds like a lot of like impish Irish like spirits that are just like
Oh yeah, just troublemaker. Yeah. So apparently there is a very controversial movie that has a very controversial sex scene that lasts exactly 90 minutes, and that's the reference. But he'll never confirm that. That's just like an
Same as
annotation.
90 minutes? How long is it?
90 seconds. Sorry. 90
Oh,
seconds.
I was like,
apologize.
what kind
I
of
misspoke.
What's
Yeah.
the name of this movie?
You're going, "That's called porn." Like,
I was
Yeah.
like,
that is.
wow, that's how
it.
Who
long
has
is
a
it?
camera in my house and why are they here?
Wow.
So
Truman Show, I guess. Yeah, okay.
so yeah, so and the way that information came to us is that for there's a verb for or I'm sorry, it's a noun, I believe, for climaxing, ebrach, but that's a word almost is never used. People say chutmach chav, to achieve 90. So chutmach v'chav is the resolution that we are often looking for when achieving that, when engaging in that activity.
And then
So
I bet a guy was
this
like, "Oh, do you want
activity.
to like achieve?" If a Klingon guy was like, "Do you want to achieve 90 with me?" I guess a great smackdown would be like, "You could barely achieve 40." Like,
Well, 45 for each penis. I mean, there you go. Just
Right.
I love
Well, and you can
Our
also
After
say
Dark's pretty great.
chin mere.
Good.
That is when you fail to achieve the thing that you're going for. And literally translated, that means the square malforms.
Well,
You're like,
Which, you know,
20,
squares are made of 90-degree
oh,
angles.
no.
So
Oh, okay. See, there's math here,
and there's 4 of them, so that
Sunday.
fits.
on the best nights there are, yes. I love how it took Nikki a second on that one. Well,
Really did.
we should move on to the next thing, which will be much
Yes.
more wholesome than this, talking
I'm
about fanfic.
sure. I'm sure.
Our friends are
quickly
loving
first,
this discussion.
A word from our sponsor, who's not our sponsor, but we want to give them money. So it's
We're
the
kind
opposite of a
sponsoring
sponsor.
them.
It's a rison. I don't know. It's something else. I was trying to say it backwards very quickly. That was stupid. But yeah,
You're
go
doing a great
check out
job.
Glisten. Thanks. Go check out Glisten and give them love and money. And then once again, our merch is up only for today.
Yeah, today's the last day.
I love only today. And then a quick programming note. After so this is going to be our last. Nope, it's not at all. That was a joke. So this is going to be the next panel, and I'm probably going to have to go to the bathroom.
That's why, yeah.
That's it. No, so this one, the next one coming up is a fanfic discussion, and I don't know if we can guess who's going to be leading this one. It's me. It's going to be a hot mess. No, I'm kidding. Anna, take it away.
Me. Also, sponsor backwards, I guess, would be Rosnops.
That's what I was like. Respond for us? Yeah.
I was, while you were talking, I was like,
Thank you. I know. It's really hard to
I
do on
was
the
the
fly.
bad meme
In case
then.
you were ever wondering, it's impossible.
Wait, the whole point of this was the programming note. We're
The
going
programming
to
note-
end. I know where you were going to go with this.
But
We
it's
were
not
gonna-
after this.
No, it's not after this. We have
Right.
another after this one, but we're going to end around 5
Right.
Pacific, 8 Eastern. If I have my maths right, because it's Sunday, whatever. But we're going to stay here if you want to hang out with us in our lovely little after party. It's going to be the same. This link, we're not changing links or anything like that. But we're just going to take a small break so we can go to the bathroom and like shove food in their face because
And get a drink.
starving
Or
and get
whatever.
a drink, but also like pour yourself a drink and have fun, and then we'll come back and we'll hang out and whatever. So like
Right.
5-ish minutes, 10 minutes.
Yeah,
something like that. So, was that supposed to be your?
Yeah, but I thought it was after
programming note?
so that's why I was going to say it, but it's not. So that's why I didn't.
We gotta get
It's okay. We can say it again.
We're professionals.
We are.
In some circles.
But we don't have the
The ones
sponsor
that can't
yet, so
read or
maybe
hear
not.
or see or think.
Randy,
Okay.
go take care of whatever you take care of.
Okay,
And
cool, I'll do
we'll
that.
start the lovely fanfic panel,
All right.
which will be hosted by Anna, because Anna is our resident fanfic guru. I just like to say that I read
write a
fanfic.
bunch.
That's it. Like and I'm very specific in my fanfic.
Well, listen. Listen, for starters, Nikki, we might have read some of the same fanfic because,
I'm
as you
sure
know,
we
I
did.
did get into X-Files finally during the pandemic.
That's right.
And
I
I
love
did
it.
go to the X-Files Museum, which is in Saratoga, New York. If anyone is interested, it's a good time. It's basically a warehouse just full with so many things. And you're like, why is all of this here? I'm happy it is, though. Anyway.
So we might safely assume that folks watching know exactly what fan fiction is.
Right,
But
maybe not.
maybe we take a second to explain, because I think people might think of fanfic as just like AO3, you write stories, and that's obviously part of it, but that's not all that fanfic is. So might make sense to start with like the expansive, more complete definition of what fanfic
What
looks
is
like.
it? How it started?
So, fan fiction is the highest art form that has ever been achieved.
Nice.
Getting into it right away. Let's go.
Like, I'm sorry, the Sistine Chapel, peanuts. No, but it's fan fiction is basically like, okay, I'm really into this universe, this world, these characters, whatever, of pre-existing intellectual property. Whether it's a TV show, whether it's a video game, whether it's a movie, whatever. And I'm going to write within that world. Maybe I'm have original characters. Maybe I'm using pre-existing characters. Maybe I'm not using the world, but I'm using the characters in a different world. Whatever. And it's a form of transformative fandom. I often think of the two sides of fandom, that there's analytical fandom, which is where you're like memorizing everything about, like learning Klingon in a lot of ways is analytical fandom until you start adding the new words and stuff, then it's transformative. And but also like learning every ship number and codes, analytical fandom, which is a completely valid thing. I mean, I know episode titles and episode numbers and all the many things, all parts of analytical fandom. And then transformative fandom is adding your own take on things, whether it's fan fiction, whether it's fan art, whether it's cosplay. There's just so many aspects. And as someone who views myself as a creative person, let me tell you, I'm always here for the transformative side of fandom. I love my analytical moments, but transformative is very much my thing.
It's interesting. I don't think you often hear cosplay brought up when talking about fanfic, but this is a thing that I've definitely seen more of at conventions lately, which I think is so rad. People cosplaying their own characters that they have made.
Yes.
I have a friend who made like a very specific, if I'm remembering correctly, like an Andorian captain that they were
I see it
playing.
more
like
in Star Trek than a lot of other fandom communities, because a lot of TV shows and movies and stuff are like, this is the cast, these are the characters. Whereas Star Trek is like, these are species of aliens, and because and also like it's very common to wear a uniform and not be necessarily a specific character, and people will be like, oh, this is like me, if I would be in the science division. But then sometimes people are like, I love Bajorans and I have a uniform, so I'm gonna be in a uniform and be a Bajoran, like, and they start adding little things, and they're like, oh, my Bajoran name is this, or my Klingon name is this, or whatever. And you find themselves creating OCs, original characters. And it is so fun. I love doing it. As far as fanfiction, it's argued when it began. So if fanfiction,
well, just in regards to Trek, I mean, there's
modern day like the modern version of fan fiction, 1960s Star Trek very much was the birth of it, and with zines, which were fan magazines.
And they were like mailed. This is before email, people. Like they were mailed
lists with people who knew. It was a lot of like housewives who basically were like, this is our book club, we talk about Star Trek. And I'm like,
and how in love Kirk and Spock are with each other.
Not as much as people do talk about how that was an aspect. It wasn't in most of the zines.
Get out, Anna. I don't want to hear it.
Sorry, because
I'm kidding.
Because quite frankly, like, it was the 60s. People didn't feel safe talking about that, but it did show up sometimes, and that alone is radical and fascinating.
Yep.
There were also just people who like wrote whole fanfics where it was like, they're real close friends. You know, they're real close friends, and Historians will say they were roommates, and and things like that. And shout out to Sandra in the comments here, just said I still have some zines. Like I've gone through some. I absolutely like old ones. We had some in our college library, and we like it's like you put gloves on and you go through and you're like, ooh.
Oh yeah, of course.
It's very fun. But there was fan art. There was fan fiction, which was a lot like spec scripts in a way. And a lot of people know that fan fiction often has now slash fiction, which is where people pair characters together, and it comes from slash because it'll be like Kirk slash Spock. But and it's not only queer. The best stuff is though. Because also like Mulder slash Scully, like that's the pairing. And all these different things, whether it's Q slash Picard, Q slash Crusher. That's not what I meant, but that does exist. I meant
I'm sure it does. They all exist. Like
Picard
I think
Crusher,
that's one of the coolest things.
Picard slash Q slash Crusher.
That does exist.
Yeah, you do know that, Nikki.
I do know
all the things when or my personal favorite for Star Trek fan fiction is Garrick slash Bashir, because to me I'm like, it's there, they just didn't give it to us. So it's like, I'll take it then. And well, I love that about fan fiction.
And that brings in the part of fan fiction that I think is if we're talking about even I think mainstream fandom, let alone like mainstream culture, is that fanfic is kind of seen as like a fun, silly, what's the word I'm looking at? Frivolous exercise, right? And like sometimes it is, right? Sometimes you're just like having some fun with this character in this universe and you're just being silly. And to be clear, there's nothing wrong with that. That certainly exists, but there's also a really important cultural exercise in there. Because a lot of fan fiction is made because as a trans person, I don't see a lot of myself in Star Trek. So maybe I'll write a fanfic to fill that hole in the way that I get to experience that fandom for myself, right? And this is a concept that I learned actually from Afrofuturism, which the word is restorying, right? So you take a story as it is and you restory it to make it better, to make it more in line with your ideal world. A classic version of this is like Lovecraft Country, right? Lovecraft was famously a horrific racist, but Lovecraft Country has a lot of Black people as protagonists, and that's a kind of restorying, right? And fan fiction often does a lot of that in these franchises where we don't have a lot of gay characters, if any. We don't have a lot of trans characters, if any. And fanfic is a way that you can still engage in that fandom because this universe has something to say to you, but you don't quite see yourself in it. So can you talk a little bit about that exercise of it?
Yeah, absolutely. So, well, one thing I will say is there's one fandom that I have been into, which is Detroit Become Human. And it's always very interesting because specifically with Detroit Become Human, because the guy who created it, who owns the gaming company Quantic Dream, is kind of known as a trash person. There was a whole lawsuit, and he was kind of, because of like how toxic the work environment of his company is, and he was kind of like, I can't be racist or homophobic. I've hired we once hired Elliot Page for a game, and
let me introduce you to all my gay friends.
And also we hired Jesse Williams for a thing, and that's a person of color, and that's a queer person. So I did, and everyone's like, okay, but like they didn't really work directly with you in that way, and also they were already celebrities, and like whereas the people under you, it's so bad. Also, I don't know if it was him or someone else was at the company during the lawsuit, he like turned to the lawyer and said, am I allowed to lie during it? And I was like, that's hilarious. Anyway, so that's just some gaming stuff. The video game Detroit Become Human is like androids in Detroit, and it's like the future, and there's a lot of like oppression stuff of like, oh, these androids are oppressed because they're being used as like the serving class, but also it's not good because like there's a lot of humans who don't get jobs, and and it's written by this like cis het white man from France who like seems to have heard about the civil rights movement in America and uses a lot of imagery, and it's like there's a lot of good, interesting stuff in there. The fan fiction, oh my god, so good. And regularly you'll see in the comments from the creator, it'll say like, screw David Cage, Detroit Become Human belongs to me now. I fought him in a Blockbuster parking lot and now I own it, like joking like things. And people, and then characters will become people of color. Everyone's queer. And all these like interesting, and people will just really expand on the world of like, oh, this is another way androids were being used, and this is another thing, like aspect of this, and filling some plot holes that were glaring in the stories. And it really is so many interesting ways for people to be like, this game had a really like high production value and I love a lot of the actors and there were some good moments. It fell flat in this thing and I'm gonna take this and I'm gonna this. And a lot of people straight up in the comments will be like, never have played the game. I watched a let's play because I was interested, but I don't want to give David Cage money, but boy do I love this. And it's like a whole thing. Whereas there's also there's like corrective fanfic, and then there's also fanfic that's just like, I love this universe and I love these characters so much and I just want to have more stories about them. I'm a huge Hannibal fan. And that show got 3 seasons and that was canceled because the universe doesn't love me. And and let me tell you, the Hannibal fanfic I've written, that I've read, and it goes into like the frivolousness of like, oh, it's like a fun writing exercise. Sometimes it is. Some people write hilarious cracky fic where like people literally put in the tag as crack, and it'll mean like, this is just a silly thing. It's just or it'll say satire, parody, but crack is very specifically like, the joke was like, it originally came from like the slang like the author had to be on crack to think that this made sense. But it's kind of just like insane, and people are just like, yep, it's crack. And it's very funny. And those are some of the best ones. Sometimes it's like, Hannibal Lecter installed a pole in his therapist office and now is pole dancing. Like, that wouldn't
for Gillian Anderson, just saying.
Or Gillian Anderson, she's in the show too. Like,
yep.
Things like that.
So do you remember the first fic that you ever encountered?
I remember it, and I did not finish it because I was going into a foray of like, okay, I'm gonna try fan fiction, and I just kind of clicked the first one, and I didn't know how to read tags yet, and it was a student-teacher dynamic, and it hadn't gotten anywhere. It was like a high school student, and the other character is a teacher, and then I saw that the teacher was like, oh, the student was like, oh, I can be like tutored by the teacher afterwards, and I was like, oh no. And I know that that's something that some people are into hypothetically, and they're not necessarily thinking that's a good thing. Really, my father was my own teacher. I knew a lot of the teachers personally and stuff like that. So I just was like, yikes. So that was the first one I read.
How old were
then
you?
I found other ones. I think I was 13 or 14.
Yeah. I was going to say, that's
Yeah.
about when I don't remember my first one either that I read, but I was probably about this, maybe a little bit older, maybe like solid 14, whatever. It was freshman in high school, like that. And I remember how it came up, which was like, a friend of mine very close friend of mine was reading something that another, student had written. And I was like, oh, what's that? And she said, oh, I am reading this fan fiction. It's ER was the fandom that this other girl was writing for. And she's like, it's so-and-so's ER fan fiction. I was like, and she wanted me to read it and like proofread it and whatever. And I was like, what's
ER being a medical drama from the 90s.
Yes, ER, ER, like, yes, George Clooney.
Sorry for all the young people.
Sorry,
Anna.
yeah, so sorry about that.
I know.
Yes, I was in high school in the 90s. So, but I was just like, what is that? So she explained it to me. She's like, oh, I mean, it was just a basic concept of like, oh, this person's really into the show and they are using these characters and they're writing their own story. And I'm sitting there going, okay, well, first of all, that's kind of cool. Second of all, is there fan fiction for other stuff? So for me, it was, which a lot of Picard and Crusher fans, right? And one of the terms is ship, like relationship. It's been a very frustrating thing to watch this entire time, right? Because the powers that be, right, the writers and the executive producers and whatever, like originally Jean alluded to it, that she was the love interest of Picard, and then it moved away from that, and then it came back and moved away, and so very unsatisfying, I guess is the best way to put it. And so of course I'm like, I wonder if that's out there. And I remember just like back in the day, AOL, like not even Google, right? Just searching, engine searching for this thing and coming across. And at the time, I don't think there was like the archive, right?
Yeah.
So now there's whole websites that just like hold all the different stories where you can post. Back in the day, it was like everybody had individual websites, right?
Individual blogs.
Yeah, individual blog like website type places, and just
They were part of the
finding
web ring.
yes, and oh my gosh, yes,
And it was
the web
all
rings. Oh my gosh.
Comic Sans and neon colors.
Yeah,
All the way
people who are
down.
younger than us, just go Google that. Anyway, and I just remember finding it and being like, oh my goodness, and there was so much to consume. At least
A
it felt
whole
that way.
new world.
Yes, that's exactly what it was. To the point that like I, for myself, I have never posted my stories anywhere, and I've never felt comfortable writing Trek fanfic. I think because it just feels so, I don't know, like sacred almost in a weird way.
It took me a while to write my first one too, because I was like, Trek is sacred.
I'm never gonna do it justice. So I just feel like no. But I applaud the people that can, and I now know people that actually write on a consistent basis, and I'm like, amazing. Like I that's just not my skill set. But I wrote for myself like a fanfic for X-Files because that at the time I felt like I was like, okay, I can kind of do this.
Everyone was so pent up.
Yeah. Oh yeah, here we go. Sandra knows. Sandra knows these things.
Yep, Sandra knows. Sandra knows what's up.
You can still find this database. That one still exists. A lot of the other like original
Can I just say, especially some of the, as someone who was not watching Trek in the 90s, because I was baby. What is specifically fascinating to me as someone who's very into Garrick Bashir is finding out how many upset fans at the time of watching switched from being Garrick Tane shippers to Garrick Bashir because they didn't know he was his dad.
Right.
And they were like, "Oh no!" And
that perspective feels a lot different when you have that knowledge. Yep, got it.
You know, and it's like, so sometimes you'll read a fic, and sometimes like on Archive of Our Own, you won't have like looked at when it was written date kind of thing.
And you're like, why are they?
Well, it'll be like a thing of like, it'll be a Garrick Bashir fic, but it'll reference like he had a past relationship with Tane, and I'll be like, yeah, and they'll be like, oh wait, okay,
we didn't know yet.
And then I'll be like, when was this posted? Oh, okay, fair enough. You didn't know. You didn't know. It's not your fault.
Right.
And Nikki, you earlier brought up, like, you write stories, you write it just for yourself. You don't show them off to people.
Right.
And this is an interesting dynamic because a thing that I have figured out about myself that no one will be surprised by is that like a core part of my thing is doing some kind of performance in one way or another, right? Like whether that's being on a stream like this, playing music for a long time, podcasting, giving talks, all of that sort of stuff. And I have spent so much of my life living in the frame where if I'm engaging in a creative exercise, it is because I'm going to present it to someone else at some point or another, because the performance of the thing is maybe not the entire point of the thing, but it's at least like a 50-50 shot. Like I get something from the creative outlet, but I probably wouldn't be doing it if I was not going to then present it to other. And so that dynamic is really fascinating to me because it's a thing that like conceptually I get, right? But it's not a perspective I super understand, because it's like when I think about like, why would I do something like that? Because I'm honestly not sure that I would get something out of it, but you obviously do. So I would be interested in whatever, as much or as little detail as you're comfortable with. Like what do you get out of that?
And interestingly enough, people that I've talked to and fans that engage in reading a lot of fan fiction actually do write. So a lot of people do write their own, but they just don't ever post it, right? So
Yeah.
they may share it with their close friends or anything like that. There is one in particular that I have written, not completely written out because yay!
Mama Yvette said so.
Yeah, Mama Yvette. So I might have to post. Maybe like I probably would need. See, for me, in order to post, I feel like I would need somebody to help fill in a lot of the description, right? Because descriptive writing isn't necessarily a strong skill that I have, right? And so, in order to have the story be a decent story to read, right? Like you do kind of need some additional things. So one, I'll actually tell you. So I actually have these ideas for stories, like all day long ideas. So one story that I have sort of written out is this idea that, and again, it's Picard Crusher, of course, because that's I guess the most part of the fandom that I know very well, is that so the head canon, I guess, this doesn't mean that this is specifically head canon, or is canon, but my head canon is, so his tea set, so they would have tea or breakfast or whatever consistently in his quarters together. And so his tea set was, in my head, was destroyed in the destruction of the Enterprise D. And so there's my concept is that her grandmother had this tea set that lived within the Howard family or whatever, and she gives it to him, right? And he is saying like, no, this should stay within your family. It should go to Wesley, whatever. And the idea is that they're married, and she's like, no, I want you to be a part of my family too, right? Because they don't have a lot of family, right? A lot of their family died off. Right. So that's the basic concept. There's other stuff to it, but I think a lot of that was, one, it was a prompt based off of a photo of a prop piece, the actual tea set. And I was like, oh, that's so cool, right? It just like popped in my head. And then also I think it was kind of at the time of my life, this was like right before pandemic and COVID. And as I had moved out here and like trying to find my own family. And so I think it was kind of a reflection of that. And I'm sure if I were to go back and read some of the stuff that I wrote when I was in high school, I'm sure it's very much a reflection of what kind of was going on in my life at the time, but maybe I just didn't understand that, right? Like, so for me, it's definitely one of those ways of, one, I have ideas in my head. I don't know where to put them, so I want to put them somewhere. But also, at least in that specific point, it was kind of mirroring what was going on in my life and things that were good, right? Like finding the family, having the found family and things like that. So I do know that there are other people that just write for themselves for whatever reason. And part of me not putting it out there is more so get the feedback that would come back, right? Like,
right.
Let me tell you that you can make comments
read the
unless
comments.
right.
Yeah.
And a lot of times it's good stuff, but sometimes people are just mean. Like people are just mean. And people are, like you said, you're putting it out there, and that's a piece of you almost that you're putting out there for anyone to judge almost.
Right,
Yep.
But I will say, like, kudos to everyone who does do it, because that's
also kudos
right?
is how you give like a like on Archive of Our Own.
There you go.
That's hilarious. I didn't even think about that.
I was just thinking
so
funny.
Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. Oh, go ahead, because I actually had a question from earlier for Anna. But
oh yeah, I mean, I was like, I've kind of started formulating ideas for stuff because to be honest, I used to be kind of like a canon gatekeeper type person that's like, well, this fanfic thing that people do is cool, but it's like not real, so it doesn't matter. And to be clear, like that's a shitty place to come from. I'm not proud of ever having thought that, honestly. But it's where I was. Oh, bless Yvette. Just always truths from Yvette, honestly. Oh,
yay!
Yeah, having more Trek is amazing because, like, Rose did ask earlier, of like, how would you have coped writing for a magazine every 3 months to get your like fix of Star Trek, or waiting for conventions? My answer is quite frankly, I don't think I would have survived living in the '60s.
Right. Yeah. Same.
As a queer, depressed Jewish woman.
Yeah.
But
But
yeah.
so when I'm thinking through like what stories would I make, like in really where it started is what stories do I want to see if I could just like press a button and make the Star Trek happen that I wanted to see. The obsession, almost obsession that I have is learning about like Klingons who aren't in the military or government, Cardassians who aren't in the military or government, humans who aren't in Starfleet, those sorts of things.
Yeah.
And I think the reason that I do that is for the same reason why Nog's storyline means so much to me, because he is able to see what value he gets from his home culture and leave the rest behind and incorporate different things that actually work for him into his life. And as a queer person, as a trans person, as someone who doesn't drink anymore, all of those sorts of things, like I'm just like always figuring out the different ways that I fit in the places that I go, right? Because I know wherever I go, there's going to be some ways that I do and some ways that I don't fit in, just depending on the environment that I'm in. And when I'm thinking through those storylines, like I'm thinking about a Klingon who is like, yeah, honor matters, integrity matters, but nobody in the government has any of that. So what is it like to actually live your life with those values actually at the center? Right. And maybe I don't want to live my life that way, but it's an interesting exercise to figure out what of this makes sense to me personally for the way that I want to live my life versus what's my cultural programming. And I think so much of life for all of us is figuring out how we separate those two sides of ourselves to like, why do I believe, for example, that like monogamy is the only way to arrange relationships? Like, the only answer that I could come up with is because that's what my culture taught me, not because it actually makes sense to me, right? And when you engage your imagination in these universes that aren't in the world that we're in,
Love Sci-Fi Sisters.
Yes, love you all so much. Like what I'm doing in those moments is trying to work out. We were talking about like storytelling frames for your life and figuring out your own like life narrative arc. And I think a lot of times fanfic is like trying to work that sort of stuff out in a universe where like obviously in our lives the stakes feel super huge because they are like it's our lives. But you can work all of these things out in a universe and imagine and game out the consequences where the consequences aren't so huge. And I think that's a big part of what fanfic is about.
Yeah.
Cool.
Can I ask my question from earlier? So this was, and it kind of leads off of what Callie was saying. So earlier, and I loved how you described this because I wasn't thinking about the fandom being like analytical versus transformative, right? Like I knew there's all these aspects to fandom, but I didn't think about it in those terms. And it's extremely helpful because kind of like what you were just saying, Callie, is the more transformative ones is a lot of storytelling in different ways, right? And it is a lot more, I want to say, personal and putting yourself kind of in the story, which is really interesting because that's what we were talking about with Jin and the tarot of like you being, you know, the hero in the story type thing. Like, oh, it's all fitting together. I love this. I love it.
We planned this. What are you talking about?
Totally planned it.
We're so good at this, you guys. We're so good.
So my question is, Anna, so like we're talking about how a fandom and then people, the fans take it and have it be transformative in different ways for themselves. Are there, and I think there are, but I'm drawing a blank, but are there representations where the transformative portion of the fandom, so say fanfic, actually then circled back and transformed the thing itself, right? So like, are there incidences where fanfic then got put into actual like television show, Star Trek, or a book, or a something, or a whatever, right?
You know what? Ahura's first name, Nyota.
Wow.
Really?
A fan told her that name idea. There had been novelizations of Star Trek that had given her like a different first name even at this point, but someone had come up with the name Nyota and told Nichelle Nichols and like explained to her, and she loved it so much, and that she was on some like talk show and she said Ahura's first name is Nyota, and then it later became her first name. So I think that's a really good one.
That's awesome.
That's a
big one. I mean, holy crap.
Yeah, I think I had a moment of like, gosh, is there? And then I was like, oh yeah.
Oh, there's a big one.
Glad I could... Yeah, and I think it's but also like Lower Decks.
Yeah,
straight like
it's just fan fiction come to life, right?
You can tell that these are fans.
Right. It kind of is though, right? Because it's like,
I will also say, like, because I mentioned Hannibal before, I'm a huge Hannibal fan. Brian Fuller has joked that he's like, I think my career's fan fiction, because who created Hannibal, because he's like,
Right.
I kind of like.
Right, it's not my thing. Yeah.
He's like, I'm a huge fan of Thomas Harris's books, like, Red
Right.
Dragon, Silence of the Lambs, all that. He's like, and then I wrote a real queer TV show about the
Right.
characters, and also like that's an example of like was it storyfying, like in the books there's
Right.
Dr. Alan Bloom, and there's also Jack Crawford, who's the head of the FBI. In the TV show, Dr. Alan Bloom becomes Alana Bloom, the tabloid true crime journalist who's really just like doesn't care about messing with crime scenes. Freddie Lounds is still Freddie Lounds, but is a woman now rather than a man. And also, Jack Crawford, who's the head of the FBI, is played by Lawrence Fishburne instead of a white actor. And they also made it more modern for more modern audiences. And so, like, it was just like, okay, let's introduce more female characters. Let's make a lot more queer characters. Let's have, and I'm not just talking about the main two. There's other queer characters throughout, and that sort of thing. And yeah, and as Yvette said, Mike McMahon just told us that Lower Decks came from his fanfic.
See what I say?
Yeah, he literally ran a Twitter account that was like season 8 TNG or something like that, and he would tweet out what were essentially Lower Decks story pitches. I don't think the account is up anymore, but you can probably find screen caps. Highly recommend seeking those out because they are great.
Yeah, and it's absolutely wonderful. And we spoke to Gene, the storyboard artist for Lower Decks at Star Trek Las Vegas, and Gene was like, "Yeah, we got a lot of ships in the office." and I don't remember. And Gene was saying that one of the coworkers' biggest ship is Boimler Spock, and I was like,
"Spoimler,
Spoimler," and I was like, "Iconic, honestly."
Good.
And there's just, so I would say that like more and more now, especially if it's an IP, intellectual property, for people who don't know, that has been around this long, it's like you better be hiring fans kind of to create the stuff. So is that fan fiction? And
well, it's hard. I want them to hire fans, and I want them to hire people who have no idea about any of it.
I know.
Because that's how you like push the boundaries.
Yeah, because then the people who don't know are like, what about this? Where if you're so enmeshed, you're never going to think like, oh.
Right.
Right. We had Carlos Cisco on one HoloCon who had been hired to do Discovery, and he was like, I'm not really a Trekkie, like, is that okay? And then they were like, don't worry, we have Treksperts and things like that. And he wrote some great stuff. And
and notably became a Star Trek fan after getting hired to write Star Trek, which I think is great.
And I'm like, and made a point to watch it, and it's excellent, And I forget who it was who did the Wrath of Khan like screenplay, but he might have even not been a Trekkie, but they were like, but he was like hired to write the second Star Trek film, and he was like, time to watch it, I guess. And then he saw Space Seed, and he was like, this guy is the great villain to bring back. And it's like, which to me, I'm like, can you imagine if Wrath of Khan hadn't happened and that was just the end of that episode? Like, we never saw Khan again. He just was on that planet with those people. Like, wow. Yeah, and so I love having people who are hardcore fans while also having people who are new to it. It's good to have that mix. But yeah, so fan fiction, I mean, one thing like I did that was very interesting is there's Ensign Vilix Pran in Deep Space Nine.
Yes,
never shown on screen.
Like it's just a name they use.
Yeah, they talk about him multiple times, and it's specifically there's it's Cisco saying to Bashir like, oh, you had this you had Ensign Vilix Pran pulled from like this duty, and he's like, yeah, I thought it best considering his condition. He's like, what's his condition? And he's like, oh, well, he's budding, sir. And it's like, oh, he's pregnant. And then they talk about it, and then he's like, yeah, O'Brien and I are hosting a baby shower for him. And it's like, okay, apparently if you're an asexually reproducing alien, the senior staff guys at the very least who know if the women were coming. It's like, sorry guys, boys' night. He uses he, him pronouns. What can we say? Like, and they will show up and throw a baby shower for you with gifts. Like,
Also kind of implied that Vilix Pran is an insectoid of some kind. Because Jake Sisko says that he babysits Vilix Pran's hatchlings and get their little wings.
And he says that when they get their wings tingled, and also they have a hatchling pond, and
How funny.
And it's also mentioned that he's budding again, and that they call him Lieutenant Vilix Pran, and we're like, wow, they've got really great benefits then for pregnant people, because he was able to get a promotion even.
Wow.
And they were saying because the first time he had twins, they said, oh, he's got twins. And then they said that it was going to, and it was like, well, how many is this going to make him have now? And then he says it'll be like 7 or 12 this time. Because they were just saying like because of like how much there are potentially. And that's when Kira's pregnant. She's like, I can't even handle one. Like, and I love that. And so I wrote a really long fanfic where it was done as personal logs of Bashir, and that it was called keyword search. Oh no, now people can find my screen name. Anyway, whoops, it's out there, we're live.
We're all about to learn a lot of interesting things about him.
Keyword search Garrick.
See?
And the concept is like someone is searching, has broken into his personal logs, Bashir's personal logs, and keyword search like Garrick, and it's every single log up to a certain point in the show where he mentions Garrick, and some of them aren't really that related to his relationship with Garrick. It's just like in that one, because he mentions that he's getting it's just part 1 of a 3-part series.
I love it.
And it's bragging about how embarrassed.
It's heavy, I will say. It's really heavy, I will say. But in it, like, he mentions, like, oh, he's getting, he's going to commission baby outfits from Garrick to, like, think. And so in it, I have him mention, like, a medical log of, like, information about the alien. And I made up the alien name Hydroterra, because Hydra being, like, something that was, that they're microscopic organisms that breed through budding asexually, and Terra, Ptera, is winged. And so I was like, this is what we know about them, and I wrote that up in thing. And then later I saw in another fanfic someone referred to that same character, and they were like, yeah, the Hydroterra. And I was like, oh. I came up with that, and then I started seeing it all over the place in fanfic, because people had started Googling, what alien was he, and it came up in searches on Google, and they didn't even know that I'd made that up.
It became fanon. So there's like canon, head canon, and fanon, which is like fan canon.
And there was even there's the nerd quiz show actually that's on Dropout, and what they do with actually is like they give a sentence about a nerdy thing, and then the players buzz it and be like actually, and they correct it, and they try and figure out what's wrong in the nerdy thing, and they're really sneaky. But they also invite people on the Discord to correct them if they got something wrong.
Awesome.
Later on. So they'll show like, oh, last week we messed up this. And one of them was, they said like, actually the name of this thing is not accurate, because the person said, I know that because there isn't a name, because I wrote that in a fanfic 25 years ago.
Oh my
and then
God.
So like,
that's amazing.
I don't know how often it does come up. It does come up, obviously, that fandom, like fanfic stuff becomes canon. It does, obviously, in Iota and things like that. But it definitely becomes fanon, which is it's very exhilarating as someone who had that happen to me.
Yeah, and it's almost like there's, I don't know, almost like certain backstories or things that are not necessarily fully explained on the show. It's just like majority of the fans agree that like this was the thing, and so now that's the thing. Isn't that kind of, if I remember correctly, isn't that how like the Sid City thing came out? Or no, like doesn't Sid like go, so the Sid City, right? Sid City,
Sid City Social Club.
Right. So was that based off of, because I thought it was, right? Like based off of fans, like ideas of what goes after, or just no?
So
or Siddiq doing his own fanfic.
So Sid City Social Club is like a piece where it was a thing during the pandemic where a bunch of people would do like Zoom calls with Siddig, and he basically ended up interviewing people and stuff like that. But they've done some fan fiction performances.
Okay, that's what it was. That's what I was thinking of.
So yeah, they did one that was very specifically. It was like because they're doing it through Zoom because it's during the pandemic, and they did one very specifically where like Bashir's coming back from some medical conference and Garrick's like, get home already, because they've been married for years at that point, and that was really cool to see Sid and Andy do.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, and they also did I think it was called like Alone Together was what it was called, which was a series kind of like might have even been to like raise money for the pandemic, and it's on YouTube. And the concept is that Bashir's been called to Cardassian space, and then Garrick's like, do not come down here. There's a pandemic, but I needed your expertise. And they talk about it, and then like multiple guests show up. Armin Shimerman plays Quark at one point.
Nice.
Sirach Lofton is Jake, and he's like a reporter, and he's even investigating why Nog died suspiciously and all these things. And while they don't get them together, they don't have Garrick and Bashir together. They have it. One, they mentioned that Bashir was in a relationship with the next Dax host, who was a man, and that the only and that it was an adjustment for him.
So did they kill Ezri then? What?
Yeah, they did. Sadly.
Oh, just so he could be gay? Oh, okay.
Unfortunately,
I mean, they talk about us. At least I don't murder people. So
I know. I like to think that she just was like, you know what? I'm done with this symbiote nonsense.
Yeah,
and they found a way to do it safely.
Beam it out.
But yeah, right. Beam it out.
Beam it out. I don't know.
But so. He ends up being in a relationship with a guy, and then he says like it was an adjustment, but then it was still Dax, and he still loved them, and then he realized like, oh, it's a lot more fluid than I had originally thought, and then and then they did have to break up because of the symbiosis commission, and then and
Randy, just laugh, Randy, like you were trying to hold it in.
It's all good. And they also did a short story that was talking about the refugees being turned away, with Siddig and Nana's son Django playing this idealist Cardassian who's just like, why can't I be let into the Federation? You said that they love and accept people. And, and meanwhile, the Federation is like arming weapons, ready to kill him.
Sorry, kid, you got no warp engines.
You got no warp. We can't let you in. You're nothing. Why?
And it's like, and it's literally just like there. But you know, there was fanfic, and they just like write all these fun things, which I adore. That when the actors actually engage with it. But I will say,
yeah, that's cool though.
Sometimes there's a really good reason to have those freaking boundaries, because some people do get crazy. So, just gonna caution some people.
And in modern times, like the movie industry and TV industry in particular is so litigious. Like I've seen authors, I've one author in particular, I forget who, literally said like, I love that you make your fanfic. You can never send it to me. I can never read it. I can never look at it, because that puts me in such legal jeopardy.
Yes, if it shows up in the show, even if it had been written before, like yes.
Yeah.
Or if you didn't remember it, I've heard that.
Yeah.
Where they read it, they didn't remember that they even read it, and they're like, I have proof that I wrote this 20 years. I'm like, oh, God, like
yeah.
That makes sense.
Which actually earlier it was mentioned to me. I mentioned that she was just Paramount would still accept fan scripts, and I do too, obviously. But that was part of why they had to stop, because they got so many fan scripts, and then the writers would write original stuff, and it was like
never have you actually seen them. Yeah.
And then people would be like, I wrote this same thing. See, it's a Klingon script about this, and it's like, yeah, well, we wrote a Klingon who was obsessed with honor. That's not.
I mean, yeah. But also, it could be the same kind of story, and then no one ever saw it. You just how many different things can do, you know? Yeah.
And there's union stuff in there too, and that's not to bag on unions. Like I am a member of a union, and very proudly and gladly a member of a union.
I love unions.
But they had some of those rules are tightened specifically to protect union members and their incomes too. So it's like, and it makes it hard, and like I kind of wish it wasn't a thing, but I understand why it has to be, while lamenting that it has to be, kind of thing.
Right.
Yeah. So that's fanfic.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right. Awesome. Thank you.
There was that we had written here of like favorite fics. And I just do want to quickly say I should have pulled
there
a
was a
Star
question.
Trek one, and I'm kind of dumb that I didn't bring this up, but that I didn't think to bring up a Star Trek one. But I will say one of my favorite fics that I've ever read is a Hannibal one that's called "We Killed a Dragon Last Night." That ends the ending of Hannibal, and then it's just Will Graham waking up back in the first episode, and him being like, okay, because a lot of people died in those 3 seasons. But he's also like developed feelings for Hannibal, but he knows he's a cannibal, and being like, okay, I can get into a relationship with him, but on my own terms, and and it's one of the most fascinating stories I'd ever read. Like, genuinely, I was like, this is just good storytelling.
Yeah.
So if anyone has not read fan fiction, or you're looking for fan fiction, all you really got to do is Google whatever the thing is you want and type fan fiction, and most likely you'll find it, right? Like, yes,
No.
Orange is the New Black. That was such a great line. I know exactly what you're talking about. But anyway, so you can find it there, and there are like archives, right? So there's Archive of Our Own. There is fanfiction.net, which there's talk about that going away, whatever it is. People still post on Tumblr sometimes. Like, there's definitely different ways that you can go and find it and whatever else. But yeah, it's just search the thing that you want to do, or read, whatever. So there you go.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, Randy, you want to tell them all why we're here?
Why are we here? We're raising money for some good folks. Why don't you go give them a look? If you haven't yet, or if you have already, or if you just keep giving every time I say it. I don't know.
That's exactly right. Exactly. Again, so the charity helps LGBTQ students in schools to try to help. They help the schools to try to create a safer space for LGBTQ kids with bullying and hatred and harassment and such. And our Trek connection is that Wilson Cruz is on the board. And I think, I'm sure there's a video out there, because Vegas usually will then post their videos later. But his Q&A from Vegas this year was phenomenal. And he talked about listen. It was very good. Yeah.
Oh, great. That's awesome.
Or maybe it was the doctor's panel, but whatever he was on was good.
Right. No, that's fair. And our merch is still up for today. If you want any of our crazy stuff that we bring to the conventions that you can't come
Rainbow organs.
Yeah, all that stuff.
Rainbow candles.
And then I don't know, vajazzle. So like,
wow, we haven't had that one in a really long time. That was
season 1 Picard.
That's like back in the season 1 Picard. Like,
deep cuts.
I love
deep
it.
cuts.
It is.
So good.
Did season 1 of Picard come out during the pandemic, or
before?
Before. God.
Just before. Yeah.
It was before. So he made the announcement. Patrick made the announcement 2018 Vegas, and it came out 2019, and then everything got.
Oh, that's right. Because the second season was weird because they were filming in different locations. That's why it looked so disjointed.
Yes. Yeah.
Because no one was ever in the same room physically, so it was like, well, the storylines.
Yes. So that's why it's a lot of for season 2. It's why it's a lot of just 2 people. Or
it did come out in 2020. Season 1. It ended during lockdown.
What? It came out. Yeah.
Okay, it was released. They filmed it during 2019. That's what I was.
Gotcha.
Okay.
That makes sense. Yeah. Awesome. So we have now we have one more thing, and then after the thing, we're gonna take a quick 5. I'll put up a splash thing so you know we're not dead, like only Anna is dead. But I'll put up a splash thing and let you know that we're coming right back. We're gonna go grab a drink or whatever we have or what, and probably go to the bathroom, and then we'll come right back so you do the same thing, and then we'll play some crazy games like we do.
Yeah, but before that. What do we got?
Our last thing.
Before that, we thought it might be cool to just do some imagining, and this obviously can be in Star Trek, in the Star Trek universe, because that's kind of our primary thing. But outside of that, I think one of the cool things about sci-fi in general, Star Trek specifically, and fanfic, like legitimately kind of ties it all together, is like we're often like the point is like in one way or another we're trying to write our own stories about like the way our lives are going to go. And we have varying degrees of control over the way those things work out. But when we lay in bed at night and dream about what our ideal world looks like, what would it be to move through the world as a trans person in a world where being trans was truly an okay thing to be for society at large, right? Because I am very, very fortunate enough to experience often being in a smaller environment, a group of friends, a convention, those sorts of things where being trans is not a big deal. But there's no way for me to leave my transness behind in the way that I move through the world and the way that it affects me in the broader cultural context, right? So I truly don't know what it would be like. Hey, Hugo.
Right.
I truly don't know what it would be like to, yeah. But what might that look like? And I mean, we have this scheduled to go like the whole hour, and I think part of what's hard about this is that, I mean, essentially we're like, so what if we lived in a different universe? Like, where is even the framework to start thinking about those things? Mm-hmm. But like, just with that prompting, is there anything that comes to mind for either of you?
For me, I thought because part of the description of this was like, what if it were easy to be trans, and my thought immediately was like, we could use like the holodeck to like kind of fit in that skin and see how that feels without having to do any like big permanent, or in Star Trek it probably would be permanent anyway, but I mean, but without having to do that, you could kind of like sit in that and like experience it kind of for free, right? And just see what that's like. And people could, because right now, what do we have? Like there's literally nothing, like, but in the holodeck we have like things that could like do things to you or whatever, so we don't have any sort of amalgam for that now. But I feel like that would be such a great tool, right, for people to explore without really any negative.
Do that. There is actually, so The Offspring,
LOL does that.
LOL does that. And I'm sure the writers were not thinking in those terms at all. Right. But that's a great thing. Like, that would be an amazing way to use it.
Totally. You just hope it doesn't end up like, no, it's not Schisms. It's the other one where they're like create the table and it goes from like a like dinner table to like a again like like computer put me in. It's like, oh no. Like God knows what it creates. Just be specific about what you want.
Well, and we see that a little bit in one of DS9's more problematic episodes where Quark essentially does gender transition for an episode. To become Lumba.
Yes, that's right. Yes.
Such intensely complicated feelings about that episode. But it is pretty heavily implied that the physical modifications are not simply prosthetics, and that the Doctor does mess with his hormones because he makes some like sort of complicated comments about what having hot flashes and kinds of hormonal stuff, and so like. I mean, that pretty heavily implies that physical transition, as anyone wants to pursue it, is a pretty trivial thing to do and access, because like, if the Doctor's ready to do it for a bit, or he's ready to do it for a bit, like if somebody who needs to do it for real, it feels like that would be a pretty non-issue.
Yeah, that's true.
That's actually kind of what I was going to say, was having more of the like. I don't know how I'm going to word vomit and then maybe clean it up because I don't know how.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Word vomit. Let's do it.
Right. So it's kind of like the holodeck thing, almost like you can try things different things on, but like in the sense of for the medical community, in that you could almost like pick and choose specifically. And it's like, okay, we'll do those things. Like there's no right. Like that's what, you want that? Okay. You want it, but and then it's like, no, this doesn't quite feel, and then change it, right? Like, and there's no like, again, there's no shaming. Like, I think that would be a huge thing, is that like, there's no feeling of shame or that anyone can, and it's just a common thing of like, no, this is what I want to, I want to change it to this, right? Or I want to change this, or I want to change that. And
Right.
I mean, that could be in any way, I guess. I don't know, but that's kind of how I was thinking of, like you just said, like different parts are accessible. I mean, I would hate to like make it all the way down to like you just go through the catalog and pick out what you want, but like that'd be kind of cool, right? Like,
I mean, I don't want to have to come up with it on my own.
right? Yes, like that.
I'm not a good artist.
Crafting bespoke body parts.
Right? Yeah. I'm like, oh, that was a mistake. Can I just have a catalog?
Right?
Well,
and
so
be no different than like if you lost a limb, create a new limb. Like there you go. Yeah.
What you're getting at something that's super fundamental to this, Nikki, is that like what we often consider is as possible is limited as much by shame as it is by the like practical ability to do any of it. Because I think about, as I was, 26, 27, 28, figuring out what being trans meant for me, right? I knew that like I live in a world where I could have bottom surgery, and lots of people do that, and it is a thing that like seems it's not non-trivial, but it's a pretty routine thing that like 90% or better of people have positive results, and so like, okay, if I can get the money or whatever, like that's a thing that I have access to. A very big barrier to me didn't really have a lot to do with that, and it was entirely about the shame of having that cultural programming of being taught about like what a man is, even though like I figured out that wasn't what I was and what felt good to me. You can't just like flip a switch and turn all of that cultural programming off, right? No. And so at every step of the way, I'm having to fight back, like, what is wrong with me that I want this, that I need this, right? And I'm lucky enough that I had a supportive community that like were ready to just like go there with me through all of those things. But and this is, I mean, anybody who has had a closet of a kind, like wherever that comes from, is familiar with this, right? Because I can talk about it in terms of quitting drinking too, right? Like it feels like shit to admit that you're not sure you have control over this thing anymore, right? It feels awful, and because we're taught that you should, it's a shameful thing to admit to someone like, this is out of my control. I need help to do this thing. And gender is a lot of that, right? Like, what is it to be a man? What is it to be a woman? What is it to be a productive, useful, moral member of society, right? Like so many of the barriers are not technical. If you got the money and you don't mind waiting a year, you can go get bottom surgery, right? But for me, working through the idea that was an okay thing to want and need was almost more of a barrier than the financial stuff, because I was just like lucky enough to have good insurance and some inheritance that I got. And so that's kind of what you're digging at there, Nikki, and talking about like you have the technology to try all of these options, and then like what options are we not even thinking about? Because we're limited, maybe not even by shame, but just like, bespoke body parts, right? Like it's a fun joke to make, but also like,
I mean, like,
what if I want 3 arms?
Right. What if that's really what I'd love?
Yeah.
Totally.
And have it be, you're right. And have it be existing in the world where that's okay. And it's not, I
feel like that's getting really close to the Federation's hate of genetic modification. Like, where does that kind of fit?
Here we go.
Is that what that is? Because people don't have 3 arms, right?
Right.
But there are genders, and so that's normal-ish there. But when you start adding an arm, like, is that a genetic modification or just
and this is a deeper conversation, because I think the Federation's blanket ban on genetic modification is silly. It is an inherited cultural trauma that comes from a very understandable place, but is worked out in a pretty awful way, I think. But yeah, and that's like, then we start getting into talking about transhumanism, right? Like what ways can we uplift ourselves past what, and of course in the society that we live in, we also have to ask who can then have access to those kinds of things. And the idea is that if you're rich, if you're white, you are more likely to have access to all of these things. And that's often like the side of the because I think transhumanism is neat. It's like cool to talk about ways that we can kind of like hack our bodies, because like I shoot estrogen into my leg every week, and that is a form of biohacking, right? Like I'm store-bought hormones, not the kind my body made for me. And where do you draw the line between what's acceptable and not there? And I mean, for me, it's safety, I think, is obviously the big one, but
yeah. That's interesting. And while you were talking, like the thing I was actually thinking of is it goes back to what we were talking about yesterday in the cultures that are very monolithic almost. And so where would that come into play, right? Like, especially the whole idea of like having these options available, like I don't know why that's just what popped into my head. Yay. That just like popped into my head because I'm sitting here thinking like this seems like a thing that would definitely be available in the Federation, right? Like absolutely. The holodeck program, the medical catalog, whatever you want to call it, that's available of however you want to change, whatever you want to change. But like, would other cultures do it too? And are there other cultures that this is already acceptable? Like that would be amazing if there's already a culture doing this, right?
Right. That would be an interesting thing to see, right? Like how they wrote that, what that looked like, what all of those things. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Oh.
Dog problem again. It's Wedge being Wedge.
Oh, Wedge.
We'll show a picture of Wedge somewhere.
The sad thing is, this is Callie's panel, and Callie's the one hosting the panel. So I'm like, what are we there for that?
No, it's fine. We'll talk about just
they're back.
Amounts of fluids that are out there.
Yeah.
It's Wedge. I mean, look, Wedge is a dog, so Wedge is being a dog and doing dog.
Oh, he's so cute. There we go.
He's just always being a problem. He's a doggo doing doggo stuff, being a problem.
Oh my gosh.
That goes, and then there was two. Yeah.
Thanks. This is what happens to us, but we don't know why things happen to us.
We don't know why things happen to us. It just happened. But anyway, so what I was saying is like if there was already a culture doing this, that'd be amazing to see. And then even to the point of like, well, again, going back to your conversation yesterday, I mean, let's hope they've achieved warp drive so we can actually interact with them.
But like they're just gonna die, and who cares?
Right, to compare their medical, like all the different medical techniques, right? Like that would be amazing to have that be just open and an accepted thing, I guess.
Yeah. And what kind of ethics do you develop around practices like that, right? Because
that's important. Yeah.
Because and this is like a lot of concern trolling that folks do that and the anti-trans discourse is like, you do all of these permanent things to your body. What if you regret it? All of that, like the fear mongering over regret, which is like, specifically around trans people is like so rare as to be almost not worth addressing or talking about. And oftentimes when there is regret, it's because, for example, you're a trans woman who experiences misogyny and it makes life unbearable. You being trans is not the problem. Misogyny is the problem. It's things like that. Right.
Right. Yeah.
And like the thing that I often think about, and like, the problem is like, I'm going to ask a question that I don't know the answer to is, what, obviously, like I've expanded my mind a little bit about what gender is, what sexuality is, what the kinds of things that you can do to your body. Like, what am I not even able to imagine?
Right.
Because of the cultural context that I grow up in.
Right. I mean, yeah, like a total lack of gender whatsoever, right? Like a true, like there's nothing, like I don't know what does that look like? What does that feel like? How do you like, yeah. But I mean, I assume there's some way that someone would come up with that, but yeah.
And what culture do you develop? Because a thing that maybe is not talked about as much as it should, because it's easy for people to misuse the conversation in that almost any group of marginalized folks of one kind or another develop a subculture of their own, right? Like when we say like queer culture, generally speaking, we know what that means, right? And so much of that culture is shaped by the trauma that we inherit. And to be clear, like that's like a lot of it is also the positive ways that we react to that and the ways that we support each other through it, and the art that we make to, you know, to make life, you know, worth living and all of those sorts of things. But it's so hard for me to imagine because queer culture is a thing that's like really important to me, right? Like it's shaped so much of how I view the world and how I move through the world. And I almost like, what would my life even be about if I didn't have queer culture, you know?
Yeah, like imagine it's completely mainstream, no one cares, why are you doing this? It's like people with red hair, like sure, why is that important? Yeah, like if it's so out there, like what does that even feel like? And does that, I mean, in some ways, does that like diminish the experience because then you don't have the people around you supporting you, or is it better because you never knew that it was bad? You know, I don't know.
Right. And that gets sticky because then we're talking about our oppression as a positive thing, right? Because it's given us that which is, and that's not to say that you can't or shouldn't think that way, right? It just feels messy.
It is very messy.
And I guess, I mean, the thing there is that, I mean, we can choose what to define ourselves by, right? Like in some ways the world chooses that for us, and there are things that are forced on us that we have no choice but to react to, and that shapes pieces of who we are. But we also do have choices about the culture that we build and the lives that we lead, and we can, and you know, and that's why, you know, it's queer theory and Star Trek for me. It's not just queer theory.
That's true.
Well, I was going to say, like, specifically for you, if queer culture went away, at least if we're still here, right, in Earth, and we're not in another world or whatever, but you still have Trek culture, right? Like we still have that. But to your point, like having queer Trek culture is a whole different perspective than just queer culture or Trek culture, right? And where those two cross, which is phenomenal, and that's why I love that we do these things, because it does bring these two different kind of viewpoints and pulls them together and creates something completely new where they come together, right? Where they intersect. That's the word I was looking for, intersection. And I think that's one of the reasons why I think I love and we talked about this in everything we've talked about this whole weekend, of like the gamut of the Trek community, in that every single person has their own viewpoint of coming at the fandom, right? And whether it is, I love that Anna broke this down, analytical, you know, like fan or transformative fandom, and you get to bring your own perspective, and then you end up always finding people that have similar perspectives. And so now you can go out there and find your own little niche and do your own thing and have your own viewpoint within this whole fandom as a whole. And then everybody comes together to discuss and talk and create and whatever it is. Like, yes, sometimes it ends up to arguments, but sometimes that makes it better, right? Like that makes it better. And so
as long as it's civil.
Yeah. Well, yes, as long as it's that. I mean, and I would hope that as a Star Trek fan, that's what you would do, but you know, people are people. But like to the point of like, I think you're right. Like, I think if one went away, you would still have the other, but does it make it better or does it make it worse? And
but it would be, I feel like it would be far less close knit. It wouldn't be as tight of a thing, you know what I mean? And for better or worse, I don't know. But it wouldn't be like, because like, I mean, when you're fighting for your life, basically with other people that are doing the same thing, that's much different than like, oh, you've got the same color hair. Okay, cool. Yeah, we're doing the same. Okay. Yeah. Like, it's not the same, right? You know?
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's difficult because so much of human meaning making is about the ways that we overcome adversity, like whatever way that works out. Right. And a a lot of people weaponize that and saying that like, well, it's okay for me to do you harm because you're going to grow from it, which is like obviously not great.
Also, fuck
You know?
that.
Yeah, completely.
I'll grow when I need
right?
to grow, motherfucker.
Yeah. Well, and right. And the point is that like life is adversity. We have enough of it that we can do the meaning making around the stuff that we can't avoid.
Yes.
Right.
Right. Yeah.
But it's interesting that we joke about having planned things this way. We didn't really, but it comes back to the reason that we're all doing, like, we're not just talking about queer stuff. We're talking about it in the context of Star Trek, right? What we're trying to do is find a frame for our stories. And I think that's a way that you can talk about culture. It's maybe not the most complete or accurate way. I could probably think of ways that it doesn't work.
No, that's what Jen said, a container. Right?
Yeah.
It's the container for it.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
So
Sorry.
Yeah. So like when I think about what it's like to move through the world as a trans person, queer theory gives me a frame for that experience because I can go around other people who have a similar enough experience to mine that it feels like we fit in. Maybe we're not entirely in the same box, but there is a box that we both fit in, and I think, as humans, that's a thing that we tend to do regardless in ways big and small. I think as members of a marginalized group, we have a very clear way that we engage in that to support each other through living in the world that we live in. But we do it in small ways too, right? Like I'm really into home automation and 3D printing, and like, I guess there's a queer angle there in that, like, it can be weird to be a queer person in those communities, just like it can be anywhere else, but that's like the hobby that I have that I don't directly connect queer and trans stuff to that. Like I'm just a nerd who wants to live in Star Trek.
I don't talk to any, not anyone, obviously, but I'm not in with a bunch of like queer 3D printer people. Like it's just a thing. It's bereft of any, which thank God, but honestly, like, it's also nice to have something that isn't, so you don't have to constantly be like, this is me, this is what I do, this is what I am. I have to, and constantly have to like defend and explain and all those things. So it's great to be in a community like that where it's like, oh, no one cares. Great. Okay, phew, we can just put it away. Yeah.
So my question, since you asked us the question in the beginning, and you talked a little bit about some specific things, but I'm going to ask you, is there something specific that you have in mind that you would like to see in the future?
I can think of a couple of specific things that we talked about in terms of technology, right? Like there are some ways that the surgical options available to trans people, maybe are incomplete or like not quite what we wish they would be. Like, despite being incredible and wonderful, maybe it's not exactly what we would envision and ideally, like very practical things like that.
Right,
I can think about, right? Having bottom surgery is one of the best things that I've ever done for myself, but it was also extraordinarily difficult. And like, it'd be nice for that to be less painful and less difficult,
Yeah. And they also like don't like give people ovaries. Like it's not like So like I would assume in the Star Trek version, like the whole thing would be the whole thing, and you're done, right? Yeah. And we don't have that. There's no way.
And now we're on the way there. Like uterine transplants have happened. I don't think it's happened specifically for trans reasons, but for folks who want to become pregnant, like I'm pretty sure that's a thing that has happened. Like very like experimentally. But like we're on our way there, and that's cool, like not a thing that I would necessarily want for myself, but I can think of a lot of people who really would. So I think part of the reason that I'm so attracted to this as a discussion topic is because beyond those kinds of practical things, I think there are some ways that it's really difficult to imagine what that looks like for, and like I am a creative person, right? I wouldn't call myself a visionary. I'm probably not going to be the person to envision a new version of queerness and what that looks like, right? And it's tough to take yourself out of that cultural context. And I think what I'm most into about having discussions like this is because there are so many ways that we don't realize the cultural soup we grow up in affects the way that we move through the world, right? And I think it's almost as important an exercise to just point at all of the different places where that happens, where we may not realize that's happening.
Yeah.
And because so much of our experience as queer people is defined by having these norms handed to us. Like, you're a man, you fall in love with a woman. You're quote unquote born a man, always a man. Like those sorts of things, right? Like that's all received wisdom from the culture that we inherit, and we've had to like unpack that and figure out that was wrong. And I know for me, like, that not only informed how I think about myself, but how I interact with the world as well. Because being queer, being trans, like, it's inherently political. And so it affects my politics. It affects the ways that I interact with other people. And when I see someone acting in a way that I may have like a visceral disgust reaction to, like, where did that come from? Because that person's behavior is not affecting me or anyone else. So why do I care? And the point is, because I've been told that I was supposed to so much that I just don't think I have a choice.
Right.
And I think for me, it's a more like, it's to ask the question that like makes you realize the scope of like what you don't know and what we are limited from imagining. And we can do those exercises, especially for people who are smarter than me and can envision the specifics of what that looks like.
Yeah.
But to just also think about like the culture that we grow up in, like what of it is not serving you, and is it a thing you can leave behind? And that's a hard question. It's really easy to get like preachy and self-righteous. But like I trust people to know their living situations, and like, for example, like we talk a lot about degendering language, right? Like getting rid of ma'am and sir and all those sorts of things. The position that I am in life affords me doing that pretty easily. I know that's not true for everyone. Like people, I will get fired unless I use sir and ma'am. Like it would be wrong of me to tell you that like, nope, you gotta like get rid of your meal ticket for the cause, It's easy to fall into traps like that. But I think even just the knowledge of traditions like that don't necessarily serve a purpose, or maybe even serve a purpose counter to what you might think, right? Like honorifics are often talked about as a way to show respect. You call someone sir, you call someone ma'am as a sign of respect. But it's also like a way to enforce social hierarchies. And that doesn't always feel great, right? Like there are ways that I can show you respect instead of outside of just reciting a script, and like using the right magic words in calling you sir, ma'am, captain, whatever. But at least like with ranks, in theory, you've earned a rank, right? So that's a different thing.
That's a different thing.
So yeah, that's the huge philosophical hill that I have brought us to the top of.
No, I love it, because you're right. Like there are things that I don't know, right? Like it's like there's like the possibilities really kind of are endless to a certain extent. But it was interesting as you were saying, like examining things that maybe you have to get rid of, right? So examining all those, and as you were talking, oddly enough, what I was thinking about for Star Trek stuff was in Picard, right? They have the synth ban. Now, that necessarily wasn't a great choice, right? They did it because of trauma, right?
Yeah. And jumped to a conclusion.
Right? And then jump to a conclusion.
Right.
But then they didn't like,
and
you go 20 years later and like, what did that affect, right? Like, what did that decision affect our culture for the rest of whatever, right? Like to the point of like cybernetic regeneration or just cybernetic science was kind of put on a back burner and looked at shamefully, right? Like they have Riker and Troy's child actually died from a disease that could have been saved if the synthetics hadn't been banned, right? And so and then it takes how many years to get back to the point of then re-examining the choice to begin with, of saying, no, maybe that wasn't the correct choice. Maybe we should have looked at the nuance of it and changed the narrative or changed the regulations of it to a certain degree, right? Or is there a way to toggle that back instead of it being so black and white? But yeah, I think there are things that like in our lifetime, we won't know if that decision was necessarily good or bad. There are definitely things within the immediate, right, that we know would be nice to get rid of.
It's also so hard to make some sort of change like that on a large scale, like the inertia of the whole planet saying sir and ma'am. Like, how do you overcome that?
Right.
Like, and and like honestly, like ignoring the fringes who are just crazy and just won't do it because they're crazy. Like normal sane people, like even just getting the normal sane people, it's just because you forget or like whatever. And so like on a micro scale, like I mean, bless her heart, our own Stephanie just struggled, right? Like,
right.
And that was in the tiny like microcosm of the whole thing. So imagine that on a global scale, the number of like rational, sane people who are going to just struggle, right, for one reason or another. It's just so hard to get over that. So I think even if we come up with the best idea in the world, it's the implementation of the idea that's actually going to be the ass, not the coming up with the idea itself.
Yeah.
Well, right, and that creates another barrier, right? Because when you're working through these things,
why bother thinking about it? Because it's never going to happen.
Right. Well, because again, we're talking about the idea of like doing a thing and like doing a thing because you can't for practical reasons versus doing it for like shame or stigma reasons, right? Like I'll give a really great, maybe slightly more recent example than, well, not really a more recent, it's a long story. Figuring out polyamory. I'll just throw that word out in there. So like, more than, I think even, I don't want to compare, it is a strong norm that you're a person and you have a person and that's it. Right. And
I mean, even to like the legal point here in the US,
with some important exceptions.
Sure.
But you know, the norm is so strong that even, you know, now in 2023, like I find myself like I want to, because I'm a person who's comfortable being open about who I am, and I'm in a social position where I can afford to do that, right? Like I'm not going to lose my job over being queer or polyamorous. So like I can afford to speak about those things where other people might have more practical reasons that they can't be open about those kinds of things, right? And so, but I'm like, am I like that jerk at the party who's like, you know, I've got like more than one partner, right? Look at how cool and progressive I am. You know, like I don't want to be that person. But like being visible as that, because I've had conversations with people before where it was very obvious they had never considered the idea of multiple partners as a thing that was even possible in the world, let alone for them personally, right? And I came to it through a very messy process. An ex of mine literally cheated on me. And in our conversations after that, I found out, you know what? You having a relationship with someone else really does not bother me. I actually don't care about that. It's entirely the lying that I'm upset about. And that led me like, wow, okay, so maybe that particular relationship structure doesn't serve me. Because then the conversation became like, if the problem is that we're not connecting sexually, but we're connecting in a lot of other ways, why would we blow that relationship up and put more barriers around that relationship? Because like, if I'm not sexually connecting with this person and that's something that's really important to me, I'm going to have to redraw my relationship boundaries with that person I don't connect with sexually to go find that with someone else, because there's a level of emotional intimacy that is outside the bounds of a traditional monogamous relationship as well, right? And so like, why wouldn't I just find someone else that I connect with in those ways? You know
what's funny? Like I feel like, I mean, and several other ways too, I'm sure, but I feel like we've regressed in that regard, because like back in the like kings and queens, like they just got married for convenience and they had that kind of relationship and they had to really get along because they made decisions or whatever, but then they had sex with whoever the hell because like, you know, like I don't know you, I really don't care. But like none that stuff kind of stuff didn't happen. And of course it was only for royalty or whatever, like we don't know what's going on, but like
on the scale of
too, it was like do it, that's fine, have all those people, it's great, But
on the
now,
scale
can
of
you imagine?
On the scale of human history, strict monogamy, as we understand it, is a relatively recent thing.
That's true.
And it's, a lot of people can get very self-righteous about it. And to be clear, I do not feel that way, nor would I act that way. But for me, it's more just like feeling the strength of that norm and how much I had to fight through. Just like, wow, so this obviously doesn't make sense to me anymore. And then I had to fight through the feeling of there being something wrong with me for that not feeling like the right way to do stuff.
Right.
And it's, I mean, legitimately, I was in my early to mid 20s when I figured that out. And it's just been the last 2 or 3 years that I felt comfortable actually having multiple partners, like sexually, romantically, casual relationships, serious relationships, kind of like there's a whole spectrum of ways to arrange your relationships. And then like, so you take that frame off, what one do you put on? Because you've got to organize your life somehow.
Right.
And if you're not going to organize your life like this, great. So how are you going to?
Yeah.
And I'm no great expert. There are like different styles of polyamory that people have hierarchical relationships where like I have a primary partner and then sub partners. The frame that I like to use that I subscribe to is relationship anarchy, which sounds like super hardcore and badass. But like what it really means is that I just like, I don't have hierarchical relationships. Like I have like, there's a partner that I have locally that, my girlfriend Remy, she's great. I love her very much. She's local, so I see her more often. Therefore we get closer a little faster than maybe my long distance partners. And it's not because I value her more. It's just because we see each other more. So that's like the practical result, you know?
Yeah.
So yeah. So then you have to figure out like, how does all of that work?
Right.
Yeah. I was going to say on the flip side,
to tell you, so you have to, and then it gets messy.
To your point though, of like the understanding of like your cultural norm of like what you've been taught. Here's the other thing. Like I think there's different ways to absorb that. It's like what you've been taught, what you just absorb around you. Right. And then just the underlying, I guess, structure of our culture, whatever, of how it just almost like feeds into you. So like, I don't know, subconsciously, I guess is the best way to describe it. But to your point, for me, it's almost the flip side. Like, and this is something I didn't even think that it was possible until we all met and we started discussing, and my mind has been open to way more things, especially queer culture in general, right? But to me, like I grew up in the Midwest, right? So it's very common in the Midwest for people to get married at a young age. You get married, you have kids, you do the family thing, you live near your family, you do things with extended family, you do that. That's what you do, right? Like, and for whatever reason,
17 and that'll total fry. It's just what you do.
It's just what you do. Yeah, exactly.
How to bring it out.
Right. And so there was a part of me, it always like fought, right? Like there was a part of me that's like, well, that's what I'm supposed to do, but I don't feel like that's what I want to do. And I don't really know, but like, that's what I'm supposed to do. Okay. And so even just me moving away was a big deal. And moving so far away. But then also, especially out here in LA, like being just single at an older age is far more acceptable than, at least in general, it feels acceptable. It's not that it's not acceptable in the Midwest, but it just feels acceptable.
Right.
You don't have that shame feeling, right? Or you don't have people asking you questions that do make you feel kind of ashamed, right?
Yeah.
But then more recently, the thing that I'm discovering about myself is I'm pretty sure like I am either aromantic or demi-romantic. I don't know yet because I've never been in love, right? Like I've never had those feelings. Like, have I crushed on somebody? Yeah, maybe, especially when I was like a kid and I didn't know,
Maybe explain aromantic.
So aromantic or demi-romantic. Aromantic would be not, this is the way I describe it. And I don't know if I'm going to be able to describe it well enough, because in the way of like, instead of it being a physical or sexual relationship, romantic or intimate relationship, right? With a partner. So in the sense of a monogamous relationship, right? An intimate relationship. I don't necessarily desire that. I don't necessarily desire having a partner in my life, whether it's physical or not physical, to share that, right? Like I don't feel like I need to be married. I don't feel like I necessarily need a partner.
Mhm.
Oh, we love you, Anne-Marie. it's not to say that that can't happen and those feelings can't happen, because the thing that I'm discovering being pansexual is that I'm attracted to the people. Gender doesn't necessarily matter at all. And so I have connections with people. And can I have deeper connections with people? Yes, absolutely. But they're not necessarily romantic, intimate, romantic feelings, right? Like I can have friendships and I can have some sort of intimacy in that sense of more of a platonic, we know each other very, very well. But the sharing of like a romantic intimacy type thing. Now, physicality is completely different. That's fine.
Oh,
I have
yeah,
no
for
problem
sure,
with
yeah.
that. But like I just don't. But that was something I never even thought was a possibility.
Possibility,
Right?
right?
To
Yeah.
the point that like I almost thought something was wrong with me.
Of
Because
course,
I'm
you
like,
would, yeah.
why everyone talks about, like, not everyone, but people talk about falling in love. Like I can read it, right? Going
Right.
back to fan fiction, clearly I can read it.
Right.
I enjoy
Right.
reading it,
Right.
right? Like that's great, but I'm just like, I've never had those feelings for anyone, and I don't have a desire to seek that out, is what I should say. So if it
Right.
happens,
Right.
oh, love
I
you.
love you.
So if it does happen, that would be amazing, and it
Right.
might be, and in that case,
Just
Demi
find out.
would
Yeah.
be more so. Demi is like, you have to have more of a connection, whether it's an intellectual connection or an emotional connection, right? To be able to have those feelings. But again, like that's again something I never would have even thought of had I not been pulled out of my growing up,
Right.
like my
Yeah.
cultural context of how I grew up and what was like imbued into me of being a
Of
Midwest
course.
person.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
there are
Yeah.
several things that I do like about that growing up in the Midwest that I do hold on to very much so, right? So I think to your point of like what serves you, right? Like those are the things I
Right.
feel like we can take with us. And
Sure.
in regards to like what it would look like in the future, wouldn't it be amazing if people could, and I think people are starting to discover this, but like what serves you is acceptable and okay, and it
Right.
doesn't affect someone else necessarily. Like
Right.
the only thing, the only person I think, or the people that it affects is my parents, really, because they're like, we want grandkids. They already got grandkids. So
Well, also, it
sorry,
really
Mom.
shouldn't affect them. It's none of their damn business. But
Well, correct. And that's the thing. I
once
mean,
the birthing happened, like, okay, well,
and I've had
I
that
don't need your feed
conversation,
tube anymore.
right?
Yeah.
And I've had that conversation with them of like, yeah, I don't really think you're like, I don't have a desire to birth
You
children.
being sad
And
about
they,
that is a you thing.
right, exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. But I had that conversation with them, and they
Right.
do accept that. But it's
Right.
again, that's not something they necessarily would have thought of either until we had that conversation, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Even to the point of like, as I would speak about potentially adopting, right? Like if I can't have my own kids, I would adopt. That would be the thing. That it has now transformed the way that my parents, for their plans after they pass away, it's now put into like children of mine. They don't necessarily have to be biological children, right? They
Oh,
just
great.
legally have to be mine.
Right. Right.
So like it definitely had them think about things differently going forward, which was really, really nice.
That's cool.
Well,
Yeah.
what we're talking about is complicating the idea of human relationship in general, right?
Yeah.
There's like a spectrum from stranger to the most like intimate, romantic, and sexual partner you could possibly have, and there's
Right.
like a whole spectrum of relationships, like in
bazillion
between,
things
above and
in
below,
between.
outside, in all
Right.
12
Intersecting,
dimensions.
bisecting. Yeah.
And I think it's like it's okay that that's scary.
Yeah.
And I
Sure,
think
yeah.
part of the
Anything
reason
worth doing is
right, yeah. And I mean, we often say like, why do people care so much? Like it doesn't affect them. And this is not to give those people credit or say that we should have compassion for those people, but the answer is that we scare them largely.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
Because we challenge a lot of basic assumptions about humanity that people have a lot of emotions invested in. Oh, this is very simple. You're either a man or a woman. Done,
Right.
dusted. Other problems,
Right.
go.
Right.
But like people like us who like fundamentally the reason why all the different kinds of queer and trans people belong together under the same umbrella is because we're talking about gender-based expectations and oppression, right? You are a man, therefore these are all the things that are also supposed to be true about your life. And we break those norms in very specific ways that are threatening, because if I am not super secure in where I am, but I'm holding on like violently to what that norm is because that's the only way that I know how to exist, and I see someone else breaking that, it becomes threatening to me.
And I feel like it's also very scary for them because they think like, I don't know anything else, and I don't know how to come up with something else, right? Which is what we're talking about. It's so difficult to come up with the other thing, and I feel like at that point, like that's not something that I could do. Where does that leave me? Which does not excuse any of their bullshit, but I'm just saying.
Correct. Yeah. Well, so what we're talking about is a more positive reaction to that complication and to that scariness, right? Because, I mean, figuring out even what being #justgay looks like, you know, like, I mean, you know, you can have role models and stuff. A lot of
flavors of that too.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. And so like, you figure out like one piece of that makes sense to you, and then you have to figure out the rest of like, what does that mean about your life? And one of the things that I get from queer culture and from queer theory is that is like a joyous, adventurous exploration. And like there are scary bits, you know, because it involves a lot of vulnerability, and vulnerability is terrifying. And you know, people commend me often for my vulnerability. I truly appreciate it. I do a very good job of I wouldn't even say acting. It's scary to me almost every time I get like super vulnerable in front of people. But it's because I've had like positive experiences from you all and from people at conventions and stuff like that lets me, like, it's firmly solidified me in the place now where like if somebody came up to me and was an asshole, I could be like, no, you're wrong.
Yeah.
But I haven't always been there. And I think a lot of us have not always been there. Like you're very sensitive, like when you're exploring new ground and somebody's like, no, this is entirely wrong. It's not easy to just call bullshit, even though it is.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. That's true.
I mean, that's one of the reasons why it took me the amount of time that it took me, not that it took me longer or necessarily shorter than whatever was needed, but it took me the time that I needed to be comfortable to then publicly be out, and especially within my family. And it wasn't like I said before, it was more so the scary thing of like being vulnerable and not being prepared and ready to be like yes or no, right? To be able to answer the questions, because I knew because I know my family, I knew that questions were coming.
Yeah.
And so it's like, I just want to be able to be comfortable enough to answer for myself. It does not mean I am answering for the queer community at large, right? I am literally just answering for myself and my experience, because that's what's important in that moment. Right. But yeah, that's a really good point. And I kind of, go ahead, Randy, go.
Oh, no, go ahead. No, finish.
I was going to say, to like bring it back to why we're here, right? Because Star Trek is kind of what brought us together. I do think it's interesting that we have this vehicle in many iterations, right, to be able to explore these, right? And as the show continues in different iterations, that we are getting more, not enough representation, but we are getting more representation.
Amen.
Right? But then we also have these other ways that we talked about earlier: fan art, fan fiction, fan this, fan, you know, like the ways in which we can explore those things that aren't necessarily completely covered within a television show, because it's a television show. Right. But it's amazing that this vehicle does exist to be able to have these discussions, and I love it. I love it.
Well, because I think that's really realistically what we can hope for. We can want a lot of different things, but I think if we're being honest about where we can take things, the idea is to push the boundary just a little bit each time, right?
Right.
Yeah.
We don't have to wake up tomorrow and just be radically different, you know?
Right.
I really, people who know me now would be shocked, I think, to meet me from 10 years ago. I like fundamentally in the same person in a lot of ways. But the tiny incremental changes that come from just like rolling this stuff over in your head and asking real questions about how it relates to your life. And sometimes that doesn't even necessarily mean making major changes in your life. Sometimes it just means feeling better about where you're at.
Yeah. Or just like you think about something differently and it's like, oh, that feels so much better. Why the hell didn't I think about that like that before? Yeah.
Yeah.
And like no physical manifestation whatsoever, right? But
yeah,
marked improvement in your quality of life just from some like,
Well, because this is the thing that asexual and aromantic people deal with a lot is like there's something wrong with you because you're not falling in love, because you don't have sexual attraction to other people. And not just that you're like immoral or whatever, but it often ends up becoming like medicalized, right? Like you must have a hormonal problem or something like that. Which of course, like, why are we speculating about people's medical conditions?
It's why would you care about that?
Just because it's threatening, right? And I just like I am an intensely sexual person. My asexual friends do not threaten me, right? Like it's
not in the least.
And so you
more
can
for me.
right. And so sometimes in some ways that exploration is just about figuring out like, oh, I actually am where I need to be. I just have finally realized that it's okay to be there. Yeah. And that like I think we for obvious reasons we point to like big transformational changes and like these amazing milestones that people hit, but it's like a little bit of that every day, right? Like what makes sense, what change am I going to make today? You know, maybe it's maybe it's not I never drink again, maybe it's I don't drink at this party tonight and I see what that feels like, you know, like to bring it to a relevant personal example.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Oh my gosh, friends, I love you.
I love y'all so much.
Oh, we love Anna too. Again, she's not here with us, but
she's still alive. Still alive. Still alive.
We did love her. We do love her. Whichever it is, Schrodinger's Anna's life situation.
Yeah, that's.
We don't she's always dead and alive at the same time until we can prove it.
I love it.
Sure.
Anna is Schrodinger's cat. I love it. And we are nerds. Welcome to our streaming. We are nerds.
Oh,
well done. Yeah, if they're still around, I think they're aware.
I know.
Or even if they just, it's been a minute, they're like, oh yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Either way. Okay, great. So I think that's a good spot
let's
to
plug
stop
the things one last time, and then we'll take a break.
Let's plug the things. And let's also just say we'll plug first. So. Listen, if you haven't gone, please go, give them a thing, do the thing. They're a really good cause. It's hard to bet these things. This one was, like I said, this one was kind of a home run because it was easy because Wilson and Chase and everything. Anyway, so they're great. Go get merch. I'll leave it on for the rest of the night, and I will turn it off for tomorrow. I love you. It's going off. It's just a lot. So plug the things. And then, honestly, thank everyone who has shown up over the course.
Yes.
It's hard to tell exactly who people come in and out and go, and kind of, so who knows, like exactly. But thanks for anyone who's been here for a minute or an hour or
Sci-Fi Sisters friends showing up consistently.
Yes.
Love that.
Lisa was here yesterday.
Yeah, our seventh rule people,
Bev fans
were here.
There are definitely several of the Bev fans in yesterday and today. And anyone else who, all of our Lambda Quadrant friends that are.
I got a call from Heather Wood last night, who jumped in and watched a little bit too. So some of our old stomping ground kids are around. So we appreciate any and all of it, and also of course to our guests that we had. We don't do that all the time, but we decided this time because we were trying to bring more like convention-y stuff into it, right? So I figured having actors on board for more convention-y stuff seemed right. So we brought some in. Oh, thank you. So thank you so much to our guests for showing up and donating. We're not paying these people; they're doing it out of the kindness of their heart. They're amazing, wonderful people. So thanks to them too.
Yes,
and we love all of you. And so so what's going to happen now is I'm just going to throw up a title card, so you don't have to stare at nothing. And I'm going to put up a little thing that says "We'll be right back." We're going to run to the bathroom and get a drink and get
get ready to do our after dark thing. If you're offended by any language whatsoever, leave immediately.
Yeah. You'll know.
Yeah, I mean, we've not exactly been holding back this
well,
time, but
No, but we did have filters.
we've-
There were filters.
There were some
Definitely.
filters.
Again,
There were
filters
some-
today. Like they're
Yeah.
No,
yeah,
still,
it's
yes,
fine.
yes.
the gloves are coming off, baby. Let's
I
go.
know.
Off
And
immediately.
you'll
It's time for
yes,
the dildos.
potentially
Yes,
Jackbox.
Yeah,
TK. We don't know.
probably so,
Yeah. There'll be fun times.
Yeah.
Always.
It'll be fun
I
times.
need to stuff my face with some food first.
Right. So
Yeah.
yeah. So we're just gonna throw up the thing. But thank you all so much. We love you. We'll see you. What is the next thing that we have that we're doing?
The cruise. Unless we
cruise.
might do another stream somewhere in here, maybe
Right,
December.
right.
Don't know. But the cruise.
The cruise.
The cruise.
Maybe
is the next thing.
before that might be Gallifrey. I don't know. If
Oh
we'll be there or
yeah,
not.
maybe.
We might be at Gallifrey here in LA.
We don't know our schedule.
We don't know it, but it
We
could
got
be
we
that.
got irons in the fire.
Right.
But yeah,
check
some-
our
something.
socials.
Check that stuff.
We might be officially at Long Island TrekCon. We're probably still working that out, but I know like
We are, yes.
individually, I am going to be there for sure because that was an amazing con last year, and I'm sure it'll be even better this year.
And then, as always, we'll be at Vegas again.
Yes, for sure. So thank you. We love you. We're going to be gone just about 5 minutes is our estimate. So hope to see you soon.
Mwah. Hey.
Oh, and we're back. Or not. We're like, there it is. There it is.
There we go.
Da, 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 always messy. Ha, ha,
I
ha.
put my hair up. I was like, you know what? We
I
after
want my
dark and
hair
put my
back
hair
up.
up.
I want my hair back. Yes. All
Also,
right.
we'll be eating M&Ms throughout the evening.
I got
Nice.
a pumpkin spice protein bar because I'm a gay man and a white woman. Two
Are you
holes live inside
Are
me.
you sure you're not non-binary?
You're in
I
pumpkin
can say.
spice than I am.
The costume
So
change.
the light was a little blown out. I couldn't see. Is that the Quest bar?
It is the Quest bar. Yeah.
The pumpkin spice Quest bars are so good, Randy.
See?
Oh my god, they're so good.
A whole box. I know.
I mean, I have a
But I
have a
felt
big
very white
bar.
woman.
Mine's just crunchy peanut butter though.
That's delicious too.
I had a spicy
whiter,
breakfast
though.
scramble. I had
love
not fun protein bar-y type food.
Oh
No, I was
really like inhaled food.
I had a bit of a moment when I was so I talked a little bit about my new girlfriend Remy, who is delightful and wonderful. The first time we ever like went to the grocery store to like do some shopping for like a meal or whatever, I encountered and I was like, well, we're gonna see if she's cool with me being just super basic. We'll see how she reacts because I'm gonna proceed to freak out about the pumpkin spice protein bars. And she passed, y'all. I just need to say she passed,
Nice.
and it was
Let
wonderful.
people enjoy things.
Yep.
Like what the hell? Yeah. Even
Yeah.
like when people want to put their Christmas tree up. Fine, whatever. Great. Live your life.
Right.
It's right. Good for you. I don't want to hear any bitch about not being able to do Christmas.
Nope, Nikki, we're not gatekeeping. We're not
Nope, we're not
gatekeeping.
gatekeeping. Not gatekeeping. Well, as long as it's not before Halloween.
That's
I'm
where
gatekeeping.
I was going.
No.
I mean, I
Absolutely.
look. Okay, I guess.
That is my
For
holiday.
me-
I get
yeah,
to
there we
decide.
go. For me, look, you can do whatever you want, right? Like if you,
The LA Times said it's my holiday.
that's right.
I was in the LA
I mean, I can't gatekeep because honestly, I don't really celebrate either of those holidays that much. So like,
Oh, just funny. I don't
Halloween
know.
is gay Christmas, so it's homophobic to start straight Christmas before that happens.
you know,
Solid logic.
when you're right, you're right. I can't.
Solid logic.
That is. Are we? What are we gonna play? Also,
yeah.
you know, I don't have the actual thing, so somebody else has to do the thing, and then I.
I've got like all of the jack boxes that I can host if we're in.
Because I have, I can't stay much longer after 6. I can go till about 6:15, maybe at the most.
Okay, that's cool. Yeah, that's fine. I
Cool,
gotta
cool.
eat anyway outside of this, but
All right, so have we played Job on stream before?
I think maybe once. I
It's
don't know
a
if
very-
Randy was there. Maybe it was you, me, and Anna.
It's a very fun Mad Lib game.
Yeah, this sounds familiar to me.
okay. I love a good
That's
Um,
okay. So I'm still gonna.
Okay, so let's just do the thing. So sound is just always an issue. So we're just gonna see what happens here.
Oh yeah, no.
Well,
It happens. Okay, so also for anyone watching, you
startled.
can also play along with us on whatever tablet, whatever you got, your phone, your tablet, your
device.
whatever.
Your
I always
device.
open another window, right? Like I open another internet window, and you just go to jackbox.tv. And then when we're ready to give you like the audience code, we'll put it in the chat. And eventually we do gotta like screen share.
I'm working on it, Nikki.
Oh
Damn.
my God! At some point, I guess we're gonna have to share out the screen. Whoever's doing that, Jesus.
Listen, y'all.
Starting spicy. Good
Give her
nerve.
a 5-minute break, and all of a sudden,
I'm sorry. I got some carbs and some protein and some sugar in me now. Like I'm good to go.
I had a weed.
There we go. I have to drive after this, so I did not have a weed.
Oh, I don't.
So yes, you probably are. That's hilarious.
Probably.
I don't know what else I was gonna say. Oh, I was gonna say, listen, y'all, if you had the week I had.
Amen. Amen. Amen.
So That's what we
Error
got.
joining this game.
Yes.
I got an error joining the game.
Oh, oops.
Oh,
We
probably
got a
because
code already.
Jackbox just straight up crashed
Oh,
on
cool.
my
cool,
computer
cool,
there.
cool, cool,
So
cool.
that's why. Yep.
Oh,
Cool. We'll give that a shot again.
oops. So not that code. Got it.
Got it. It'll be a different code.
It will be a different code.
Yes. I always love when we play these games. This is people just watching us talk to ourselves, at least for me, because I talk to myself while we're doing
Oh,
these.
yeah.
Everyone loves us. It's fine.
I would hope so. Hold on. Oh, take two. Yep. There we go. Sad. It's 4 letters, and I had to look up again. And it says room not found.
Oh, yeah, it does say room not found. Did it crash again?
Did I type? No, I did not type
No,
it
it's
wrong.
the same for me. I copied and pasted, so
I have the purple one, Randy.
what's wrong? Oh,
Boy, I was just not bringing my best there.
That's all right.
okay.
I was typing my name and the room thing into the wrong thing, and I was doing the wrong letter. It's a whole thing. Gosh, it's going great. We're doing
Well, it says the room.
Did
is
you
not
have the
found.
weed?
repeatedly throughout the
Oh,
evening.
okay.
Actually,
Okay. Okay. Wait, not that. Oh, that 50 milligram one. That was a lot. That was intense.
Oh my god.
yes, Captain Kavak.
Yes, Captain. Come on.
That wasn't even that night. That was the night before.
I know.
Side note, people, you should play the TNG VHS game. Okay, there we go. While high. It's very
I forgot to
entertaining.
bring it to Vegas.
Oh yeah, it's so you're it's actually kind of a Lower Decks episode if you think about it.
It is. It really is. Yeah.
So it is Robert O'Reilly playing not Gowron, but still kind of Gowron. And he steals the Enterprise, and you're playing a board game to save the Enterprise.
Yeah.
That's good times. And the video is actually
Disconnected. Thanks
Cool.
for playing.
Jackbox is just not gonna work.
Okay, we'll do a different one.
That well, I should say that version of it. So yeah,
The
let's
version.
open up.
Yeah.
Let's do some Quiplash. We'll see if
All right.
Quiplash wants to cooperate.
All right.
All right. So for people watching, if you've never hung out with us while we do this, when we do Quiplash, so basically what we do is we have the regular prompts that the game gives us, but we always answer. We try as best as
Right.
possible to answer with a Star Trek related answer, which just makes it far more entertaining.
Right. For
When
us,
it's-
at least.
I know. It does.
For everyone else, who knows?
and then somebody asked, like, can we put answers? Yes, you can definitely put answers in the comments. It's just if you actually want to play along as our audience in the actual game, you could do that too. So again, it's jackbox.tv.
And only people that are watching us on YouTube will see the YouTube comments. If you're watching on Facebook or Twitch.
Oh,
you won't see
correct. Yeah, that's correct. I mean, if you obviously we will always shout out funny answers because we like to do it.
Right.
Oh,
Uh-oh, guess
Oh.
what?
Yeah.
You guys
Are you not
done
dead
talk-
again?
You guys done
Jump
talking
on-
about the pumpkin spice protein bars, you little
Yes!
bitches?
Get on Jackbox TV. Put in the code.
Jackbox,
Anna, join us.
Do it. Who do I want to be? Do I want to be the cactus, the moon, the star, the square?
Oh.
We're going
If
with the
anyone
cactus.
ever tries to be the poop emoji other than me, I'll be very sad.
Well,
I
you
need to
were
make that
in
very
that
clear.
real fast. Randy, are you the vampire?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Wait, sorry. Give me the link again.
Jackbox.tv. And then if you look on our private chat, the code is there.
It's not in the private chat because I just logged in. It's
Oh.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Well,
Anna's
right.
gonna let me see it. It's fine.
There it
Boom.
is. Again, just let's spam it.
I'm hearing everything in like weird delay because of having the stream still up. That my
Oh.
mom
Oh,
very
yeah, that's
sweetly,
less than ideal.
Put the phone next to so I could be driving home and listen to it.
Oh my gosh, hilarious.
Let me just close out of that because that is. There we go. Oh,
There you go.
I'm okay now.
Oh.
Okay, wait. I'm putting it in.
You're good.
All right.
No, it's fine. It's just like 500,000 people watching and waiting.
It's not
Won't that be the day? Won't that be the day?
All right, everybody's
That'll
in.
do it.
So now I'm going to do some screen sharing.
Hugo, I love that you're my little spy. You were like, hey, they talked about positive ace rep while you were gone. And I'm like, no, they're actually allies when you're not around.
Yes.
Definitely get a good report card. So yeah, sound is always a problem with these, but right now it's just being explained to us. We're going to get a prompt. The idea is that we try to come up with a funny answer, and us plus the crowd who is watching in the audience get to vote on whose answer is the best.
And I just put the code in. It was an F and not a P, correct? I can't quite see it.
Copied and pasted.
Okay.
It's gonna be
GFQ9.
great. All right. So right now we're answering the prompts on our devices. So we're getting just a question that we try to answer in a funny way.
And Star Trek answers, if possible.
Yeah, and so we considered you can do like bespoke prompts, and thought like, it'd be funny if we did Star Trek prompts, but we were thinking it's actually funnier to take just regular questions and make them Star Trek when they're not. It's better comedy, I think, at least in my opinion.
Oh, I clearly cannot spell either. It's fine.
Funny.
Well, depends
Now I
on
gotta
are we
Google
going there
something real
already?
quick.
I mean, I did a funny, but they're not as funny. And one of them I misspelled because I can't type.
So when Anna gets her life together and finishes putting in her answers, you're gonna see.
I gotta Google a joke.
Great.
Oh, great.
I
No,
love
that's
that you're
cheating.
doing that.
What the hell?
So you'll get you'll get to see what the prompt is up on the screen, and then you'll get to see the two answers, and then you get to vote on who has the funniest answer.
Guys, my mom just walks over and quietly gives me the DJ Storm
DJ
song.
Amazing.
Yeah.
So-
How much alcohol is this?
This prompt is: what a misfit
it's water,
vampire
thank
craves
God.
more than blood? Is it anaphasic energy or Gog?
Of course, it's anaphasic energy. Exactly what it is. Green. It's always green.
Mess.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course, it's the answer. Of course. Oh, I love that you put your name as Ronan.
Yeah.
So the most boring reality TV contest would feature competitive blank. Vulcan meditation or level 2 diet?
Those are both real boring shows.
I love doing diagnostics.
I love doing diagnostics.
That was a hard choice. Hard
See, we're
choice.
great at this.
Oh my God.
Oh, thank you,
Oh,
audience.
split audience. I
Oh,
love it.
yay!
That was good.
I got my T88 so I can do diagnostics.
I love diagnostics.
Fine.
Fine.
What's the sexiest animal?
Fine.
A Mugato or Matt from Cetacean Hops?
I was Googling because I was like, I'm pretty
Man,
sure
this
the
is
name
so
is Matt, but what if I'm getting it wrong?
Yeah. What about
Oh.
Kimelo? Like, we're just
know.
leaving Kimelo out of the thing here?
I didn't have that many words, letters.
Sorry,
I'm not
Jason,
mad that I lost that.
I mean, you do have the
I
tattoo.
think that was your answer. However, the
Also
Mugato
true.
was good. If
If you don't have any teeth, the tooth fairy will gladly take your blank.
What?
Self-sealing stem bolts are
Sorry, that was me.
Oh my God.
Seriously?
Just going hard.
It's the first thing that popped into my mind. I don't know what that says
And now
about
you
me.
know that's where we're at. That's
Bless
the
you
level
for
that
going
we're at.
there. All right, so after round one, Anna.
0
Anna's in
points.
the lead.
Stop telling people I'm dead.
That's fair.
Points are now double. Do not freak out.
But we always laugh.
I know. It's like, well, there's some meme where it's like,
We
stop
think the idea of you
telling
being dead
people
is
I'm
hilarious
dead.
is the takeaway
Right.
there.
Right.
There's some meme where it's like, stop telling people I'm dead. It's like, sometimes I can still hear her voice. It's like, stop it.
No.
Oh gosh.
Crap. This is hard to make Star Trek.
So now we're answering the prompts for round 2.
Right.
You know what? This isn't going to be Star Trek, but it works.
Mine was Star Trek adjacent.
It's still sci-fi. No, it's sci-fi.
Mine was Star Trek, but it was tough.
I was trying to come up with a Star Trek one, and I couldn't really think. So I just went with...
Leave Anna's dead. Leave Anna alone. You're not Anna.
It's literally, hey, just an anagram for Anna.
Kelly.
5,
4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh no. You have to say
Yeah. I
Did you
didn't get
get
an
it
answer
in?
for 2 because I spent so long answering the first one.
Oh no.
Here, hopefully the joke is worth it. The weirdest thing to discover after coming out of anesthesia.
Oh gosh.
A particularly erotic chapter in Nana's journal, or you're a Klingon.
Wasn't you're human, let's be real. Considering what's his name? Oh my god, I'm blanking on his name. The guy in Discovery. Volk.
Oh, just the one?
That's sexist.
No,
They all look the
Volk,
same,
who then
man.
becomes-
I don't know.
A Shakespeare play written
Tyler.
specifically for accountants. Eddie Cave and Patrick Stewart would probably star, or whatever Picard performs on the holodeck.
We get it from the Royal Shakespeare Company. No, I'm kidding.
I was an actor once. I'm an actor. Now look at me. Look at me.
That's a good...
Much ado about spreadsheets. That would have probably been my answer.
Split. Oh, I thought about it. Like, merchant from
I was
Venice,
like-
whatever, but...
Even for $100,000, you would not get this phrase tattooed across your back. That was the one that I just couldn't figure out an answer for. So
Holy God. Holy God.
right about what though? Like, let's...
Anything.
Because he was right about nothing, in my opinion.
The one audience member who voted with me, thank you. I appreciate you. A new toilet gadget nobody admits to using can actually blank. Use 3 seashells, transport the poop out of it. You don't know about the 3 seashells?
No, but 3 shells. They're literally in my bathroom. I have them 3D printed.
That's why I thought of it. I was like, oh, they're really
What's
fancy.
the 3 seashells?
You don't know about the 3
Somebody needs to vote.
Anna
I
doesn't know about
voted
the
for
3
it because I'm just
seashells.
confused.
Thanks, Anna.
Oh, look at the audience, 50-50.
I know.
It was the
Apparently
90s,
the
Anna, you
audience
weren't
has
there.
not watched that movie either.
She doesn't know about the 3 seashells, you guys.
What movie is that?
I can't
Starring them so young, cool, and hip. Sorry.
It's a movie about Taco Bell, mostly.
All restaurants are Taco Bell.
Oh, right. We got to do 3
So,
things.
yeah, so now
Oh,
we're going to
God.
get a prompt that we have to do 3 different answers to the same prompt, and then the voting commences like it has in the previous rounds.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
my. Oh my God. Mine doesn't make any sense.
Mine don't really either, but I don't care.
Same to me. I had no idea about those 3 seashells, but I voted for it because it was kind of funny.
Oh, it's Demolition Man is the movie.
Very, very good movie.
It's a very amazing movie.
Here we go.
Would you like to go back to my
Is
apartment
it
and
like
have
Tank
sex?
Girl, Demolition
Yeah.
Man, Tank Girl? They're the
This is going to
same.
be very interesting.
Mine doesn't have anything to do with Star Trek. I couldn't for this.
All good. Mine does. Hopefully, I'll be able to get the Star Trek in to.
However, I'm now putting something into the universe that did not exist before. That's all I'm going to say for now.
Oh God. The 3 terms the cool kids are using for constipation these days. Anaphasic energy. Ned always kept it lit. Beverly, backed up. Back that ass up. Fine, mofo. Won't you back that ass up?
I think that ass is backed up is the problem.
I've been there. Not fun. Not a fun time in my life.
The anagram, or not the anagram, but
Voting for it anyway.
for back that ass up. BTAU from now on exists.
The 3 most common things people scream while skydiving out of a plane.
Oh, man.
This should be
Assimilate this. A British star is a soaring soul. Or Beverly.
Hey.
Or to go where no one has gone before. Where's my parachute? Or beam me out.
Oh my God.
I mean, because you sang.
A British star is a soaring soul, as free as a mountain bird, whose energetic fist must be ready to resist a dictatorial word.
Of course, Melissa. Of course we did.
Yeah, Beverly.
Beverly.
So good. Oh,
Uh-oh.
Haley takes a lead.
Crown that poop.
Yep.
You know, there's a couple of ways you can take that. There it is. There it is. There it is.
There are
There it
several
is.
ways you can take that.
Come on, Dad. I'm prairie dogging it here.
I got a turtle head poking out. I haven't seen that movie in a long time either.
It's been a while, yeah.
Oh God.
And yet I still remember.
Ah. What we think another round of Jackbox or another round of Quiplash specifically.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Okay.
Sure.
I couldn't get all Star Trek answers.
Now that we're warmed up.
Yes, that's usually how it goes.
Yeah.
Unless we're just hot coming out.
We gotta
of the
have room
gate.
for a
Sometimes that
callback, too.
happens.
Yeah. Oh my.
Oh my. Sorry, Melissa. We love you.
There used to be a skip button. Oh no, okay, we're kicking it off for round 1. It's smart enough to know this is not our first round.
Oh.
Or not. It's just
okay.
explaining the rules to me
Doesn't
again.
care. Doesn't
Cool.
care. Cool.
All right, here we go.
All right.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
No, it's a different show.
I'm gonna win this one. This one answer, not the whole thing. I'm just saying, like, this is a really good answer.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
There you go.
Although I feel like somebody might type exactly the same answer and then I'm fucked.
Which is always great when they end up being the same thing.
The same thing.
We're like,
And
yeah, that's because we're.
It does happen. Weird minds think alike.
Mine's a super deep cut.
Perfect.
Yeah, I'm a little worried about mine.
Interesting.
Oh, maybe I should have probably submitted it, shouldn't I have?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's usually the yeah.
Okay.
You've got
Somebody would screen share.
I was gonna say, stop it.
Okay.
It hasn't happened yet, Rose. It hasn't happened yet.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
we're getting the
It'll pop
prompts on our phones to answer the questions, and then we will present
The audience gets to vote.
Yeah, and the audience gets to vote on who has the best answers.
Great.
Something stupid a 23rd century human might find in a time capsule from today.
Oh my.
Sonny Clemens, or Spock?
Yes.
We all remember Sonny Clemens, right? I just need to make very clear that we all remember
Yep.
Sonny Clemens.
Was he?
The grass in which they were fuzzy were literally falling apart. She does this weird British accent on that line.
Oh yeah. That's so weird. Yeah.
LQ Sonny Clemens or whatever, and he sings his songs.
The worst thing to say instead of "I do" at your wedding. Why do you have clothes on? Or Kelly
Depressing.
Oh my god.
Whoops.
Oh my
Time to have
god.
a fight of passion over the bride. And you kill your captain.
Ooh, split.
Damn,
Nice
even
split.
split.
All right.
Nice.
I was worried.
Your
not
last thought
everyone-
before passing into the afterlife. What's that green haze? Why is this smiling? What does he know?
I love that the koala, like before you die, is just Trek canon. Like,
See what I tell you?
Kelly.
I'm not sad I
great
lost.
Koala God.
I'm sorry.
Oh, great koala god! Did you know that Ben Franklin also invented blank? Warp drive or warp drive.
Jinx!
Way to go.
Well
man.
done.
Perfect. See it happen.
Nobody
High five,
gets
Virtual
points.
Nikki.
Womp womp.
2, 3, high five. Okay, Nikki left me hanging.
Ooh. Oh. Why is he smiling?
High
Like,
five, Nikki.
woohoo!
Ronan's in the lead.
Oh.
There we go.
The koala God. That was so good. It was such a weird twist to that story.
I swear to God. It's in the nebula in the credits.
Oh. Mm. Yep, that's accurate. Oh. Mm.
No, that's too sad. That's too dark of a joke.
Oh, literally, as you said that, I was proceeding to go ahead and go with the darkest possible thought that I had for a question. So, we'll see what happens.
All right, fine. I'll put it in.
Why is he smiling? What does he know?
I had an answer and then I deleted it.
Fun bit of trivia in the Lower Decks episode where Bradward thinks he's dying and doesn't. You hear some weird noise when you see the koala. If you play it in reverse, the koala is saying something like "Now is not your time, Bradward."
Yes. He's like,
Yeah.
yeah, that was
That's so good.
All right, first up. What do super progressive schools give instead of grades?
oh my.
Hope
Oh,
or
God.
rank pips. Harry Kim failed.
Oh my. It is sad.
Yeah, I went dark. Sorry, I went real dark.
Why didn't you say
Yeah,
Harry?
yeah, I voted dark.
It was sad. Yeah, yeah.
My other one is also
Ooh,
very
audience
dark, and I
favorite
don't
for bits.
apologize. I love you all very much.
Fine.
If there were a fall Olympics, the most dangerous sport would be blank. Cutting in lines at Starbucks for PSL or cleaning out the holodeck filters. Cleaning the bleep out of the bleep filters.
Yep.
Oh my God. People actually do this? That's all they do.
Yeah. Next up, it would be great to have a stunt double when you blank.
Oh.
Confront Armis or fuck Grandma's ghost boyfriend.
What do you mean? Why would you want a stunt double? For
That was any good? I don't know. pretty acrobatic, I hear.
Oh, come on.
The audience are Subrosa fans. We knew it. We knew it all along.
We know the audience.
The absolute worst time to plug your podcast during the Cone of Truth or when Nog gets his leg removed. Oh, you know what would be really? Have you heard my podcast?
No, like actively during the surgery, Bashir's like, and you know what? I just started a podcast.
The thing is, like, as I podcast for a living, I know those people.
Yes,
like, that is
would
not
do
even that much of a
Yes,
stretch.
it's not that much of a stretch at all. No.
Meanwhile, the 2 times I've had surgery when I was high from the anesthesia, I plugged Callie's podcast. I was
you.
like, my
Thank
friend
you.
has a podcast called
amazing.
Queer Splaining. Because I had the same nurse twice helping me afterward. They were like, "You've plugged this before."
Oh no.
Incredible.
We all subscribe.
And they
to
said they
All right.
listened. They were listening.
Amazing. I love that.
Oh man.
Actually, can't believe this one thing hasn't been referenced yet. So.
I hope this lands. I guess we'll see.
Yeah, mine isn't gonna really. Mine is dead. It's fine.
I did do Star Trek at least.
Oh, fun little story to mention during this wait is that a friend of mine who was also going to the LARP yesterday is like starting to realize that maybe they're not as cisgendered as they thought. So, and they were assigned male at birth, and they were talking about like I kind of want to paint my nails, and so like we helped them paint their nails because they'd never done it before. And it was just like, and it was very interesting how much they were like, this is nice. But they were also like, why does it have to wait so long to dry? You know, it's like, so you're going to want the
so
Sally
mad at
Hansen
that.
quick dry. That'll take way
So
less
hard.
time. Just
All right, here we go. 3 Chevy models were called for being too awesome. Dipshit from Chicago, sour mead and flower ships, or warp core eject, pog, or sex helmet.
Wow.
I couldn't
We're
remember
just
what
all-
the flower. They were
just
pods. I couldn't remember what the flower
All
things
reaching for
were.
references. That's all we're doing here.
That is all you're doing.
we're doing
My brain
great.
went to Picard, and that's where it went.
Yep, we're doing great.
wow.
Of course,
I like that none of us are car people.
I know.
Very
I
clearly, none of us
can
like.
be, but no.
I have one.
Yeah, thanks, audience. Thanks,
Yeah.
audience.
That's as far it goes.
Yeah.
One.
I love when
3
like,
things you should never stuff a taco
oh.
with:
Man, why couldn't I hit this prompt?
peptide cake guy, moopsie, warm bananas, banana,
Much
hot,
as I love Moopsie. As much
Banana
as I love
hot.
Moopsie.
banana, hot.
Moopsie.
Moopsie. That's what I said. I was like, how has no one referenced Moopsie yet?
Moopsie.
I did it.
Because moopsie is terrifying. I don't want to call that. I don't want to call that into this world. I don't want to bring that evil.
Every
in.
time I mention,
name
my
you give
dad and
it
I watched that episode together. Anytime I mention Moopsie, my dad just gets the most excited laugh out of me. He's just like, Moopsie.
Of course he does.
Of course it does.
Ronan has
Oh!
stolen the crown.
Oh, it's still got poo on it though. Oh well.
You know, I think we're doing a good job. I think maybe a third round.
That's
we feeling
fine.
a third round?
Totally.
Sure.
Yeah.
We're on a roll.
I'm not, but that's fine.
Yeah, no, not you specifically.
I'm on the roll of losing. Like, just,
You're rolling
it's just not
downhill.
there. My brain, it's just not snappy right now.
It's fine. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. You're fine.
It's just not snappy. Normally would be where there's music, but it's fine.
But
Ba ba
Dance to your
boo
own.
da 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 do ba ba boo ba ba da dee da da.
Being a captain is like jazz. It's all about the notes you don't hit.
Oh. Yep. 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 That's great.
Mine were very specific time references that won't make sense for Star Trek.
Right. This one is not Star Trek, but I had to go with it. I will laugh.
Watching this shit. What?
I will, however, laugh if the one prompt I had somebody answers the same way, because that's most likely.
I'm wondering too.
Well, that's what I thought. Like, that's what I thought. With why is he smiling? What does he know? I really did think with why is he smiling? What does he know? I was like, somebody else is going to write that.
All right, I went non-Star Trek for my second one. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, these were tough. These were tough. Mine were at least first.
First up, in MacGyver's most awkward life and death moment, he only had a pocket full of blank.
Sunshine.
Sunshine.
I mean, now I have to vote for
Sunshine.
Worst song ever. Take me away. Love TCA. See, the first thing that I don't know. It was great.
Listen, I'm a huge MacGyver fan. I'll say it straight up.
Next up, remember, never buy a build your own blank.
Oh my.
Go Sex Candle Exocomp.
Oh, that little bitch. Fucking peanut hamper. Fuck you guys! I'm here for me!
Oh, I wish that was still here. That's like one of her favorite episodes.
Is she wrong though?
No, she's not. Like
Peanut Hamper gets.
You want to make me do what?
She knows where she came from.
No, it's so true. It's so true.
A comment that has never been made on the internet. Oh my god, you're right. This is fact.
Close enough. Close enough. Close enough.
Christ.
I love it. Fucking Peanut Hamper.
Peanut Hamper. It's just so funny how bitchy she is about it. Like, oh no, like not like, oh, I don't want to do that. She's like, fuck you, I'm not doing it.
Yeah, nah.
I love how they basically mean the same thing, and yet.
But like those two words together.
All right, Doctors Without Borders is a much better organization than Doctors Without Blank. Medical expertise or Beverly Crusher. Well, yeah, okay.
It's accurate. It's accurate.
Just a bunch of that was Starfleet. That was Starfleet medicine. All the years that Beverly was like, I'm gonna actually help people.
Right.
Because then she comes in, and the person's like, I don't know what internal bleeding is.
Get out of here, bitch.
What's the deal with internal bleeding?
What do you mean? Bleeding internally?
Accurate. That was accurate. Thank you for who.
Ronan takes the lead.
That was me, and I literally that was the thing where I was like, if Nikki got this same prompt, we're both gonna write Beverly Crusher.
All points are now double. Oh.
Oh God.
Oh man, I can't.
Oh my god.
Well, you get the idea because I only have 45 characters. Okay. Oh.
By the way, remember to vote on Tuesday, guys.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Local elections are very important.
It's true. All right, let's do this thing. The title of Anna's great American novel. Fanfic, or I am cringe yet I am free.
Oh man, they both. Yeah. I love it. Oh, I love that you had to. I wondered if you had to answer that.
Yeah, I got it.
Oh,
Going,
that's so
yes,
weird.
I am cringe and I am free. Honestly, maybe I'm gonna write that now.
You
There
should.
go. That's a really good.
But that's a self-help book.
You can
Not
tell a
a
nature documentary
novel.
is fake when blank. Jonathan Frakes is the narrator. Fact or fake? Or they haven't cleaned the bleep filters.
I like the factor fiction. We made that up. Complete
The supercuts. Yep.
fabrication.
Nope. Completely wrong.
Oh yeah.
Have you
Did
watched
think-
any
No,
episodes of
you're
that?
an
Because
idiot.
those are insane.
Oh yeah, it's
Because
wild.
the ones that they
Oh,
claim
really?
are real, it's like that was not real.
Right.
Oh my god.
I couldn't write fiction. It like wouldn't.
Right.
There wasn't enough characters.
Fact,
What the
factor
creepy
fic.
doll in the antique store is trying to tell you with its eyes. Behind you, are one moon circles.
Well done. Well done. Well done.
Yes.
I was
so
fully
good.
thinking
Well done.
about the episode Chinga from X Files.
Oh,
A search
I know,
phrase
that's what I
you'd
thought
probably
too.
find in the president's browser history. Disable Earth power grid, or where to get designer aviators. We all get disable Earth power grid, right? DS9 deep cut? Anybody?
Oh yeah.
Even though the president didn't have anything to do with that. That's- yeah.
Clearly, we didn't.
Clearly.
It's fine. It was a stretch, honestly. It was a yeah.
Boo-da-boo.
All right, after 2 rounds.
Whoa.
Ooh.
Coming up from behind, Nikki.
One moon circles, baby. One moon circles. Where are
Eyes.
you?
Coming in first
In the
place with
dark.
189 seconds. Oh god.
Oh. Oh.
Oh my good God.
Mm.
Oh my god. Okay.
Oh, even if no one else finds this hilarious, I do, clearly.
I know. Is this one too dark?
I don't give
No,
a
I'm
shit
going
about
with it.
mine. I went for it. Mm-hmm. I love you.
I'm only thinking of really messed up ones that I know I can't share. Like we'd get sued.
Oh god.
Oh, see, yeah, no, sorry, didn't care. Didn't care. It
No,
reminds
I'm
me
not
of a
gonna
recent
sue.
little
Oh my god, I can't think.
survey that was out there for like Trek fans where they asked a question and there was only one answer to the actual question, and it was brilliant. Do, do, do.
Oh god. I'm trying to think. Ah!
I can't. Oh my god. I couldn't do it. I couldn't think of anything. It was terrible.
I'm actually pretty proud of my answers.
Oh
So
great.
much.
Good, 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 good.
I
I
put
failed
it in, but my
miserably.
last one was just a word. Like a
3 things that'll make you grunt.
Oh,
Kechav, Inchef, Oi, or go sex, go sex, go sex.
no,
God damn.
no.
I will or will not translate the Klingon.
Which is why I'm going for it because I don't know. And I'm
an
curious.
even split.
50-50 split. It's fair.
Right.
Amazing.
Honestly, best you could have hoped for, Callie, our audience.
3 things that probably won't exist in 20 years. Oh my god. The old racist Trek fans, Straight Halloween, more Rick Berman, Rick Berman, Rick Berman. Oh my god.
Oh, Nikki, we thought the same thing.
Put it out there. Exactly.
That's all it says. All it
More was just more. There will be more things that won't exist in 20 years.
There will indeed.
Yeah, no, there was a like a little trivia quiz thing recently that went around the interwebs, and there was a question that was like,
Damn, Nikki
how do you-
dominating.
yeah, there you go.
Freaking
And it
nailed
was something like, how do you feel about Rick Berman or something like that? And there was only one answer that you could pick, and it was like, fuck Rick Berman. I was like, yeah, that's
There's only one
exactly correct.
Good times.
So good. I love it. Yep.
Awesome.
Yay.
Well,
Good night, Rose.
we're sorry that you had to deal with that.
No, I'm not sorry.
Don't
I'm not sorry.
don't you dare speak for me, sir.
Correct. I'm not sorry about that
no.
at all. I love it all.
Good times, y'all. Good times. Good times.
What a fun weekend, y'all.
What is
Yeah, we
with
did the
our
thing.
private vagina penis? What is
That was
going
those
on
were
over
the translation of the words.
here? Okay, well, I'm just gonna say it. Sorry. Vagina, penis, and pain.
Sorry,
I love it.
Tamia.
That was in the private chat,
listen,
Nikki.
I don't know.
Sorry. What? It's after dark. We gave full
Let me
warning.
read the private chat out loud. My social security number is. Sorry, I had to get you back to the screen sharing. Oh God.
So, okay, we have to explain it now. I put in the private chat what those words mean in Klingon. But of course, without knowing what those words mean in Klingon, was not obvious to Nikki why I put those 3 random words in our private chat.
got it.
Which are vagina, penis, and pain. Things that make me grunt.
Yes. Yes.
And I love it.
Bless.
Whatever the fuck noise they make.
Clearly, to
That
me,
was
those
better.
were things that were okay to say on the after party chat.
Yes.
We're doing great.
Doing great.
Oh my god.
You're all rock
Welcome.
stars. You're all heroes. I'm proud of you, and I love you.
Good
Aw.
job,
Love
kid.
you all. Thank you.
Right back
Thank
at you,
thank
buddy.
Yeah, for sure.
You too, bucko.
Buckaroonie.
A sport.
Oh God.
Oh God! Oh, she took it to a dark place.
Or wait, I'll go Gary Gatsby on it. Old sport.
Oh, there you go.
No, we need to. Clearly, we're fighting, and we need to twain.
Yes. Oh no, we don't get along only when we're twaining. Only when we're twaining.
Only.
Why does this work?
Yeah, it just is.
Well, thanks again for hanging out, everybody.
Yeah, thanks
Yeah.
everyone for hanging out with us.
Thank you. And people up there.
Who'd have thought
Um,
that we could just be some queer little guys? And I'm fully sober. I want to be clear. I'm just tired. We could be some queer little
Same.
friends, and we formed a group, and we were like, "Yeah, we're gonna try and do some in-person events." And then the funniest thing
What?
happened in 2020 when we launched, and then we said, "Okay, time to adjust." And now here we are, all these years later.
That's crazy.
Love it.
It's been hell ever since.
Sure has.
Was it
And how?
Was it the Paul Rudd meme from like when he was on Hot Ones where he's like, "Hey, look at us," huh? And he's just like eating wings, and he just looks just like, "Hey, look at us."
Still 12 years old. Great. Love you. Thank
Love
you.
y'all. It's,
Have a great night.
You still have time. Go get the merch if you want.
Yeah, before I forget to take it down.
yeah, you got what? Maybe like 5 minutes, maybe 5 minutes, 10
A
minutes,
little bit
something like
longer.
that.
I'm gonna eat. It'll be
Yeah,
fine for a
there
little
you
bit.
go.
until
A
I
little bit
remember.
longer. You got a little bit longer.
A little bit longer. That's hilarious. I would say check our socials for when our next crazy
Yeah, who
shenanigans
knows?
will be. We never
Crazy
know.
crap.
We'll do it again. That's a threat. Believe it.
It's a promise and a threat.
Oh my god, I love it all.
All right.
I love
Bye,
it all.
everyone.
Bye.